Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 15 Do Chapter 598. The Sword of the Four Emperors. White Beard refers to the country of harmony. Please order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Ace, not just you. We also have a relationship with the country of harmony. Marco held Ace. Ace couldn't help being stunned. Ace, I don't want to lie to you. In fact, I am a member of the country of peace. The captain of the 16th Division stood up in hiding. I sang you. Why haven't I heard you say it before? Ace is puzzled. Since I got on Dad's boat, my home is already here, and there is nothing to say in the past. Besides, there are my brothers and them there, so I can just go back and have a look this time. Yizang speaks. It turned out to be like this. Ace nodded. Ace, our relationship with the country of Wano is not just Izo. Tell you, before you, the captain of the 2nd and 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates was the Guri Daimakami of Wano country. U mission. The 3rd Division Captain Joes said, Guangyue mission. Hearing this familiar name, Ashton's eyes widened. Ha ha ha, Ace, look at your expression. When you went to Wano country last time, you should have met Maida. How about that as an outstanding and interesting person? Foil Bista, the captain of the 5th Division, smiled. What? Ace, still in shock, nodded blankly. The last time I was there, I did meet someone who called himself Mitsuki Mita, but... Kula la 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 la. Not waiting. After Ace finished speaking, he was interrupted by Whitebeard's big laugh. That fellow Maida, it's been a long time since I saw you. Whitebeard said with emotion. Ha ha ha, yeah. That fellow Maida, I don't know what happened all these years. Maida-sama, Kinemon, Kokori, we will meet soon. Speaking of which, these years, Maida didn't know what he was doing so that the B****** D Kaido was stationed in the country of Wano. In the past, Maida didn't let us help in the founding of Wano country. This time we went to fight against Tick. There shouldn't be much to say about that guy. Advertisement, father, it's not too late, get ready now. The white team leaders laughed happily. Hearing Ace was stunned. Because he suddenly found that the one he met, Daddy Guangyue, the one in the mouth of his partners, does not seem to be the same person. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ace, but at this level, I was shocked. There are still many legendary stories about mission. I will tell you one by one in the future. Marco patted Ace on the shoulder. No, Ace wanted to explain. However, the people in the white group who were in the head had no intention of listening at all, and Ace had no choice but to give up. Kula la 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 la, little ones, let's set off after drinking this bowl of wine. To add bookmarks for easy reading. At the same time, the New World, the Kingdom of Dressrosa. The second-story highland where the royal capital is located. Dover, the top cadre Torpal, who was drooping with disgusting mucus, hurried to the open-air swimming pool area. Master Torpal, what's the matter? The maid asked. There is another big move in that city. Torpal handed the newspaper in his hand to Doflamingo on the beach chair with a panic face. Led by the former General Haiwan Zepha, Wazong's army is already on the way to the Northwestern Sea. Torpal exclaimed. What did you say? A sharp voice came from the wall. A face appeared on the originally flat wall, followed by the entire body. He is Pika, a stone man who can walk freely among the rocks. Advertisement. First, the East Daxia Sea and the South Daxia Sea, now the West Daxia Sea and the North Sea. Does the hero B****** D really want to level the entire underground world? Can he really eat it? Pika cried strangely with a sharp voice. Dover. Garadius, the hedgehog headblaster, walked quickly. Garadius, is it the contact from the Dark World? Torpal asked. Yes, it's just. Garadius nodded. Just what? It's not those. The heads of the dark forces who contacted them personally, but the second-level agents under them called and asked them where they were. Garadius said solemnly. What the hell does this mean? Everyone screamed in surprise. Fufurafuru, the 2 emperors of the sea have stepped down, and many people in the Dark World have fallen from power. At the present moment, I am afraid that many people should be too scared to shrink, but there may be another possibility. We just watch it will be a good show. Doflamingo laughed. Dover, Cora, the old artist of the Don Quixote family, trots up. Yora, what's wrong with you? Torpal asked. I checked it out, recently, including Luo, secretly landed on us in Dressrosa, those people who plot wrongdoing, they. Speaking of this, Kyora's face couldn't help but a look of horror appeared. What happened to them? Pika frowned dissatisfied. They are all assigned by the hero Luo Lin. The hero Luo Lin is going to do it on us. What did you say? Chapter 599. Ride the Sea King class across the ocean to see you. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The afterglow of the sunset shining on the sea, reflecting a splendid view. On the endless sea, a terrifying white wave that is thousands of meters long galloped on the sea, stirring up waves. At the forefront of the white waves, there is also a hint of the sound of musical instruments. It doesn't wait. If it spreads, it is submerged by the sound of the ensuing waves, which makes it unrealistic. 2 hours later, the sky was completely dark. An iron wall-like steel fortress appeared within the line of sight in front of Bailong, gradually expanding and clear. Okay, Let's end the practice, and we will officially play next. Luo Lin smiled on the top of the 5,000-meter pitch-black sea snake. What? Hearing this, Yamato, the girl wearing the prajna mask, couldn't help but panic. But, I still have a lot of things that I can't do enough, if it's wrong. Yamato spoke up with an uneasy expression on his face. It's okay, originally we weren't professional, this level is enough. Luo Lin smiled and comforted. Oh, hearing this, Yamato was only slightly relieved. Looking up at Luo Lin, who was a few meters away, the surprise in his beautiful eyes was even greater. Sure enough, as Mr. Mita wrote in the logbook, this man is really an incredible person. Yamato couldn't help thinking. That share is above the Emperor of the Sea, and it is incomparably powerful. Before being suspected of being Blackbeard, the world's first miracle to break the iron rule of the devil fruit and possess multiple fruit abilities. There is also the power to control, command, and make the terrifying super-large sea kings bow their heads. This is also the most puzzled part of Yamato. From Mita's logbook, she knew that this power of controlling the Sea King was the power of the ancient weapon Sea King Poseidon. The power of the Sea King carries the contemporary princess who should be the mermaid clan. How would it appear to Luo Lin? Could it be that the true identity of the hero Luo Lin is the mermaid princess? Not long ago, Yamato, who had this idea in his mind, received a chestnut warning from Luo Lin. Advertisement, but Yamato is not without gain, although Luo Lin didn't tell her the real reason. But he mentioned another wonderful ability to her. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A devil fruit ability that can help her realize her dream, become a human, and become a real Guangyue mission, the superhuman hormonal fruit. With the help of this ability, it is easy enough to turn from a daughter into a real man. Thinking about it, I'm still a little excited. At the same time that the little girl and the girl were thinking about this, something not. The slowing black sea snake gradually approached the steel fortress ahead. This is the base of the Navy's number 6 branch in the Great Airway. And NB to add bookmarks for easy reading, SP, as one of the 9 most important bases of the Navy. Especially after Lieutenant Admiral Suru of the General Staff of the Navy Headquarters took over, the ranks of the 6 branches have improved. I don't know how much. When the Black Sea Snake entered the 6th branch silently and within 3 kilometers, the reconnaissance seaman near the base noticed the huge object in the dark. The news was sent back to the observation tower of the base as soon as possible. 1 minute later, the distance between the Black Sea Snake and the 6 branch bases has been shortened to 1,500 meters. At the same time, the people of the base observation tower reconnaissance unit finally learned the real body of the huge dark thing. It is a super-large sea king. The super-large sea kings that should have existed in the deep sea unexpectedly rushed towards their base. This is a major event, after a sluggishness of 10 seconds. The base reconnaissance force decisively sounded the first level alert. The seamen of the 6 bases under the control of Crane quickly entered the state of preparation and gathered to the front gate in an orderly manner. However, after knowing that the enemy was a super-large sea king, shock and horror instantly filled the hearts of the soldiers. Advertisement Ling's originally methodical base was suddenly chaotic. Just as the Marines shook the chaos, the Black Sea Snake carrying Luo Lin and Yamato finally approached the main gate of the base. In a flash, dozens of lights fell on the head of the Black Sea Snake. The dark sea shines as bright as day, Ocean Sea King class. What a huge sea snake. Why do sea kings of this size come to the surface of the sea, and why do they want to come to our side? The seamen on the fortress wall shouted in horror. Hey, wait, look, everyone, there are people on the head of the Neptune class. A sharp-eyed Marine keenly noticed the 2 Luo Lin above the Black Sea Snake's head. That man is. The shaking gazes of the sea soldiers fell on the top of the sea snake's head. After waiting to see the figure on the snake's head, the entire gate of the fortress fell into a moment of silence. After a while, Hero Rolin, Mr. Luo Lin. The sky-shaking uproar resounded through the entire 6 branch bases, resounding across the sky. Yamato girl, let's start. Luo Lin grinned and picked up the electric guitar in front of him. At the same time, Yamato was also preparing for the drum set. The song, Across the Ocean to See You, echoes with the sea through the amplified phone worm. Chapter 600. Vibrating Navy G6 branch. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, the base of the 6th Army branch, the conference room. The naval commanders of the base, headed by Lieutenant General Suru, had a lively discussion about today's major events. After hearing the great significance and benefits of Wazong's operation from the mouth of Lieutenant General Changhe from the base, all the branch base generals present were excited. The faces of young and old are extremely excited. Even many admirals took the initiative to ask for orders, wanting to go to the battlefield in the Northwest Sea area to participate in the battle. The mood of the people in the field gradually rose. At this time, abnormal changes occur suddenly. The harsh alarm sounded suddenly. It spread across the entire 6 branch bases in an instant. What happened? This is what happened to the base level alarm. Is it someone invaded? No, even if there is an intruder, I'm afraid it doesn't need to be the case. The base generals in the conference room couldn't help shouting in shock. Don't panic, calm down all. The candidate General Guillaume's majestic and tender voice rang out. Not long after, a rush of footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door of the meeting room. A base correspondent seaman hurriedly arrived. What the hell is going on with this alert? A rear admiral asked anxiously. Yes, report that Lieutenant General Crane, Mr. Major General, is a Sea King, and right now, a super large Sea King is approaching us. Correspondent Marines resisted the panic and shouted and reported. What did you say, Neptune class, advertisement? All the admirals in the field were dumbfounded when they learned the reason for the highest level alarm. I thought that there was an intruder or a pirate from somewhere took the initiative to send it to the door. In the end, you told me that it was just a Neptune-type communication soldier. What exactly is going on? How come the Neptune-type came towards our base? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ultra-large Sea Kings generally live and do not easily come to the surface of the sea. How big are you talking about? The admirals kept asking. The report chiefs, the specific reason is still there. Under investigation, it's just that the Sea King's head is the size of a mountain just because it is exposed on the sea. According to estimates, its body hidden under the sea is at least several thousand meters. Grade, it is indeed a super large Sea King class. The correspondent seaman replied loudly. Wow, hearing the exaggerated level of several kilometers, the huge conference room was instantly occupied by a shocking uproar. Under normal circumstances, a Sea King class of hundreds of meters is scary enough to easily swallow a warship. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than it is hard to imagine how terrifying a deep-sea behemoth with a body size of several thousand meters is. If they really attacked their base, the consequences would be absolutely disastrous. A random collision can destroy their iron defensive wall. If you bite it down, I'm afraid that the smaller half of the base will become a Sea King's belly huxia food. In the worst case, the entire 6 branch bases will sink and become history. Thinking of these terrible consequences, the generals and schools in the field turned pale, and anxiety and fear occupied their whole bodies. The only two in the field too still remained calm. Naturally only the Crane who was the Lieutenant General and the alternate General Teotu Guion. Sister Crane, it's impossible for a super large Sea King to come to our side for no reason, can it be said? Guion thought about the scene when Luo Lin brought Soro back a week ago, her eyes widened and her mouth opened into a backquote shape. What? Ahe folded his hands, pressed his smooth chin, and his silver teeth bite unconsciously. That fool, Ahe whispered. Advertisement there are 3 points of dissatisfaction between the words, and the remaining 7 points are joy. Approaching. Tina, who was also in a panic, heard the conversation between Guion and Suru, and she couldn't help being stunned. Next second, Tina also reacted. So the panic on Chao's face was no longer, and the wide-open eyes were full of helplessness. Lieutenant General Crane, officers, another anxious cry came from the corridor outside the meeting room. It's just that compared to the previous person, the panic in this shout is no longer, and some are just joy and excitement. Soldier, what's the matter with you? A colonel grabbed an excited communication marine soldier and asked dissatisfiedly. At this critical moment of life and death, it is really unreasonable to be laughing and joking. Could it be that the Sea Kings outside can't be left? A female lieutenant colonel surprisingly guessed. No, right, sir, the Sea Kings are still outside. The running out of breath communication marines waved their hands again and again. Then what are you doing so happy? The colonel clutching his neckline gave a sharp stare. It's a hero. The hero of our navy Mr. Luo Lin is here. The communication marines took a deep breath, exhausted all their strength and shouted, and informed everyone in the field of this exciting news. What did you say? The huge conference room was once again filled with an uproar called shock, occupying. Chapter 601. Shocked. Great musician Luo Lin. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. It's a hero. The hero of our navy Mr. Luo Lin is here. When the excitement of the second communication marine fell, the huge base meeting room was dead again. Next moment, an uproar named shock filled the audience once again. It's just a shock compared to the previous one with horror. This time it was extremely joy and excitement. Great. This is really great. Mr. Luo Lin is so timely. There is a hero, Mr. Luo Lin, no matter. Is it a Sea King or a big pirate, none of them are afraid. All the naval commanders of the base were excited and shouted excitedly. No. The thin communications marine who seemed to be carried once again waved his hands again and again. What's the matter? Everyone couldn't help but wonder. That Sea King. The super large Sea King is the mount of the hero Luo Lin. The alarm has been lifted. With a shock on his face, the communication seaman informed everyone of this shocking truth. As predicted, after hearing this incredible truth, all the branch generals present were shocked again. Kai, a few wisps of electric weed suddenly flashed in the quiet meeting room where the needle drop was audible. Everyone turned their heads in a daze, and their eyes fell on the phone worm that did not know when it appeared on the conference table. Sister this is. A female major general who had followed Ahe for decades pointed to the phone worm on the table in a puzzled way. Advertisement don't wait, she finished. The voice from the phone worm gradually became clearer. It was the sound of guitar playing and the sound of drums, which played a deep and beautiful prelude. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After the prelude, it is naturally the main song. A honest baritone full of vicissitudes came from the phone worm. At the same time, there was also a feeling of sentiment, a sadness. For you, I spent half a year of savings traveling across the ocean to see you. For this meeting, I even practiced my words repeatedly when I met my breath. I have never been able to express my affection. 1 in 10 million is because of your promise. In the most desperate times, I endure not crying. In the strange city and the familiar corner, I once comforted each other and hugged each other and sighed. What kind of ending will I face? Looking at you in the wind and sand in the sky, I'm so sad that I can't help myself. I hope I can send you 1,000 miles until the mountains and rivers are in poverty. I will depend on you for a lifetime. The huge base meeting room was silent for a long time. The admirals of the branches covered their mouths tacitly and kept absolutely quiet and silent. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Quietly listen to the moving tune that is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Music knows no borders. Good music is often the most impressive. As it is now. With Luo Lin's song, Across the Ocean to See You, sounded, the entire 6 branch bases were intoxicated. Even if it is a big boss who doesn't know a few big characters, he is touched by the emotions contained in the music at this moment. Not to mention the sentimental girls and seamen. Under the blessing of Luo Lin's hero worship halo, this song of moving music is added. The female soldiers all over the base couldn't help crying, and tears burst from their eyes unconsciously. Especially those who have been emotionally traumatized, even more sobbing at this moment. Sister Crane. In the conference room of the base, all the female soldiers had red eyes, and their envied eyes fell on the first Lieutenant General He. Although they don't know what's going on, they know that this song by the hero Luo Lin is sung for their eldest sister's head Lieutenant General He. What a happy thing this is. This enthusiasm can only be responded to with more ardent enthusiasm. Advertisement feeling the collective gaze of his subordinates, Ahi's low face flew onto a few shameful red clouds. However, the corners of the mouth unconsciously set off an arc of joy and joy. This fool, do this again. Ahe whispered softly. Sister Crane, go quickly, don't let Dad wait too long. Guillaume's pretty face has a bright smile, tears looming in the corners of her eyes, indicating that her heart is also touching. Okay. Ahe nodded lightly. It's true that that idiot can't be allowed to go on routing anymore. My Majesty as a base commander will be wiped out by him. Ahe said duplicity. Next second, everyone in the room only felt their eyes sway. The Lieutenant General Crane who was in front of them has disappeared. Obviously, he was rushing to the main gate of the base at the fastest speed. In the field, the branch generals were taken aback for a moment, and then there was a lot of excited laughter. Sister, he is true, but the body is very honest. An old senior female soldier smiled and teased. At this speed, love is the greatest power. Hurry up, let's keep up, how can we miss such an exciting picture? Go, 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 everyone yelled loudly and rushed out of the meeting room, stepping on the moon step towards the front door for the first time. Chapter 602. Kiss 1. Ahe is angry.jpg open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Moonhua as like flowing water, shining on the sea, sparkling. The 6 branches of the Great Airway Navy seemed to be holding a grand concert. At home, Luo Lin and his accompaniment Yamato stood on the head of a huge snake-shaped sea king like a mountain. The melodious singing, with the mysterious power that touches people's hearts, echoes in the sky on the sea and continues for a long time. Under the influence of the singing, the Marines gathered at the main entrance of the base were intoxicated and unconsciously followed to the beat. Even the waves on the sea are getting higher and higher, seeming to be drinking Luo Lin's song. Watching you go away in the wind and sand in the sky, I'm so sad that I can't help myself. I hope I can send you thousands of miles until the mountains and rivers are exhausted, and I will depend on you for a lifetime. With the long sound of the last word falling, there was a long silence between heaven and earth. The front gate of the base where thousands of Marines gathered was silent. Only the waves are still surging happily and leaping. On top of Black Sea Snake's head, Luo Lin pestered the guitar in his hands with both hands, staring at the dark night sky, with a brilliant arc at the corner of his mouth. A few meters behind him, Yamato exhaled slightly and raised his chin slightly. Under the Prajna mask, bright eyes fell on Luo Lin in front, and the beautiful eyes couldn't help but shine. Mr. Luo Lin, he is really an incredible person. Not only is he powerful, but he has such an accomplishment in rhythm. I really want to be able to be contemporary, but now that silent following is enough. Yamato thought silently in his heart. Luo Lin didn't pay attention to the inner thoughts of the little girl, Yamato. A sharp breaking wind suddenly sounded in the quiet night sky. From far to near, the speed is surprisingly fast. It took only a few seconds before and after. A slender shadow gradually became clear and enlarged in people's eyes. That's Lieutenant General Crane. Crane is in the future. Sure enough, the commander-in-chief of our base is here to respond to Mr. Luo Lin. Shish, shut up all first, don't disturb them. The noise of the Marines at the main entrance of the base soon fell down again and quieted again. Thousands of eyes are just quietly looking at the 2 people above the head. Much attention. Advertisement in the sky. Ahe stepped on the moon step and fell forward. Stupid. A Hijao groaned. Lifting the pink fist is about to beat Luo Lin Shang's mouth. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ha ha ha. Luo Lin smiled nonchalantly. Take the opportunity to catch Ahe's little hand. Oh. Watching this scene, a sudden shout of surprise erupted from the crowd at the front entrance. And Enta, add bookmarks for easy reading, BSP. Kiss each other. Immediately after Ahe, the senior female soldiers who watched the excitement were not too big to make a scream. There are these. The old man takes the lead. The scene suddenly became uncontrollable. Thousands of Marines at the main entrance of the base roared and cheered, and the scene was enthusiastic. Together with Yamato, who was on top of the sea snake's head, they were all excited and muttered in a low voice. He, Dad, Sister kindness is hard to come by, so just let the one that makes it difficult. A moment. In midair, Gion blinked playfully. Ahe, how about? Luo Lin, with a thick skin, looked at the crane in front of him and nodded seriously. Bah, you think so beautifully, I'll go back first. Ahe's gaze fell on Yamato, who was behind Luo Lin, and his soft expression suddenly became tough again. The delicate hand turned slightly, breaking free from Luo Lin's big hand, and then stepping back on the moon step without hesitation. This sudden situation made all the Marines at the front gate of the base dumbfounded. Sister Crane, could it be shy, advertisement? It must be so right, ha ha ha, I didn't expect Sister He to have such a time. The female soldiers who had followed Ahe for decades laughed roughly. Dad, don't you hurry up to keep up. Gion squeezed a fist, cheering for Luo Lin. Ha ha, Luo Lin raised his big hand and touched Gion's head lightly. Then Yamato will ask Gion to make arrangements. Roland rode. Daddy, go ahead. Gion nodded repeatedly. After seeing Luo Lin and Crane disappear into the night sky, Gion turned his attention to Yamato, who was on the side. So Chao Lian's expression couldn't help but be a little weird. Daddy is a real person, no wonder Sister He went away angrily. Gion stared at her beautiful eyes, her cheeks bulged slightly, and she was cute. The other side. In the dark night sky, two figures flicked one behind the other. Ling's air made bursts of noise, in about a few minutes. Two figures descended one after another in a quiet single-family courtyard in the center of the base island. Without the attention of the subordinates, the rosy color on Ahi's face faded a lot. The boss with a pair of beautiful eyes, his pretty cheeks bulged slightly. This angry little expression looks so cute. Chapter 603? Ahe jealous? Request full customization? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The night is deep. The bright moonlight is like running water, shining on the earth. At the same time, it also shines on Luo Lin and he in the quiet courtyard. In December, the weather is slightly cooler. There is no noisy insects in the flowers and grass. The atmosphere is slightly cold. The big eyes and small eyes in the courtyard continued for a while. At a certain moment, Luo Lin's figure suddenly disappeared. Reappearing is already in front of Ahe. Lifting his right hand, he gently squeezed Ahe's bulging face. Ahe, when will you have such a cute expression? It's really not like you. Luo Lin smiled. Go, stay away from me. Listening to Luo Lin's straight-up question, Ahe suddenly became less angry. Impatiently slapped Luo Lin's big hand, and even a pair of willow eyebrows stood up. Ha 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 ha, this is the Ahe I am familiar with. Luo Lin laughed happily. You fool, I am. Ahe was also agitated, rolled his eyes, and had nothing to say. Obviously the previous love song was so moving, but the result was revealed again. It's exactly. A straight steel man, alright, Ahe, don't be angry, it's getting late, let's go to bed together. Luo Lin took the opportunity to hug Ahe's shoulders. Who wants to be with you? Ahe patted Kailuolin's big hand again. It's useless to look at me with this kind of eyes. Before that, I still have some questions I want to ask you. Ahe Yinfang bites lightly. Ask it. Luo Lin waved his hand. Advertisement, what the hell did you ride on such a big sea king today, for fear that others will not know? Ahe said in a bad mood. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, but I want to come to you. I can't be sneaky like last time, I don't want to give you a face. Luo Lin laughed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ahe turned over again helplessly. Backquote. Then the second question, who is the face of the young girl who came with you this time? Where did you provoke it and brought it to me? Ahe curled his lips, his voice gradually lowered. Sniffing, Luo Lin's nose moved exaggeratedly. What are you doing? Ahe asked puzzledly. How can I smell such a big vinegar smell? Luo Lin said seriously. Screw you. A crane lifted up. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Xiao Fengkan punched Luo Lin Shang's mouth. Who would be jealous, anyway? You already have so many on your side, one more is not more, one less is not a lot. Ah ha ha, Luo Lin smiled awkwardly. Ahe, I'm not hiding it from you, in fact, the one who came with me today is Guangyue mission. Luo Lin said seriously. What? Hearing that, Ahijiao's face suddenly showed an absurd look. Guangyue mission. For Ahe, who has experienced Roger's time, the name Guangyue mission is naturally familiar to her. Luo Lin, even if you want to deceive people, you still have to find a reasonable reason. When Guangyue mission is a woman, even if she is wearing a man's clothes, my eyes will never be wrong. Crane firmly said. No, it's actually like this. Immediately, Luo Lin told Ahe the story between Yamato and Guangyue mission. That's it. Advertisement. He nodded in acceptance. Even though that little girl is a daughter, she has a heart of a boy, so don't worry about what she thinks of me. Maybe when we meet next time, she will be a man. Luo Lin smiled. I'm worried, isn't you thinking about her? He glanced at Luo Lin sideways. Forget it, then this little girl who inherited the hero Mitsuzuki Mita's will is not an ordinary person. Is he the youngest daughter of Mita who had been on Roger's ship before? Ahe asked. No, she is the daughter of Kaido Imp. Luo Lin answered casually. Crane. Kaido's daughter, what's wrong? Luo Lin smiled slightly. No. Nothing. Ahe took a deep breath and calmed down the shock in his heart. And decided not to entangle with Luo Lin on this topic anymore. Last question. Ask, the song you just sang is from your hometown. Hey, it can't be written by myself. Oh, Ahe immediately handed Luo Lin an expression of he understand it myself. Ahem, okay, it's from my hometown, but I sang my true feelings. It's a good time to travel across the ocean to see you. Luo Lin said smugly. Then the first sentence of the lyrics, you spent half a year of savings on me, so what about Nami and others? Ahe spoke suddenly. Okay, Luo Lin was taken aback. Chapter 604. Danger. Escape, G6 Base Island. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, yeah. Luo Lin couldn't help being stunned as Ahe asked abruptly. Next moment, the sound of a train whistle whizzed past his ears in the dark. The expression on Luo Lin's face gradually became weird. Perceiving Luo Lin's weird gaze, Ahe couldn't help but blush. However, he still stubbornly did not look away. You haven't answered yet. Ahe urged. Of course not. Even if the two little girls, Nami and Robin, add up, they are definitely not as many as you. Luo Lin answered seriously. Robin girl, sorry, I accidentally missed my mouth. Luo Lin smiled apologetically. Ahe. Of course she knew that Luo Lin didn't really say anything, but just confessed to her. Ahe has always been a person who likes to share. In the Navy, it has always been fair and equitable, and it has never monopolized war exploits. If you have any good things, I am also happy to share it with my comrades and friends. But there is only one thing, she doesn't want to share it with others in her heart. Span 36 years of loneliness. Seeing his beloved one more time, Ahe wanted to change. Many changes have indeed been made. When seeing those, the little girls around Luo Lin in Weisung City, Ahe reluctantly didn't care about it. Even trying to accept those, sisters. She thought she could do it. However, after seeing the changes in Nami's body, Ahe realized that she was far from being generous enough to share Luo Lin with others. That's why she returned to base 6 without saying a word, wanting to be calm by herself. After a moment of silence, Ahe exhaled a long breath, raised his head again, and looked at the beloved person close at hand. The cold little hand lifted up and landed on Luo Lin's face, touching it lightly. Sure enough, I still can't do it now, but I don't want to give up you as a fool, so. Ahe whispered. Roland was silent. Advertisement. So I can only get ahead of those little girls. The corner of Ahe's mouth. Suddenly a subtle arc rises. Luo Lin, since you are here this time, don't leave in a hurry. Before you go, save all your 36 years of savings. Ahe stretched out his slender hands and said with a smile on his face. No need. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Luo Lin smelled a hint of anger. Hey, are you scared? Ahe asked back. How come? That's just right, I've seen your death diary before, and you have tried thousands of different methods of death, it seems that you haven't tried this kind of death. Ahe smiled mysteriously. Which? Luo Lin raised his eyebrows slightly. You, too. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Don't you know how to read your mind? Listen to it yourself. Ahe explained in his heart. Luo Lin's eyelids began to beat wildly when he heard Ahe's heart. That's it for the little girls. Now that even a he Luzi, who has always been stable, is so wild, or is this the nature of a he that has been suppressed for many years? Luo Lin wants to be quiet and think about it. However, it is too late to leave now. The morning after 3 days. The crystal clear dew slid along the green leaves, splashing on the ground, making a light ding. The Prajna masked girl Yamato, who was meditating to do morning class, suddenly opened her eyes. Mr. Luo Lin, you are back. 3 days later, I saw Luo Lin appear for the first time. The pretty face under Yamato's mask suddenly flew into a few ray of joy. However, after a while, the joy turned into confusion and shock. Because the current Luo Lin, compared to the usual personability in the past, is indeed a little less meaningful. Especially those deep eyes that are bright no matter what, but at this moment, they are rare and dimmed a bit. Mr. Luo Lin, what's the matter with you? Have you been fighting in the past 3 days? Little girl Yamato widened her innocent eyes and greeted her anxiously. Advertisement. Luo Lin. Hey, is Dad back? Gion's joyous voice came from inside the house. Not long. Gion, who was wearing an apron, walked out with a can of breakfast porridge. Dad, you just came here, come and taste my craft. Gion greeted happily. Luo Lin didn't be polite with her, strode forward, and took over the boiling pot of porridge. Gudong is just a gobbled down without image. In this scene, Gion and the 2 little girls were dumbfounded. Mr. Luo Lin, slow down. Yamato reminded. Exactly. Gion also recovered. Daddy, slow down, it's very hot. Gion worried. But it was too late. The hot pot of hot porridge has already lost Luo Lin's belly. 4. Luo Lin, who is full of heat resistance properties. This bit of temperature is self-explanatory. Mr. Luo Lin, what's the matter with you? Where have you been in these 3 days? Yamato couldn't help asking again. It's too late to explain, grab me. Luo Lin reached out to Yamato with his right hand. Yamato cleverly grasped it subconsciously. By the way, Gion, I'm sorry I finished your porridge, but it's really delicious. Luo Lin, who regained some energy, praised. No, compared to Sister Yi's craftsmanship, I still. Gion just wanted to be humble. However, before she finished speaking, Luo Lin in front of him had disappeared. What the hell happened to Dad today is really inexplicable. Gion was puzzled. Chapter 605. Luo Lin's strongest battle in his life. Please order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, the city of food, Fuji. This is a famous tourist and gourmet city on the Great Sea Route. There are many restaurants, large and small, everywhere in the city. Restaurant. At dusk, the setting sun goes down. It is when the tourists have finished their day of travel foraging. It is also a restaurant now. The golden age of meal attracting customers. The major food stalls on both sides of the street are all set up. People come and go in front of the large hotel, so it is not lively. However, there are exceptions. That restaurant ranks among the top 10 restaurants in Fuji, the city of food. But the door is closed at this moment. There is no intention to open in this golden age. This is naturally very abnormal. In fact, people who have been here know. This large restaurant, as early as the morning, it was announced that it was closed for unknown reasons. The competitors not far away secretly laughed. On the contrary, a restaurant with closed doors. The boss is now looking at the pile of gold in front of him with joy. Really count the money and get cramps. This is a super big business that is difficult to encounter once in a lifetime. Boss, it's not good, our food storage room has basically bottomed out, and all kinds of ingredients are in short supply. A restaurant. The employee reported anxiously. Then go shopping soon. Restaurant. The boss growled irritably. Boss, it's okay. The chefs in the kitchen are all so tired that they cramped and fell to the ground. Another restaurant. The employees rushed in. What did you say? Restaurant. The boss was suddenly shocked. In that case, I have to do it myself. After a moment of astonishment, the restaurant. Advertisement. The boss rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight himself. After all, can the scale of his restaurant rise to the next level, among the top 3 ranks of Fuji, but all of them have to count on the 2 mysterious big stomach kings in the box. It is absolutely necessary to keep those 2 customers with deliciousness. Restaurant. The little old boss nodded firmly. Boss, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Restaurant. In the corridor on the 2nd floor, Yamato, a girl wearing a prajna mask, leaned on the railing and looked at the crowded people below. Yes, do you have any more orders for the guest? Restaurant. The little boss rubbed his hands, and his face was flattering. The main food is almost here, let's continue serving, and then just have some light snacks and fruits. Yamato speaks. Yes, I will be there soon, please take a moment, please. Restaurant. The little boss smiled. Okay, big, 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. He nodded and turned back to the box. Until he watched Yamato go back to the box, the restaurant in the lobby. The employees have just breathed out. One by one fell to the ground. Huh, it's finally over. It's an exaggeration, hey. From morning to night, I ate for a whole day, this is the real big stomach king. Restaurant. The employees were deeply moved. Speaking of which, who are they? When you went up to deliver the food, did you see it? Someone asked. No, I didn't see it clearly either. The person wearing the evil ghost mask has too strong aura, I dare not look up. The same is true for me. As soon as I walked into the box, I felt a stone pressed in my heart, and I hurriedly put it down and ran away. Many restaurants. The employees shook their heads one after another. Advertisement. Listen to the description of the staff, the restaurant. The little boss's heart suddenly itchy like a cat scratching. The emotion named curiosity quickly encroached on his whole body. Hey, over there, give me the fruit plate snack, and I will deliver it to the guests myself. Driven by the curiosity of wanting to see the identity of the big stomach king, at the same time I want to keep such a big gold master, a restaurant. The little boss took the fruit plate and went upstairs in person. The other side. Restaurant. The 2nd floor box. Yamato looked at the messy scenes all over the room, and couldn't help being surprised. Mr. Luo Lin, what a fierce battle you have experienced in the past 3 days. Yamato couldn't help sighing. Ah, it is indeed the most battle I have ever experienced in my life. Luo Lin nodded with deep eyes. Even if he is immortal, his body will become weak when he is severely injured, loses too much blood, or is otherwise depleted. At this time, you need to rely on food to make up for the lost vitality of the body. After a day of non-stop food intake, Luo Lin finally recovered. At the same time, thanks to this time, he also got a bonus once again. If you do it again, the situation will be reversed. Mr. Luo Lin, who on earth are you fighting with? Are the 2 people who last attacked Weisung Fortress appearing again? The innocent girl and the little girl asked seriously. Luo Lin. At this time, Dang knocked on the door, come in. Yamato responded. Guests, your fruit plates and snacks are here. A restaurant full of smiles. The little boss came in. Next second, after seeing the people behind the stacked plates, the restaurant. The smile on the little boss's face solidified, turning to the extreme shock and incredible color. Ying ying ying. Hero Luo Lin. Chapter 606. After 36 years, come back to the Holy Land. Please order. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. The night is deep. The cold moonlight illuminates the blood-red earth. This is the Red Earth continent. A supercontinent that traverses the sea and divides the entire world into two, completely isolated. Compared to the various exotic islands on the Great Route. This piece of land is so large that even the Red Earth continent, which is not enough to compare with all the islands in the world, is the biggest wonder of the pirate world. On this vast Red Earth continent, nature also has its unique human landscape. Over time, one after another emerging trading cities have been established and grown. However, no matter how prosperous other cities are, the center of this Red Earth continent, and even the center of the entire world, is only there. Beyond the world, the super city called the Holy Land, by the world Mary Joa. At this moment, a highland about 5 miles away from the holy place of Mary Joa. The space is slightly rippling and distorted. Two tall figures of a man and a woman walked out of the space. There is the legendary sacred place, Mary Joa, the headquarters of the world government. Looking at the brightly lit luxury city in the distance, Yamato wearing a Prajna mask whispered subconsciously. Her Bible, Guangyu Midian's logbook, records all the peculiar islands he traveled through the world. However, even if it has conquered the entire Great Sea Route, the Roger pirates, which have footprints almost all over the world, have never set foot. For example, Advanced City, the Navy headquarters also has this biggest taboo, the holy place Maria. Mr. Luo Lin, why is the red earth surrounding Mary Joa much darker than the outer ones? Yamato sensed this difference and couldn't help but ask curiously. Perhaps because this is a sinful city poured out with the blood of countless civilians. Luo Lin opened his mouth quietly, his eyes deep. There was an inexplicable and dangerous fluctuation in the whole body. Perceiving the change in Luo Lin's aura, the pretty face under the mask of Yamato Prajna couldn't help but appear surprised. An hour ago, on the roof of the sea train, I learned that the place where Luo Lin was going on this trip was the holy place of Maria. Advertisement. Yamato is already shocked to the point where it can't be added. While shocking, Yamato was also keenly aware of Luo Lin's strange emotional changes when he was talking about Mary Joa. As it is now, sure enough, Mr. Luo Lin is going to be big again today. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yamato let out a long breath, subconsciously thinking. The splendor in Luo Lin's gaze became more and more continuous. 10 days ago in Weisung Courtyard, I saw the gentle Luo Lin outside of the frenzied fighting. Arrived at one of the 6 branch bases 3 days ago. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Immediately, she saw Luo Lin's passionate side again. For the sake of his beloved, he even wrote and directed a moving song. In the evening not long ago, she witnessed Luo Lin's affinity for civilians. How can such a character not be loved by people? The name of a hero is well deserved. Then it is now. When Luo Lin took her to the Holy Land Mary Joa, she once again saw the crazy side of Luo Lin fighting with the 4 emperors. This time, Luo Lin aimed at Mary Joa, the holy place where the dragons live. Such a crazy thing is unprecedented and unique. Do not. Yamato seemed to have thought of something. The sight of Luo Lin became more and more peculiar. What's the matter, big and little girl? Luo Lin asked with a smile. Mr. Luo Lin, I suddenly remembered that Mr. Mita had mentioned one incident more than once in his logbook. 36 years ago, there was an unknown big incident in this holy place, Mary Joa. Having said that, Yamato paused, staring at Luo Lin without blinking. Hey, that kid Midian writes everything in his diary. Luo Lin raised his eyebrows slightly. Advertisement. Then what is written in the log is true. The Marioa incident 36 years ago was really caused by you, Mr. Luo Lin. Yamato took a deep breath, and under pressure, he was shocked to learn the truth of the event. It's not a big deal, it's not worth mentioning. Luo Lin waved his hand. Yamato, God is not worth mentioning. This is a world-class event. Mr. Luo Lin, does your sudden disappearance 36 years ago have something to do with that big incident? Yamato asked. Well, I accidentally missed it. Luo Lin said casually. It's really terrifying that even a person like Mr. Luo Lin has missed the world government. Okay, are there many powerful players in Marigio? Okay, is there really a mysterious ruler on top of the 5 old stars of the world's highest power? It's okay. Is that person strong? Okay. Yamato, speaking of which, Mr. Luo Lin, are you really going to make another trip to the Holy Land today? Yamato's beautiful eyes widened, and finally asked. Hehe, why not? Luo Lin grinned. Chapter 607. Be careful with Yamato. Kill a dragon to sacrifice to the sky. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi 36 years ago. Luo Lin killed the Holy Land with a single knife. Hit the deepest part of Mary Joa, walked to the final Big Im, and finally lost. Now, 36 years later, Luo Lin has re-entered the Holy Land Mary Joa. Compared to the impulse last time, Luo Lin didn't have the idea of fighting with Yimu to die and fight to the death. Compared to the previous year, he now has enough time to play with it slowly. More importantly, he is no longer alone. Behind him is Wei Sung, those old brothers who have been missing for a long time, and the group of cute little girls who gave him peace. This is Luo Lin's concern, and it is also the motivation that makes him stronger. Not for himself, for those who follow him, Luo Lin must also be more profound. After all, he can have another 36 years, but others may not be able to survive another cycle. Mr. Luo Lin, what do you plan to do this time? Is the same as last time, do you just go in? The little girl, who became a curious baby, asked again. There was a panic in the wide-open eyes under the Prajna mask, and at the same time there was a little excitement. After all, it was the first time she experienced such an exciting thing. Do not. Maybe only this time in this life. Little girl, you are sure you want to go in and really fight? I can't take care of you. Luo Lin smiled and spoke. Mr. Luo Lin, don't look at me like this, I am very strong. Yamato patted the full-bodied bear, not without complacency. In the end, when he met Luo Lin's smiling eyes, Yamato couldn't help but smile awkwardly. She grew up in the base camp of the Four Emperor pirate group in Wano country, and she knows the horror of the Four Emperors. However, even the Four Emperors are completely incomparable in the face of the behemoth of the world government. As the center of the world, Mary Joa, the sacred place of the headquarters of the world government, must be the scariest place in the world. 10 times more terrifying than the Four Emperors' base camp, 100 times the Dragon Lake and Tiger Den. Although her small body is quite resistant to beating, but if she really enters, she can only send food, there is no return. Or, forget it, advertisement. Yamato grabbed the back of his head and spoke weakly. Ha ha. Luo Lin raised his big hand and gently stroked Yamato's hair. Don't be so nervous, as long as you don't go in the innermost part, I want to take you away outside, no one can stop it. Luo Lin grinned, his words were charming. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Looking at the unparalleled heroic posture of the man in front of him, Yamato's heart that had always been big jumped suddenly for no reason. There seems to be something long lost in my heart. Let's go. Luo Lin stretched out his right hand. Okay. Big and well-behaved answered, and the cold little hand fell on Luo Lin's palm. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The power of the space diffused away, and the bodies of the two people disappeared in an instant. A moment's effort. Luo Lin took Yamato over the 10 guards of the main gate of the Holy Land and quietly walked into the city. In front of me is a neat stone avenue. A variety of valuable flowers and trees are planted on both sides of the road, all of which are neatly trimmed and meticulous. Regardless of other things, this city is indeed the best in the world. It's just that behind this prosperous light, what is hidden is the deepest darkness. This is the inside of the Holy Land, it really came in. Yamato murmured in shock. Unconsciously, he took a step and landed on the stone avenue. However, after an instant, Yamato immediately retracted his feet. Mr. Luo Lin, the downside of this road, the downside is not right. Yamato seemed to perceive something, and the little face under the mask showed a little panic. What? Luo Lin nodded. Luo Lin knew the truth about this convenient road to automation. Advertisement. The convenience enjoyed by the world's noble Tianlong people are all based on the blood and sweat of the common people. Behind this seemingly high-tech automatic road is countless toiling civilians who use their lives to push forward. 36 years ago, when Luo Lin passed by, he destroyed it once. This time it will be no exception. The light flashed slightly. Rows of white light crisscrossing vertically and horizontally passed by this road made of countless blood and bones. Go straight to the end of the road. In a moment, the time converged again. On the surface, this path has not changed in the slightest. However, the major connection points of its internal institutions have long been affected by Luo Lin's power and shattered. After all, there are still a large number of toiling civilian slaves under this. If it is completely crushed, it will inevitably bury all the people below. After all, it's just a temporary solution, not a permanent cure. Luo Lin laughed at himself. Regardless of how many times he destroyed this road, the world government would once again squeeze slaves and civilians to repair it and restore it to its original state. If you want to completely eradicate this situation, you can only start from the root cause. Thinking of this, the cold light in Luo Lin's eyes gradually became bitter. At this time, a team of one messy footsteps suddenly came from behind Luo Lin and the two. The mortal ants in front, don't hurry to give way to this saint, otherwise, don't care which guardian you are, all of them will become slaves to this saint. Rosbard, the sky dragon, yelled out loudly. Ha ha. Luo Lin laughed, killing intent permeated. Now that you meet by chance, let's just slaughter a Tianlongren to sacrifice to the sky. Philo reminds you 3 things about reading chapter 608. Ultimate fear. Scared the incontinent Tianlong people. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The two people in front, who are you? Who belong to which department? What the hell are you doing here at this time? Lord Roswald arrived, don't hurry away. No matter what, if you don't want to die, hurry up on your knees and beg for mercy. Following the Dragonite Roswad, the dogleg guards who accompanied the Dragonite to protect them also shouted loudly. The words are all revealing a lofty posture. Luo Lin was completely unmoved by the arrogance of the Dragonite and his doglegs. He had already sensed the arrival of Rosvard and his entourage from his experience. It's still here now, and it's just waiting for their arrival. Moon Black Wind High Murder Night. With such a beautiful day's beauty, it would be great to kill a Tianlongren to sacrifice to the sky. At the same time, Luo Lin also has some origins with this arrogant sky dragon who appeared in the original plot. 36 years ago, in the Mary Joa incident, Luo Lin, who had entered the Holy Land, almost wiped out the many crimes and the most modeled Draco family. Among them is the Draco family where Rosvard belongs. At that time, Roswald, who was young and strong, happened to be out and escaped. 36 years later, Roland indirectly blasted his son Charles Rose on the Chambord Islands. Now I happen to meet him here again. Therefore, things like fate are really wonderful. Just as Luo Lin was thinking about this, some of them didn't. On the other side, Rosvard, who was completely ignored, was angry. As at least the supreme noble in the world, the descendant of the gods, Tianlong people. They were born with all the privileges of the world. Ordinary civilians can only bow down and salute when they see them. But now, there are people who dare to ignore his words and turn a blind eye to his majesty. This is simply unforgivable in Roswald's view. Advertisement. Unforgivable, really unforgivable. Soldiers, quickly take down those two guys who despise God. I want them to become my slaves. Life is better than death, and they regret being born in this world. The old face inside the Rosvard bubble hood jumped wildly, his right foot trampled on the tall slave under his feet, and yelled in rage. Yes, Saint Roswad, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. All the Tianlong people's dog legs all shouted. Then his gaze fell on Luo Lin, two people not far in front, their faces gradually filthy. You dare to ignore Lord Roswald, you are already dead. No matter who is here today, it won't be you. When you become a slave, you will know how stupid the previous disrespect was. Honestly, just grab it. And NB. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. The Tianlong people's doglegs armed with various swords and weapons, step by step surrounded Luo Lin and approached them. Every face was filled with playful grinning smiles. What the hell is going on with those two mortal ants and they are still motionless, it is really irritating. Rosvard, the Dragonite, gritted his teeth. Master Roswald, please calm down your anger. The subordinates think that the two people may have been frightened by Master Roswald's majesty from the beginning. The reason why there is no movement is just because they are afraid that their bodies are completely stiff. Really deserves to be Lord Roswald. A servant of the Tianlong man in a tuxedo with a mustache spoke flatly. Listening to the servant's praise, Roswald was taken aback for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing happily. Kaba Baba, what is said is reasonable and what is said is reasonable, you are good, and the saint has many rewards. Roswald laughed. Thank you to your subordinates, Lord Rosvard, long live Lord Rosvard. The mustache servant, who was best at slacking his beard and slapped horses, immediately kneeled and bowed. Roswald was proud of such humble attitude. A pair of dim old eyes looked at the beautiful women who were chained and collared, and their old faces were full of greed. Advertisement. 2 months ago, his only son Charles Ross died on the Chambord Islands. He died in the hands of Luo Lin, the nightmare man who slaughtered his entire family. Knowing that the devil had returned alive, Rosvard kept himself in the mansion for 2 months and dared not go out. Until recently, the wind gradually passed. The devil that brought him countless fears never appeared. Only then did Roswald finally relax. The murder of his son Charos certainly made him angry. But in the face of that savage devil, he couldn't bring it to the door by himself. After all, his life is the most precious. If the son is gone, he will be gone. Anyway, you can regenerate. These women with different attitudes that he snatched from Champagne are the containers he used to cultivate new sons. Thinking of this, Roswald couldn't wait to wait. However, at this moment, the sudden change occurred. On the same day, the Dragonman Roswald looked forward to his subordinate's early passage and the time to go home and enjoy. Next second, the turbulent and terrifying impact air wave suddenly burst out and swept all over the place. One by one, the fully armed guards in armor fell like dumplings. At the same time, with the shining of the moonlight jumping out of the clouds, Rosvard, the sky dragon, finally saw the face of the person blocking the road not far in front. That was his ultimate fear. Chapter 609. The Thunderous Gossip of Yamato. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The night is deep. Dark clouds cover the moonlight. The evening breeze moved the trees. The trees were rustling and rustling. A team of one brightly armored, heavily armed world government guards armed with various swords, guns and weapons, looked forward to the two immovable figures. Mr. Luo Lin, can you give it to me here? Yamato calmly looked at Luo Lin and asked for instructions. The beautiful eyes under the Prajna mask are eager to try. At the moment following Luo Lin's invasion of the Holy Land of Mary Joa, Yamato had already anticipated the possibility of encountering the world's noble Tianlongren. There is a record of the evil deeds of the Tianlongren in the logbook of Guangyu Midian. 4. The Denonians who rely on privileges to do evil, wantonly oppress civilians, deprive them of liberty, and are even more pirates than pirates. Yamato hates them since he was a child. As soon as I saw it today, the so-called arrogance and domineering of the Tianlong people were more triumphant than Midian's description. The civilian girls who were deprived of their freedom by the Dragonite Roswad wailed silently, igniting the flames in Yamato's heart. Once, the hero Guangyu Midian sword slashed the Tianlongren and shocked one party. Now, as the successor of Maida, she has to follow the example. Seeing Yamato's hopeful gaze, the corner of Luo Lin's mouth was slightly curved. Then leave it to you, just let it go. Luo Lin grinned. Yes, with Luo Lin's permission, the pretty face under Yamato's mask instantly appeared joyful. The slender hand fell on the dark spiked stick pinned at the back of the waist. As the daughter of the four emperors and beasts Kaido, Yamato's weapons and moves are also in the same line. A-hole, who are you guys on Earth? What's the matter with your clothes, are you intruders? This is the Holy Land Mary Joa. Who can invade and who dare to invade? ... Until I came closer, I could vaguely see Luo Lin and Yamato's costumes through the faint moonlight. A group of fully armed Tianlong guards couldn't help being shocked and uproar. Advertisement. Forget it, don't talk nonsense with them, take them down now. When they become prisoners, they will naturally speak. 2 captain-level guards coldly ordered, shouting, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A group of guards no longer approached slowly, charged in a straight line, or jumped up. The various weapons in his hand shone cold, and fell towards Luo Lin and Yamato. At the same time, the big black spikes pinned behind Yamato's waist slowly pulled out. A trace of black air lingered up. A dull bang suddenly sounded in the atmosphere. Then it turned into a series of harsh air bursts. That is, 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. It was caused by the swing of a big club in Yamato's hand. Thunder, Ming, Ba, Gua, accompanied by Yamato's soft drink. The power of the pitch-black spikes between his hands exploded in an all-round way. The big move inherited from his father, by beast Kaido thunder and gossip burst at this moment, shaking the fields. Yamato's mace slammed above the atmosphere, arousing a glare of white shock. The powerful shock wave spread, causing the atmosphere to rippling circles. Under this terrifying shock wave, the bodies of the Sky Dragon guards who attacked from all directions were solidified. The swords and guns in their hands bend at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the fine iron armor on their bodies gradually sinks. Finally, the body under the armor is also slowly twisting. After a moment of silence, there was a violent roar. Only for a moment, dozens of Tianlong dog-legged guards screamed together, all of them like broken kites, flying upside down in all directions. One after another deep pits were smashed into the ground, dented. Advertisement. Blood overflowed from their mouths, staining the earth red. Sorry, Mr. Luo Lin, the movement is a little bit louder. Yamato spoke apologetically. It's okay, don't mind, this blow is beautiful. Luo Lin nodded his head in approval, and subconsciously dropped his right hand on Yamato's head and touched it lightly to show encouragement. Perceiving the warm big hands on his head, Yamato's body trembled. Immediately, the pretty face under the Prajna mask unconsciously lifted a bright smile. Thank you, Mr. Luo Lin. Yamato bowed and thanked me happily. The other side, watching the shock of the battlefield tens of meters away. Rosvard, who was still immersed in a beautiful fantasy, suddenly awakened completely. Looking at the mess on the ground, watching the guards who vomited blood and fell to the ground. Roswald, the Sky Dragon, couldn't help being frightened, and his old face couldn't help being pale. What exactly is going on? Roswad, the dragon man, screamed in surprise, kicked the mustache servant beside him and stumbled. The mustache servant just knelt on the ground tremblingly, panicking in his heart, no longer the proud posture when he slid his beard and slapped his horse. Damn it, you guys. Rosvard, the frightened Sky Dragon, suddenly raised his head, and he stopped abruptly when he said half of his arrogant rebuke. The bright moon on the day jumped out of the black cloud. The brilliance of the moon illuminates the earth. His dim old eyes finally saw the face of the person blocking the road ahead. Ah, there was a loud cry of extreme horror. The luxurious clothes of Roswad, the Dragonite, was soaked in an instant. Chapter 610, Alternate General T. Dolphin. You Nima is tall. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The moon jumped out of the obstacles of the dark clouds, and sprinkled the moonlight like flowing water, illuminating the world. At the same time, Luo Lin's kind smile is completely presented to the eyes of the Dragonite Rosvard. Then, Rosvard's unspoken rebuke stopped abruptly. The dim old eyes suddenly opened wide. There was a series of meaningless low noises from the wide-open mouth, like a duck stuck in its throat. The old face was even more shocked and unbelievable. It seems to have seen the most terrifying existence in the world. That's the truth. For Roswad, the Draco, that face, that person is synonymous with the devil. It was the deepest nightmare in his heart. In order to avoid the demon, he locked himself in the room for 2 months. It wasn't until recently that I couldn't stand it, so I went out for the first time. Who ever thought? He went out to plunder for the first time after 2 months, when he encountered the most terrifying monster in the world. What a misfortune is this? It seems like fate is playing tricks on him. After a moment of dead silence, The screams like slaying pigs finally burst from the mouth of Rosvard, the dragon. The emotion called ultimate fear occupied his whole body from the inside out in an instant. Under the control of fear, the muscles of his body, no, every cell in his body trembled involuntarily and out of control. Every tissue of the body is out of control. The heart seemed to explode. The moisture in the body penetrated through the pores and turned into cold sweat, soaking the luxurious clothes on his body. There was also a foul smell in it. That was caused by the fear of Roswald, who was so scared. Master Roswald. The other guards beside the archguard also screamed in horror unconsciously. Like Roswald, the Dragonite, through the bright moonlight, they finally saw the appearance of the person blocking the road ahead. Advertisement. That, people are. That man, he is. Hero Luo Lin. The hero Luo Lin is an intruder. Why does this man appear here? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The guards of the Tianlong doglegs were horrified. It's really noisy. Luo Lin fished his ears, casually. One step down. The raging domineering frenzy swept across the square in a fan. Suddenly, the world is quiet. At 2h at plus. Except 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. However, the other guards besides Roswad, the dragon man, all solidified at the same time, and then their eyes turned white. He fell to the ground in a coma in a row of clicks. It's really Mr. Luo Lin. Yamato exclaimed. Little girl Yamato, haven't you thought about the addiction of beating the Tianlongren, and what are you doing? Luo Lin smiled. What? Yamato tilted his head in confusion. Immediately, it also reacted immediately. Rosvard, who has not been unconscious under the impact of Luo Lin's ultimate overlord color, is not because he is strong enough. That, the heavenly dragon was specially reserved for her by Luo Lin. There is no delay. Yamato didn't say anything, but holding his spikes and sticks, he rushed towards Rosvard, the dragon. Then raising his hand as a single-handed thunderous 4 hexagram with one blow. Advertisement. Looking at the terrifying mace that was constantly zooming in his sight, Rosvard, the dragon, couldn't move his body. He couldn't even make a sound. At this time, suddenly there was a series of ear-piercing blasts in the sky. It was the sound of someone passing through the atmosphere at a very fast speed. Stop. A majestic drink ceased to explode. At the same time, a bright blue air blade suddenly lit up in the night. Very fast. In an instant, it was already on Yamato's mace. The piercing sound of piercing power rang out. The stalemate between Arashi's athlete's foot blade and Yamato's thunderosaphore hexagram lasted for a short while. This is something that Mr. Luo Lin left it specially for Lai Sha. You must respond. This Tianlongren, Sha is determined. Yamato screamed firmly. The slender arm exploded with a powerful force that was completely inconsistent with it. Overwhelming the powerful Lan athlete's foot blade in one fell swoop, completely defeated it. Bang! Yamato's mace stick came into close contact with the head of Roswad, the dragon. Roswad, the sky dragon, who was inferior to the 5 scums, revolved and ascended into the sky like a spinning top. The whole head was almost skewed, leaving only the last breath. Roswad Street. The face of the alternate general of the Navy headquarters, Cha Dolphin, changed drastically. Quickly stepped on the moon step to catch Roswald, who was miserable like mud. A pair of sharp eyes were the two intruders locked on the ground. One stick hits Yamato of the flying dragon man Roswad, and the young man on the other side, FKU, Yu Nima is tall. Chapter 611. Want to Mary Geoise's prerequisites, seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Yu Nima is the head. The roar like thunder exploded in this world. Ling's Yuzi was in an extremely shocked mood, the candidate General Cha Dolphin and Ji's mind became more and more shocked. The wretched face that was enough to compete with the General Huang Yuan showed a look of horror. I don't know when. The tall and stalwart figure that was originally on the ground has already come directly above him. One big foot fell straight down. There is no way to hide, no way to avoid. Even if it is the T-Dolphin whose strength is close to the general level, at this moment, in front of the big foot that descended from the sky, it can't help but give birth to despair. With the hero Luo Lin's energy locked in, there is no confidence in how many people in this world can get out of the T-Dolphin, who is now the candidate for the general. Avoidance is inevitable, and naturally you have to resist. Iron arms. The 6-type iron block and the full-body armed color are released together, and the T-Dolphin's body strength is strengthened to the extreme. This is the ultimate T-Dolphin can do at this moment. However, at this critical moment, the T-Dolphin has overlooked one thing. That is, he is not alone at the moment. In his hands, there was also Rosvard, the celestial dragon, who was left with only the last breath due to thunder and gossip. He can resist, but Rosvard, who is the 5th slag of the war, cannot. Luo Lin's kick that fell from the sky hasn't really fallen yet. It's just a little closer. The terrifying pressure that came with it had already made Rosvard's crooked head crack open. The red and white tissue fluids mixed and splashed out. When the T-Dolphin realized this, it was already too late. Only a soft bang was heard. It was as if a watermelon was knocked to pieces by a mallet and shattered to the ground. Advertisement. The twisted old face of Roswald, the dying heavenly dragon who was originally angered and dying, flashed with a moment of pain. It exploded immediately. Lieutenant General Luo Lin, The T-Dolphin's complexion suddenly changed, and the wretched smile on his face stopped. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Only extreme shock and disbelief emerged. After all, just now, a dragonite was killed under his eyelids. He was stomped by a foot. And it was the hero Luo Lin who did this kind of thing. The woman he was after, Dad, 5 appointments are equal to him. Come on, kid, think about yourself first. Reading the T-Dolphin's inner thoughts, Luo Lin, who knew that he was still alive, couldn't help but his face turned black. After changing the idea of preparing to teach casually, the strength on the feet increased a bit. Feeling the rising breath of Luo Lin's body, the T-Dolphin added all the thoughts in his mind. All the mixed thoughts were suddenly wiped out. Mobilize the power of the whole body and wait for it. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than. Boom. Luo Lin's big feet arrived as scheduled. Amid the violent roar, Cha Dolphin Jaji's body was like a cannonball, shooting towards the ground. Wherever he passed, the atmosphere exploded a cloud of smoke. The front and back is no more than a short period of time. Under Luo Lin's heavy blow, the T-Dolphin Jaji's body spanned a distance of 100 meters and smashed straight onto the ground of Mary Geoise. There was a dull bang, like the heartbeat of the earth. At this moment, the half-sacred place, Mary Joa, shakes. Boom rumble, thunderously resounded across the sky. Centered on the drop point of the T-Dolphin Plus. The shock wave of terror raged away. The earth collapsed layer by layer at this moment. The cobweb-like cracks are densely packed, spreading along the 4 directions. Wherever he went, it was like an earth dragon rolling, a mess. The trees on both sides of the road also rose from the ground at this time and danced in the air. After a while, advertisement. The terrifying impact that disturbed the heavens and the earth came to an end, gradually converged, and finally returned to calm. In a deep pit with a radius of 100 meters, Cha Dolphin sat up, clutching the footprints of the bear's mouth, and coughed hard. I opened my mouth and wanted to speak, but I couldn't say a word. Anyone who wants to marry my family Gion, if you win, let me talk about it. Luo Lin spoke calmly. Puff. Hearing that, the T-Dolphin could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. You have to win before you are eligible to marry Gion. If this is a test, it is really sad, it is desperately difficult to hell. The T-Dolphin wailed in his heart. He had received a full blow from Luo Lin before, and he had never fainted. At this moment, his eyes were black, his head was tilted, and he passed out completely. Mr. Luo Lin, this. Yamato's beautiful eyes widened, looking at the messy picture in front of him. He couldn't speak for a long time. It's been a long while. Yamato took a deep breath. Mr. Luo Lin, this is too exaggerated. Now our existence should have been completely exposed. What should we do next? Yamato clenched Shuquan and asked nervously. It's okay to wait a while. Luo Lin grinned. He came to Mary Joa today. Besides eating and walking around the battlefield where he once fought, there is another unknown reason. That's an interesting secret that I learned from the secret contact with the Chihuahai tyrant Shang. 5 old guys, my blood is not, you can use it at will. Luo Lin faintly talked to himself. Chapter 612. Really? Something big will happen. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first released on hotmtlnovel.zi. The harsh alarm bell of ring ling ling resounded near the main gate of the Holy Land Mary Joa. One after another, heavily armored armies assemble in an emergency. The atmosphere is extremely tense. Captain, what the hell is going on? It shouldn't be time to change defense. Several guards asked puzzledly. Don't be careless, idiots, this is the order of Lieutenant General Jaji. From now on, we must stare at the entrances and exits of the Holy Land, and we must not let go of even a fly. The captain of the guard shouted resolutely. The command of the Lieutenant General. What happened? The expressions on the faces of the guards became more and more puzzled. It's an intruder, the other captain of the guard said solemnly, without concealing it. When the captain's voice fell, the Holy Land Mary Joa immediately fell into a deadly atmosphere near the main gate. After a while, wow, the soldiers were in a shocked uproar, and the yells were in succession, resounding across the sky. Invaders. How can this kind of thing be possible? This is the Holy Land Mary Joa. Absolutely forbidden Holy Land, even the 4 emperors would never dare to invade. Where the hell is someone who is bold enough to invade the Holy Land? Besides, we have been staring here, if someone invades, how could there be no movement at all? Captain, can you make a mistake? Advertisement. The gatekeepers opened their mouths, and their faces were extremely shocked and unbelievable. After all, the invasion of the Holy Land Mary Joa sounds incredible. A bunch of idiots, all shut up. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The captain of the guard drew aloud with dignity. Have you forgotten the Murloc Fisher Tiger invasion 12 years ago? The other captain of the guard also spoke in a cold voice. Hearing the name of the Murloc Fisher Tiger, all the guards who had been making noise unconsciously held their breath. For them, freshmen gatekeepers. The Mary Joa incident 36 years ago was too far away. The gatekeepers at that time did not die by Luo Lin's sword, but they are all dead now. There are natural deaths, and some are. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Because he missed a word after drinking, he violated a taboo and was executed secretly. No one knows about the terrifying world, 36 years ago. But in addition to this, the Holy Land Mary Joa also suffered another invasion incident. That was the slave liberation movement initiated by the Murloc hero Fisher Tiger 12 years ago. The Murloc Tiger, who climbed up with his bare hands along the Red Earth continent, liberated more than a dozen black iron prisons outside the Holy Land, shaking the entire Mary Joa and the world. At that time, the senior government and some of the world's noble Tianlong people were furious. What followed was a major purge from top to bottom for the negligent guards. Almost all of them were newcomers who were replaced after that cleaning. In particular, the two captains of the guards have witnessed the terrible punishment that Theoseniors suffered. Now, 12 years have passed. Advertisement. The crisis is coming again. The challenge fell on them. If the events of 12 years ago are repeated, then the tragedy will eventually fall on them. The Lieutenant General Jiaji has already rushed past. With the strength of the Lieutenant General, if there is an intruder, even if it is not possible to arrest it in a short time, it will be no problem to delay it. During this time, support from the Navy headquarters and various places in the Holy Land will also be in place. At that time, no matter who it is, no one will be able to escape. All we have to do is to guard this door and make sure that there are no fish that slip through the net. Do you understand? The two captains of the guard drank together. Just as the two captains' voices fell, the violent roar of boom suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, the fluctuations of boom long, like the sky and the earth, came from the inside of the city more than 1,000 meters away. Feeling the terrifying shock that almost made the entire Mary Joa shocked, the expressions on people's faces were pale. The emotion called fear occupied their whole body for a short while. Really, something big is going to happen. At this moment, the sacred place is the most central. In a luxurious and sacred room, a middle-aged man with a pale golden light shining around his body, and a blonde hair shining in the dark, suddenly opened his eyes. The blood in his body seemed to be drawn by a certain force, resonating, surging like a waterfall. This is. A hint of excitement flashed in the blonde man's eyes. The golden light flashed and disappeared. Chapter 613. The Navy headquarters shakes. Ahe is crying. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi Navy headquarters, Malin Foduo. The sirens sounded loudly. The red light that represents the first level of vigilance is shining, and it is uncertain. Swish, swish, there were breaking winds in the sky one after another. That is one after another Navy powerhouse wearing a cloak of justice. Under the leadership of Huo Shaoshan and other lieutenants. Now the powerful generals in the Navy headquarters all stepped up into the sky with moon steps, and immediately rushed towards the direction of the Holy Land, Mary Joa, directly above the Red Earth continent. As the #1 agency of the world government, the meaning of the Navy's existence is to serve the world government. The reason why the two most important core bases of the Navy headquarters and the first branch of the Navy are adjacent to the Red Earth continent is to provide the first-time support when the Holy Land Mary Joa needs it. Allah, Mr. Waring states, what's going on at this late hour? Is my side preparing to sleep? Marshal's office in the headquarters building. The General Green Pheasant Kuzan yawned without energy, and lazily pushed open the office door. Kuzan, it's only less than 8 now. Besides, if you don't do anything this day and lie down and sleep all day, you should have enough sleep. The Waring states was not angry. Hey, the General Green Pheasant smiled awkwardly. Mr. Sengoku, let's talk about business now. Is this alarm that something happened on Mary Joa's side? Green Pheasant Kuzan guessed. Okay, Sengoku nodded. Just now, there was an intruder in Marijoa, and the nearby Jiaji has already taken the lead. You should also hurry up and support it. I hope that nothing major will happen. The Marshal Sengwo's complexion was solemn, and he spoke worriedly. There is another intruder. The General Green Pheasant was taken aback. After a while, the Green Pheasant seemed to have thought of something, and his eyelids jumped suddenly. There is a strong sense of sight in my heart. Advertisement. Mr. Waring states, you said this invader would not be Mr. Luo Lin. The General Green Pheasant took a deep breath and made this bold conjecture. Waring states glanced at the Green Pheasant, but it was this silence that made the Green Pheasant more and more certain that Yuan and his thoughts should be the same. Mr. Sengoku, don't you want to go and see? After a moment of silence, General Green Pheasant couldn't help but speak. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The Waring states is still silent. We people have met with Mr. Luo Lin more or less. Mr. Waring states, now only you are left. Are you really not going to meet? The General Green Pheasant swam further and said. And NB. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. Kuzan. Finally, Waring states spoke, and the words were full of majesty. Enough. But, needless to say, you now support the Holy Land immediately. This is a military order. The Marshal Sengwo waved his hand. Yes. The General Green Pheasant nodded. Then disappeared in an instant. The temperature in the Marshal's office gradually returned to normal. The dead silence lasted for a while. The Waring states silently took out 2 phone worms. After a while, the 2 phone worms connected indiscriminately. Waring states, what's the matter? There was a lazy voice from the phone worm on the left-hand side with clear eyes. Puff ha 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 ha, isn't that Xiao He's voice? By the way, Xiao He, we have already heard about things the other day, Luo Lin is really shameless. Advertisement. Carp laughed. FKU. Carp, you are shameless, Luo Lin is. He aligns with Carp from the air and resolutely maintains his image as a man. The laning lasted about a minute. Carp and Ahe coincided with each other and calmed down. Warring states, why didn't you talk to us in the middle of the night? Carp asked puzzledly. If it had been before the change, the warring states would have been mad after hearing them so noisy. However, today is silent anomaly. You are finished. The warring states period asked. Neither Carp nor Ahe responded. Then it's my turn. The warring states period paused, and then continued. Rollin is now at Mary Joa. As the voice of the warring states fell, the eyes of the two phone bugs opened wide. It represents the changes in the expressions of Ahe and Kapu who are thousands of miles away. After a moment of dead silence. Warring states, are you true? Carp growled. Warring states, absolutely can't let it. What happened 36 years ago has happened again. Please. This is my last request. Ahe choked and whispered softly. She, who has always been strong and majestic, is rarely crying at this moment. Ah, I know, this time I will never let the year repeat again. Definitely. The Warring States period firmly speaks. Chapter 614. Blonde Angel and 5 Old Stars. Lord Luo Lin seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. The rumble rumble thunderously shook the entire Holy Land Mary Joa. Everyone in Ling City can hear and feel it clearly. What the hell is this voice? Where is the B********** D who is messing around? If you let Ben Sheng know, you can't spare him. It's really unforgivable to interrupt this saint's happy time. Guards, hurry up and arrest me. Pangu City has not experienced severe beatings, and the arrogant and domineering new generation of Tianlong people have been clamoring non-stop. Call friends one by one, bring their own guards and slave warriors, and want to go to join in the fun. On-off and __. In contrast, the elder generation of Tianlong people in the various Tianlong people's families are silent at this moment. Feeling some kind of breath in the darkness, their bodies trembled unconsciously. The terrible memories of 36 years ago in my mind unconsciously revived. This feeling, no, is it really that demon? As the demon from 36 years ago coming again? How many of us does he want to kill this time? Hurry up and bring back the idiots of the family, don't let them burn yourself. The elder Tianlong people who had experienced the tragic beating 36 years ago screamed in horror. The two diametrically opposed attitudes made Pangu City become lively in an instant. At the same time, the Holy Land Mary Joa is the most central. The roof of a magnificent building. 3 old men in suits and leather shoes stood facing the wind, looking towards the east of the city. Has it been determined? The old star in the dark blue suit asked in a deep voice. Ah, it's basically certain, that guy actually came. Once again set foot on our home court. Really reluctant to live and die. The 5 old star with curly hair nodded with dark eyes. Good, this is really great. I'm not afraid of him coming, I'm afraid he won't come. The 5 old star in a bald black suit has a grim look. If that's the case, let him call him back and forth this time. Advertisement. In the past 36 years, in order to prevent similar incidents from happening, we have made a lot of preparations. The Murloc did not need it last time. This time it can finally play a role. That B*****************, D, who took the initiative to send him to the door again stupidly, is really swelling, but his move is, it saves us a big deal. As long as he can be solved here, the remaining so-called Weisung is not scary at all. The 5 old stars looked at each other, their mouths arching confidently. Speaking of which, what about the idiots over the square? The old star in a bald black suit glanced at the old and new Tianlongren conflict in the distant community, and asked casually. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Those idiots, let's put it aside. Besides, leaving them there to make trouble, maybe they can still play some unexpected effects. The old star with long white beard and hair grinned cruelly. Yes, let them be a bait. It's best to lure that B********** D into the city, so that our preparations will be real. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. It's foolproof, and it's still possible for him to get out of this distance now. The noble curly-haired old star sneered. Just shortly after his voice fell. A white light flashed on the roof of, The old samurai star, wearing a white training suit and holding a supreme sharp sword, suddenly appeared. Brows frowned. What's wrong? The 5 old stars who were complacent in their hearts all couldn't help but slam in their hearts, giving birth to an ominous premonition. William is gone. The samurai old star said solemnly. What did you say? It's gone. Could it be that? The 5 old stars on the roof looked eastward. Then the old face appeared in unison with a look of anger. At this moment, the battlefield at the front door of the Holy Land Mary Joa. In the huge pit, the alternate General Cha Dolphin, who had gone with his back, lay motionless. Although he fainted, his breathing was still stable, and there was no danger of his life. Advertisement. Call. On the side, Yamato, wearing a prajna mask, unconsciously hugged his lotus arm, exhaling a long breath, but he couldn't express his inner anxiety. Mr. Luo Lin, I have a bad feeling. If you don't leave, you may have unimaginable troubles. Yamato frowned and looked at Luo Lin with an uneasy expression on his face. Don't be afraid, little girl and big girl. Luo Lin raised his big hand and landed on Yamato's hair, and gently touched it. Under the comfort of Luo Lin's touch to kill, the restlessness in Yamato's heart was immediately dispelled. However, the ominous premonition in the underworld has still not retreated. The danger is still there. Coming. Just as Yamato lost his mind, Luo Lin suddenly snorted. Next second, a powerful breath came quickly from the west, causing a terrifying burst of breath. After a while, accompanied by a loud bang, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of Luo Lin and the two of them, raising dust in the sky. Suddenly, there was a violent wind in the field, blowing away the dust in the sky. At the same time, it is also a dark cloud that has dissipated all over the sky. Then, the moonlight in the sky became brighter. Shining on the wings of the 6 white angels, it became more holy and radiant. This person is. Looking at the angel, who suddenly appeared, Yamato couldn't help but lose his color in shock. However, the following sentence of the blonde angel shocked Yamato's whole person beyond the reach. Master Luo Lin, welcome. Chapter 615, 6 Old Stars. Luo Lin assumes the highest authority in the world. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. The wow, holy angel with 6 wings fanned. An unparalleled gust of wind whizzed past. It blows away the dust in the sky, and at the same time dissipates the dark clouds in the sky. The bright moon hangs high, shining on the earth. This person is. When the face of the incoming person was clearly seen, the beautiful eyes under the mask of Yamato Prajna suddenly widened. This sacred posture, that, the white 6 wings with mysterious power, as one of the witnesses of the Weisung event, how could Yamato not recognize it? The day of the big event. The 4 emperors' alliance ended, and then 2 attackers with unpredictable strength appeared again. One of them is responsible for holding down the hero Luo Lin. The other person directly attacked Weisung City, intending to destroy the foundation of the city. At that time, Yamato, who happened to be in the city, witnessed the whole process. That's why she can be sure that the mysterious angel who attacked Weisung City that day is the man who appeared in front of them now. The 2 unfathomable mysterious powerhouses turned out to be members of the world government. Then, is it because of the big unknown event 36 years ago? Yamato's thoughts flashed a lot. At the same time, Zhao's body tightened unconsciously, ready to fight. Since this angel is here, it means that another person should be nearby. Even the 3rd, 4th, and 5th people are unknown. The world government with 800 years of age is really terrifying. Yamato couldn't help feeling shocked. It was when Yamato secretly warned. The 6 wings of the blonde angel who fell from the sky behind the old star converged, returning to the usual middle-aged state of short blonde hair. A look called excitement gradually emerged on his firm face. Yamato was stunned when he noticed this. Next moment. Things that shocked her even more happened. Advertisement. Master Luo Lin, welcome to the Holy Land. The golden 5 old star with a smile, his right hand placed on his heart, bowing and saluting, as if welcoming an officer from afar. Ah. The girl with the prolonged ending sounded in shock. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Looking at this extraordinary scene, Yamato was stupid. Isn't this person with powerful Udemon's ability the attacker of Weisung Fortress? It should be Luo Lin's enemy, but what is it now that the angel, who should be the enemy, actually respects Mr. Luo Lin so much? I don't know how to use the honorific name, and even bowed. Is it possible that this powerful and mysterious government powerhouse is actually the undercover Mr. Luo Lin planted in the government? Mr. Luo Lin, what the hell is going on? Yamato took a deep breath and finally couldn't help but ask. The details, I will tell you slowly later. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Luo Lin smiled slightly. This trip to the Holy Land Mario again is not for Luo Lin for a while. A week ago, while Luo Lin, Zephyr and others are intensively planning a war in the Northwest Sea. During the period, Luo Lin once received a secret contact from Shiwahai Bartholomew Bear. In addition to caring about the recent situation of her daughter Bonnie, Dashong also brought another news. The Big Bear, who was receiving weapons modification and debugging on the side of the naval genius scientist Vegapunk, accidentally saw the contact between government personnel and Vegapunk. The handover sample this time is a well-preserved soil. If it is just ordinary soil, naturally it does not need the government and Vegapunk to treat it so solemnly. After a day of probing, Dashong learned that the precious thing in that sample was not soil, but some kind of blood soaked in it. As a veteran cadre of the Revolutionary Army, the Big Bear has heard many legends about the mentor from the dragon's mouth. Among them is the miraculous blood like a god. Advertisement. So when he knew that the object of Vegapunk's research and analysis was blood, Dashong was keenly aware of the seriousness of the matter. So the first thing is to get in touch with Luo Lin and inform him of the situation. Knowing this from the Big Bear, Luo Lin's first thought was to advance outside the city and meet with Sora. At that time, the undead blood he gave to Kong to continue his life was crushed by Kong with one hand. The blood in it was spilled on the ground, immersed in the slate ground. Now I think about it, it should have been collected by people from the world government after they left. A small part was sent to Vegapunk for research. As for the others, as the owner of the undead blood, Luo Lin is certainly qualified to know where his blood goes and where it is used. Who is poor enough to eat the soil? This is Luo Lin's biggest purpose in coming to Mary Joa on this trip. Now that the golden old star appears, everything is clear. It was as if the difference he had expected. If you want to use his blood to heal your wounds, you have to pay some price. A share of blood is harvested by a 5-star fighter, and this transaction is not a loss. Even today, I took this opportunity to let this new fighter and the 5 old stars exchange one limit. From then on, the 5 old stars have become 3 old stars. Just as Luo Lin was thinking about it silently. On the side, the blonde angel old star who stood silently like a servant looked up and stared at Luo Lin with piercing eyes. How? Luo Lin raised his eyebrows. Master Luo Lin, if possible, I would like to invite you to become one of the highest powers in the new world. The golden 5 old star spoke solemnly. Roland. Chapter 616. Release the 5 old stars. IM's order. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Master Luo Lin, if possible, I would like to invite you to become the highest authority in the new world. The 5-haired old star named William spoke with a sincere expression. As his voice fell, the audience instantly fell into a state of absolute peace. The beautiful eyes under the mask of Yamato Prajna further widened. Xiao's face is full of incredible expressions. She just heard what the world's highest power. In this world, there are only 5 people who are qualified to be called the world's highest power. 5 is the unfathomable and mysterious government powerhouse in front of him, one of the 5 old stars. A 5 old star invited Mr. Luo Lin to become the new supreme power. Is Mr. Luo Lin going to become the 6th highest power in the world? At this moment, not only Yamato, but also Luo Lin himself was invited by the blonde veteran William. He was still there originally, calculating, planning to get rid of 1 or 2 5 old stars. Let the 5 old stars become 4 old stars, or even 3 old stars. In the end, I never thought that the other party invited him to become the 6th veteran. Even Luo Lin could only say a word about this kind of development never expected. However, thinking about it carefully, it seems to be interesting. It would be more interesting if the other 444 old men were also present. Thinking of this, the corner of Luo Lin's mouth unconsciously raised a curve. Master Luo Lin, you agreed. The old blonde star William was beaming. Ahem. For the time being, the opponent is now owner. Luo Lin will not directly face each other with swords at the moment. William, you can't count this kind of thing alone. Besides you, there are 4 other people, and the person above you. Luo Lin grinned. Don't worry, only Lord Yim can make a decision in the end. Coincidentally, even if you are hostile, Lord Yim has a high evaluation of Lord Luolin, and thinks that you are the only person in this world who is qualified to live with us, man of. The blonde old star said seriously. Roar, this is really a honor. Luo Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. Advertisement. So as long as Master Luo Lin nods your head, this will immediately crawl under your feet. The look of hope on the face of the blonde old star William was even worse. However, this time, not waiting, Luo Lin said something. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There was a thunderous roar from the distant horizon. Shut up, William. Do you know what you are talking about? It's really inexplicable. Let this be *********** D sit on an equal footing with me. You can't say it, but he is just a mortal. What qualifications does he have to sit on an equal footing with me? The roar of the 3-5 old stars resounded across the sky. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than. William, you are not in a state where you can go out at will. Hurry back. The samurai old star said solemnly, his forehead blue veins jumping wildly. Considering your current state, I can assume that I didn't hear the previous words. The curly-haired noble veteran squeezed his anger, and his whole body revealed an aura that burst like a volcano. Sure enough, you shouldn't take shortcuts at the beginning, this guy's blood is very ominous. The old star in a bald black suit is murderous. Everyone, calm down. Maybe we have had many misunderstandings with Lord Luo Lin before, but it is not impossible to resolve. If you cannot accept the name of the 6 old stars, I am willing to quit and transfer my position to Luo. Master Lin. The old blonde star William spoke seriously. The scene fell into a dead silence again. The air seemed to freeze for it. What the hell is going on this time? The influence of blood is much stronger than the previous one. Is it because of the second time? The 3-5 old stars are all staring, with extreme shock and disbelief on their faces, as well as incredible. 36 years ago, after the Mary Joa incident. Advertisement. The 5 of them 5 who were seriously injured by Luo Lin have used the collected undead blood to treat their injuries. Although there was a little discomfort at the time, the sequelae period passed quickly. However, this time, the impact of the old blonde star is obviously much stronger than the previous time. Obviously more than a week has passed. It turned out to be suppressed so far. If this continues, wouldn't he as the world's highest power really want to become the number 1 thug under Luo Lin's deadly opponent, but the loss of a powerful partner here is the second thing. If the outside world knows that the world's highest power 5 elder star has become Luo Lin's little brother Ma. This is the biggest gaffe of their world government. It is the biggest scandal in the 800 years since the government was founded. Never let it happen. This kind of thing happens. Samurai Old Star Trio 3 looks harsh and determined. Secretly made up his mind. Even if you can't keep Luo Lin today, at least you have to keep your family. Never let it. He followed out to shame the others. Ha ha. Luo Lin couldn't help but smile when he read the voice of the samurai old star and others. As a qualified opponent, the more things Wu Laoxing doesn't want to happen, the more he has to do it. The momentum gradually rose. The situation was suddenly tense. Just when the two sides couldn't help but want to shoot. The fifth old star finally appeared. Stop it all, this is Master Yim's order. Chapter 617. The Warring States period wants to break into the Holy Land. Mary Joa. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. There was a burst of wind breaking in the sky. One figure after another stepped on the atmosphere across the sky, behind the great cloak of justice, hunting in the wind. They are senior commanders of the Navy headquarters supported by Malin Foder. Come and stop, just as the Navy powerhouses are about to cross the gate of Mary Geoise. Near the main entrance of the Holy Land, a figure suddenly rose into the sky and stopped in front of a group of admirals. This is a middle-aged man with decades of vicissitudes in his eyes. The whole body naturally exudes aura, so that all the Navy powers cannot help but subconsciously give birth to a sense of amazement. After all, this is powerful, already far above the Lieutenant General, not weaker than the highest combat general of the Navy headquarters. I am Lieutenant General Luo Shaoshan of the Navy headquarters. I received a signal from Mary Joa for help. I came here to support it. Lieutenant General Luo Shaoshan put away his usual squinted smile, and said solemnly. Hey, what kind of face you have never seen before? Compared with the politeness of setting fire to the mountain, the Hawk Lieutenant General Ghost Spider is much more irritable, and the words are full of gunpowder. We arrived after receiving a signal from Mary Joa for help, but now we are not allowed in. What does this mean? Lieutenant General Dalmija asked. If there are any intruders in the Holy Land Mary Joa, let us in quickly. Zhan Zhao Lieutenant General Baishu urged. Regarding the questions and shouts of the lieutenant admirals, the determined middle-aged man remained unmoved. It is like a statue standing in front of the gate of the Holy Land. There is quite a man who is incapable of opening up. To this, the lieutenants were also unable to do anything. After all, they can't really break into the Holy Land. That is the great sin of rebellion. But if you go back so unclearly, it's like being played as a monkey, and the lieutenants are not happy. Now that it is here, you have to know what is going on. Ah. At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly sounded from above the red earth. Mr. Green Pheasant. Advertisement. General Kuzan. Great future. Mr. Kuzan, the people in the Holy Land didn't know what medicine they took wrong and stopped us, otherwise we would go in. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Seeing the General Green Pheasant appear, he was unable to do anything, but I don't know that it is like the Navy powerhouses who are happy and talkative. The General Green Pheasant nodded when he heard the general situation from his subordinates. The sluggishness of the whole body was slightly closed, and he went straight forward and looked at the determined middle-aged man who was guarding the door. It's indeed a face I haven't seen before. The General Green Pheasant spoke. The admiral of this era. Seeing the Green Pheasant appear, the determined door god who only said a word from beginning to end finally spoke again, and then nodded in approval. So, 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Can you please give me a favor? The General Green Pheasant spoke. This way is nowhere. The persevering door god man shook his head calmly. It's really a shame. If I didn't bother to go in before, but today I want to go in anyway. The General Green Pheasant took a step forward. The icy force of ka, with an aura of extreme cold centered on the feet of the Green Pheasant, and it spread out instantly, turning a radius of thousands of meters into a piece of ice and snow. The temperature dropped more than tens of degrees. However, even so, the persevering door god man still didn't mean to give in. And many more. General Green Pheasant, wait. At this moment, 2 government officials in suits and leather shoes hurried to trot with a soldier in armor. Admiral Green Pheasant, and everyone in the Navy, the matter is over. I'm really sorry, but I will trouble you to take a hard time. Some things have indeed happened in the Holy Land, but it is not a big deal. We have already solved it by ourselves, so we don't have to bother everyone in the Navy anymore. Advertisement. The 2 government officials explained with a smile while wiping the sweat from their foreheads. In the end, Chi pushed the goalkeeper captain next to him. I'm extremely sorry, General Kuzan and the officers of the Navy are all our negligence. There are no intruders in Mary Joa. It is due to our misjudgment. I am really sorry. Following the instructions of the 2 government officials, the desperate captain of the goalkeeper bowed and sincerely apologized to the Navy. What? It turned out to be like this. If there is nothing to do, that would be great. Forget it this time, it won't work next time. The rear admirals who came with him spoke generously. Huo Shaoshan, Dalmija and other lieutenants remained silent, their brows still frowned, and their intuition told them that things were not that simple.
Oh. The General Green Pheasant sighed lightly. The 2 government officials in front of them also had an explanation from the captain of the guard, which did not reassure the Green Pheasant. On the contrary, the ominous premonition in his heart has become stronger. Now, inside this Holy Land city, something extraordinary is happening. It's just that. The General Green Pheasant's gaze fell on the firm door god man. The government is determined not to let them in. Moreover, if it is forced to break, it will be labeled as rebellious. Just when the General Blue Pheasant was in a dilemma, clear footsteps sounded again on the Bluestone Road in front of the Holy Land Gate, attracting everyone's attention. Warring States Marshal. Mr. Warring States. Marshal, why are you here too? When seeing the Warring States appearing, the faces of the Navy powerhouses all showed excitement. Kuzan, leave it to me next. Chapter 618. The Justice of the King, Overlord of the Warring States. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, the main entrance of the Holy Land, Mary Geoise. Noisy, the noise became a film. This is probably the situation. Everyone in the Navy, I am extremely sorry to let you go for nothing, it is really hard. The previous warning was a bit exaggerated. The situation has been completely controlled. Please go back first. This is also the meaning of the upper echelon. Two government officials dressed in black suits and dog-eyed humanoids opened their mouths with smiles and made a request for return. After listening to their explanation, the major generals and the naval powers below who came from the headquarters were in an uproar, but they didn't think too much. After all, at their current level, all they have to do is to obey the orders of their superiors. Whether to go or stay, or to see what the lieutenant generals and General Kuzan mean, they only need to follow silently. After a moment of hustle and bustle, the scene gradually calmed down. The rear admirals of the Navy are all lieutenants looking forward. Lieutenant General Huashan, Dalmesia and others remained silent. The gaze behind the government officials and the gate of the Holy Land was full of suspiciousness. There was an intruder in Mary Joa. How could it be falsely reported that since the Murloc hero Fisher Tiger attacked Mary Joa 12 years ago, the defense alert of the Holy Land was related to the Navy headquarters? You don't even need someone to contact the notification. When Meriwa's internal vibrations are violent to a certain extent, it can trigger the naval headquarters warning. The number of vibration levels previously observed in the headquarters has far exceeded the critical point. It is not to the extent that ordinary Tianlong slaves can fight with each other. Besides, if there is really nothing serious, why should the government send that unseen mysterious strongman to guard the gate? Sure enough, there is something big happening in this holy place, Mary Joa. Don't let something that outsiders know about. Lieutenant General Huashan, Dalmesia and others looked at each other, and they all came to a consistent conclusion. Compared to Burning Mountain and others, the General Blue Pheasant knows more. When I saw that the world government spared no effort to keep them in front of the door. He even used lies to trick them back. The Green Pheasant knew that the man who was in the Holy Land right now, and that 80% of the man who invaded Mary Joa was Mr. Luo Lin didn't run away. Only Mr. Luo Lin deserves such attention from the highest powers in this world. Advertisement, but this time, in order to block them, the 5 old stars even send a mysterious force of the same level as him. What on earth they want to do? Do they want to secretly bury Mr. Luo Lin again like 36 years ago? How can they be such a hero? How can I suffer such a tragic ending twice? If Mr. Luo Lin disappears again, absolutely can't let this kind of thing happen again. General Ching Pheasant's always lazy gaze gradually became firmer. Mr. Cap, Sister Crane, Pharaoh Z, Celino, Gion, Soro, etc., etc., they're all absent. He is alone now. Even so, something must be done. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Even if it is the name of the rebellion who forcibly broke into the Holy Land, the snow is fluttering between the heaven and the earth. The astonishing cold arrogance released the whole body of the Green Pheasant, causing the temperature of the square kilometer to drop by dozens of degrees. Feeling the infiltration of the extreme cold, the two government officials could not help but freeze into dogs, shaking uncontrollably. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Kuzan, you are. Do you really want to do it? Don't be impulsive, Green Pheasant. What's going on inside Kuzan? Do you know something? Lieutenant General Huashan and others were also shocked. Boom, is at this moment. A heavy footstep suddenly sounded from behind the almost frozen people. Marshal of the Warring States period, as the first cry of surprise fell, there was an uproar in the field. Marshal of the Warring States period, didn't you just say you want to hand it over to us? Why are you here again in person? Mr. Warring States, are you here too? Said those from the previous government. Marshal. The appearance of the Marshal Warring States made all the Navy powerhouses full of enthusiasm, and for a while, even the extremely cold surroundings was melted by their enthusiasm. Mr. Warring States, you are still here as expected. The General Green Pheasant's iceberg-like face also flashed with joy. Okay. Warring States nodded calmly to everyone. I already understand the situation, so leave it to me next. You all go back first. The Warring States period said lightly. Advertisement. All the navies can't help but utter surprises. Hey, haha, there's the Marshal of the Warring States period, that's really reassuring. In that case, everyone in the Navy will go back to sleep. The two government officials who were frozen into dogs opened their mouths tremblingly, with a reluctant smile on their faces. However, the next moment, the smiles on their faces, together with their bodies, completely solidified. Under the envelope of the extreme icy air, they almost turned into two ice sculptures, only the teeth were still there, trembling crazily. Mr. Warring States, it's really going to happen. The General Green Pheasant grinned. Okay, Sengoku nodded firmly. At this moment, he was not a Navy Marshal, but an old man who wanted to help his friends. Perhaps after today, he will no longer be the commander of the Navy, and will even become a prisoner of Advanced City. But some things must be done. If you miss it again this time, you will really regret it for life. In that case, Mr. Waring states, let me make a way for you. The General Green Pheasant smiled slightly. The deepest extreme ice cold of boom rushed out of Kuzan, and in an instant it turned the determined man like a door god into an ice sculpture. General Green Pheasant, Marshal Sengoku, you. Perceiving the intentions of the two green pheasants, the two government officials looked terrified. However, without waiting for them to finish, the next moment, boom, the turbulent overlord color burst from the Marshal Sengwo. Sweeping towards the main gate of the Holy Land Mary Joa, he was overbearing, like a king on tour. This is exactly the overlord color of the Warring States period. This is the justice of the Warring States period, the justice of the king. Please download the ununderlined version. Chapter 619. Attack on the Warring States. Just like Luo Lin back then, open black lens bracket subscribe for subscription close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. In front of the main gate of the Holy Land Mary Joa, the situation suddenly became tense. The General Green Pheasant stepped down. The extreme icy breath instantly enveloped the god of the road, turning it into an ice sculpture. This sudden scene shocked everyone in the room. Everyone on the Navy side, including the lieutenant generals, had extremely incredible faces on their faces. I can't believe that General Kuzan actually did it. The other side. In front of the main gate, all the members of the guards directly under the 5 old stars reacted for the first time, holding all kinds of swords and guns, and approaching forward with enthusiasm. General Green Pheasant, Marshal Waring states, your Navy. The two government officials who were almost frozen were furious and wanted to scream. The next second, it stopped abruptly. The Marshal Sengwo stepped forward slowly. Raising his hand and taking off the frog glasses, there seemed to be a flash of brilliance in the dark eyes, revealing an indescribable pressure. The majesty of the Warring States period of the Martial Buddha is now even higher. The great cloak of justice behind the Warring States period is silent and hunts and hunts. A terrifying breath filled his body and finally burst into pieces. That is a powerful and majestic overlord look. It was as turbulent as a tide, sweeping all over the place. Just like the emperor going out on a tour, the king is over the world. Where the boom overlord looks, no one can do it. Two government officials shivering under the chill of the General Green Pheasant were the first to be affected. Under the domineering impact of the Warring States, his eyes suddenly turned. If you don't even make a sound, it's hiccup. Then came a team of heavily armed guards rushing out of the gate of the Holy Land. The figures of the elite guards of the Holy Land surrounding them in a charging posture all solidified at the same time. Then he fell to the ground. Advertisement, ping 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 pong kang. Weapons such as swords, guns and sticks, as well as the collision of armor with the ground one after another. After only a short period of time, the world became quiet. Fall into an absolute silence. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Seeing the government guards and the Navy powerhouses who fell to the ground under the impact of the overlord of the Warring States period, their eyes widened. I was shocked by the scene before me. Not only General Kuzan, but even the stable marshal of the Warring States period. What is going on? What happened to Mary Joa today? It turned out that Mr. Sengoku, who has always been the most conscientious, lost his heart. Not only defying the government's orders, but even at the same time as the overlord. Hua Shaoshan, Dalmesia and other lieutenant generals all have extremely incredible colors on their faces. Add bookmarks for easy reading, are greater than compared to the in-depth consideration of the lieutenants. The thoughts of major generals and colonel-level marines are much simpler. Compared to thinking about the reasons behind the marshal's move of the Warring States period. At this moment, they were more deeply shocked by the extremely powerful and domineering display of the Warring States marshal. Overlord-looking domineering. The marshal of the Warring States period turned out to be the king. What a powerful overlord look. This is not what Doflamingo and the likes of Green Pepper can compare. Our marshal. Mr. Warring States still possesses such a powerful domineering, it is really amazing. It's like a king going on a tour, everything bows its head. Is this the overlord look of Mr. Warring States? A group of rear admirals and colonels sighed and murmured, too excited to be able to themselves. 4. The admiration of the Marines, the Warring States period is unheard of. Still maintaining his own rhythm, step by step, he passed the sacred guards in a coma and walked into the door. Mr. Sengoku, today is really handsome. Advertisement. With a bright smile on his face, the General Green Pheasant exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. The footsteps of the Warring States period gave a slight pause. 36 years ago, Luo Lin broke through the main gate of Mary Joa with a domineering look. 36 years later, as a Navy Marshal, he actually did the same thing. I really can't look back this time. A self-deprecating smile lifted from the corner of the Warring States' mouth, as if letting go of the weight of his heart, and strode forward unrestrainedly. Watching the Warring States disappear behind the door. Only then did the General Green Pheasant retract his gaze, and set his sight on the ice sculpture mountain not far away. Kaka is accompanied by the cracking sound of kaka. Large cracks crisscrossed vertically and horizontally on the magnificent ice sculpture mountain. Eventually it exploded. The door god with a firm face steamed hot steam from his body, staring at the General Green Pheasant. Ah la la, Mr. Warring States has already entered and my mission is over. The General Green Pheasant spoke lazily, do not. The Perseverance Door God shook his head calmly. No one can get in or out of Mary Joa now. Following the voice of the man of the Perseverance Door God fell. There was a loud bang from the gate not far away. The glaring golden light burst. A magnificent and intimidating golden Buddha faced the storm and released a terrifying oppressive force. That was the root cause of the martial Sengoku, who was called the Great Buddha by the world. Animals, humans, fruits, phantom beasts. Great Buddha form ability the real body of the War Buddha. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read. To chapter 620. The 6th oldest star Luo Lin. Stop it, open black lens bracket subscribe for subscription close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Mary Joa is at the front gate, and the support of the Navy powerhouse has arrived one after another. At the same time, the battlefield in the Holy Land. After the blonde veteran William, there are 3 more worldly powers coming together. When the enemy met, they were extremely jealous. The atmosphere in the venue was suddenly tense. Just when the samurai Old Star and others couldn't help but want to do something, the 5th 5 Old Star finally arrived. When he opened his mouth, the samurai Old Star and others were shocked. Stop everything first, this is Master Yim's order. In a dark blue suit, the 5 Old Stars with long white beards and hair rushed to him and drank majestically. Ferdinand, what do you mean? The samurai Old Star stared. I am Sama's order. What did I am Sama say? The curly-haired Old Star and the bald Old Star were also shocked. Master Yim. Could it be that? William, the blonde Old Star with his heart to Luo Lin, seemed to think of something and couldn't help but smile. Seeing the changes of his former colleagues, Ferdinand, the 5-star in the dark blue suit, looked deeper and deeper. Indeed, as you thought, Lord Yim heard your suggestion from William. The 5-star Ferdinand in a dark blue suit spoke calmly. Really, this is really great, old blonde star William rejoiced. Hey, I am, if he is here, how about letting him come out to meet him? How to say it is an old acquaintance who has been in a fight. Luo Lin grinned casually, presumptuous, bold. Hearing Luo Lin's disrespectful attitude, the 3 samurai stars 3 suddenly became angry. Master Yim is still between the flowers, it's not impossible if you want to meet. Advertisement. The 5-star Ferdinand in the dark blue suit couldn't help but twitched his eyes, seeming to suppress his inner anger. I thought she heard it because she was nearby, so she was still in that horrible place. Luo Lin waved his hand indifferently. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The casual attitude made the 5 elder stars increasingly dissatisfied and angry. In Mary Joa, Lord Im is the all-knowing and all-powerful God, everywhere. The 5-star Ferdinand in the dark blue suit explained, it's okay, don't talk to me here, something is wrong. Talk about things, I can take him away. Luo Lin smiled slightly and glanced at the old star William meaningfully. You dare. The samurai Lao Xing and the others who sensed Luo Lin's intentions instantly stared. The 5-star Ferdinand in the dark blue suit waved his hand and stopped the colleagues who wanted to do it, his eyes were cold. 4. William's previous proposal, Lord Yim agreed. Dark blue suit 5 old stars to add bookmarks for easy reading. Ferdinand nodded calmly. Nani, what did you say? The samurai Old Star Trio 3 was shocked when they heard this. The Supreme Lord Yim actually agreed. Are they really going to work with the enemies of the past to be equal to them? It is really crazy. Seeing this disgusting face dangling in front of them all day long, they had nothing to do. What a despair it is. Just thinking about the scene makes them want to go crazy and go crazy. Ha ha, Luo Lin, who had read the brain supplements of the 5 elder stars with mind reading, couldn't help but smile. That kind of unfolding does have a bit of meaning, but how about, Luo Lin, if you accept, go to Huajian to meet Lord Yim now, kneel and swear to surrender. Ferdinand, the 5 old star in a dark blue suit, spoke in a condescending tone. Hearing Ferdinand's words like this, the 3 5 old stars who had been mad because of too much brain supplementation all calmed down again. Advertisement. Yup. After all, the previous ones are just their brains. How could this be *****D really become the 6th oldest star on par with them? It is absolutely impossible for him to lower his proud head and swear an oath to surrender to Lord Yim. Thinking of this, the big stone hanging from the hearts of the 3 samurai old stars finally completely put down. The old blonde star William on the side obviously thought of this too, and an extremely tangled and struggling expression appeared on his face. Mr. Luo Lin, from the beginning to the end, he shrank into a ball in fear like a kitten, and Yamato, who was hiding behind Luo Lin, couldn't help but whisper softly at this moment. A heart almost touched the eye of the throat. Today's trip to Mary Joa is simply the most exciting experience in her life. Invade the Holy Land, beat the Tianlongren, and meet all the members of the 5 old stars, the highest power of the world government. He even learned the secrets of the unknown world, the real supreme power behind the world government, the existence of the 5 old stars called **adults, Yim. All of this is no less than the shock that Mission and Roger pirates arrived at the final island to learn the truth of the world. At this moment, what matters most and most is Luo Lin's decision right now. It has become the highest power in the world, under one person and above tens of thousands. How many people in the world can ignore this opportunity to reach the sky in one step? Even if it is. Ouch, Yamato, who was thinking about this, only felt a pain in his forehead. Looking up, he happened to meet Luo Lin's smiling eyes, and suddenly turned his head with a guilty expression on his face. Don't dare to think about it anymore, try to figure out Merolin's mind. Let me be the sixth oldest star and stop making trouble. Luo Lin grinned. If it is the king of the world, I can barely agree. Chapter 621, Luo Lin vs 5 Old Stars, Seeking Complete Customization. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. If it is the king of the world, then I would barely be able to agree. Luo Lin spoke lightly. When this domineering and unparalleled speech fell, the field fell into an absolute silence for a moment. 5 old stars, Yamato, and someone pretending to be dead on the ground couldn't help but breathe. In this simple and plain sentence, there is a general trend that I am invincible. This is Luo Lin's momentum. It's not simple, it really has to do so. The dead silence lasted for a while. The supreme big sharp sword in the hands of the old star of the Kang samurai was out of the sheath by half an inch, breaking the silence in the room. Whole Luo Lin, you really dare to say that you are in this situation now? The old star in a bald black suit has cold eyes. That's just a few defeated men. Luo Lin shook his head disappointedly, his expression still relaxed. Damn it, don't get too smug, the curly-haired noble old star yelled violently. Hey, Ferdinand, now there is no need to continue talking nonsense with this B**********. The samurai old star is full of ghosts, and under the aura of the first generation of ghosts, he is like an evil spirit messenger from hell. Even under Luo Lin's hands, he has been deflated over and over again. The samurai old star still upholds the heart of a fighter, and has repeatedly defeated and fought. Okay, the 5-star Ferdinand in a dark blue suit nodded. It's true that there is no need to continue negotiations. As expected, we can only divide life and death, victory or defeat. The 5 old star Ferdinand's eyes grew deeper and deeper. There seems to be countless fragments flying in it, revealing the scent of time. Ferdinand, is there really no room for change? The blonde old star was struggling. William, you guys just need to stand and watch honestly. You don't need to intervene this time, as long as you don't mess with us. The samurai old star yelled. Advertisement, you will become the way you are now, and we are also responsible, so we will take over all the previous things and will not be held accountable in the future, but after this. His eyes were slightly narrowed in a bald black suit, and there was a strong threat between his words. Needless to say, William, this guy should know the importance. What we have to do now is to seize the opportunity and take this guy as we did 36 years ago. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The corner of the mouth of the curly-haired nobleman Wu Laoxing set off a triumphant arc. Boom! Just as his voice fell, the invisible domineering aura suddenly spread. The smile on the face of the curly-haired old star who suddenly froze with a powerful and domineering impact. The spirit was shocked, and the unbearable memories of the past suddenly appeared in his heart, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. This subconscious reaction was in sharp contrast with his previous strong words. Perceiving his gaffe like a frightened bird, the curly-haired aristocratic old star instantly turned red, and his anger seemed to turn into flames. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Overflow. The fire-breathing eyes were suddenly locked on Luo Lin. Then he was taken aback, because this powerful overlord color didn't seem to be the work of Luo Lin. It is true. Although this overlord color is strong enough, it is still not as good as Luo Lin. And the aura contained in it is completely different. Luo Lin's domineering look is similar to Roger, and it represents freedom. But what this Tao contains right now is the majesty of an emperor. Who is it? The bald black suit old star also yelled in surprise and astonishment. In this Mary Joa, including the 5 of them, no one should have a domineering look. I went to see. The old samurai star said in a deep voice, his figure suddenly raised and rose into the sky. It's still as majestic as ever. Luo Lin closed his eyes, feeling this familiar domineering aura, and the corners of his mouth raised an arc of joy from the heart. Mr. Luo Lin, do you know this domineering releaser? Yamato's eyes widened curiously. Advertisement. Ah, that's my brother. Luo Lin grinned. After a while, the smile on Luo Lin's face gradually faded. Warring states, I'm very happy that you can be here, but there is really no need to force yourself to this point. Luo Lin whispered softly. Warring states. A suspicious look appeared on Yamato Chao's face. After a while, all the suspicions turned into shocks. Warring states, is that the Warring States period of martial Buddha? Yamato uttered a shocked cry. It's the Warring States period. In the sky, the old samurai star with extreme speed returned quickly and told everyone. What Warring States period, that guy actually. Unexpectedly, the Warring States, which has always been under orders from our government, would do such an extraordinary thing. Don't he know the consequences of doing this? This is a great sin of rebellion. The bald old star and the others couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, the sound of collision sounded like Huang Zhang Dalu. Mary Joa was at the gate, and the golden light suddenly released. A huge Buddha bloomed with immeasurable light, and the wave of his palm brought a powerful and violent shockwave down. An invisible transparent barrier rippled in a circle, blocking the shockwave of the great Buddha of the Warring States period. As this, looking at the invisible barrier, the old blonde star William couldn't help but lose his color in shock. The time is ripe, now is the time to catch turtles in the urn. The 5-star Ferdinand in a dark blue suit drank. Chapter 622. The terrifying ability of the 5 old stars. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. It's finally about to start. Hunt for the moment. With a whisper of Kang, the first generation Oni Toru, the supreme sharp sword in the hands of the samurai old star, was completely out of its sheath. It brings out a gloomy picture that is as strange as Sun Luo Purgatory. The superhuman speed fruit ability was activated, driving the figure of the samurai old star to disappear in an instant. The always iron samurai star healed his scar and forgot to hurt. This time he still wanted to fight Luo Lin in the sword doctrine. The dark and cold blade light is endless. It is the afterimage of the old samurai star moving at high speed. So fast. After seeing the samurai veteran star at close range, Yamato finally understood how exaggerated the speed he possessed. It's not to the extent that human eyes can keep up. Even the refined experience and domineering color can't capture the slightest trace of him. With the most extreme speed blessing in this world, the entity of the samurai old star seems to have escaped. Outside the 3 realms, it does not exist in this reality. How to deal with such an opponent? No matter how fast, you can't rely on the afterimage to shake the opponent to death. After all, you still have to come over. Luo Lin casually explained. But, what else does Yamato want to say? However, the next moment, it stopped abruptly. The haze called death instantly enveloped her heart, making her unconsciously cold. Intuition tells her that the old samurai star with the world's speed is about to kill. However, she still couldn't feel the slightest breath of the other party. Perhaps only when the enemy's blade passes through her chest can it be finalized. It's just that, it's too late. Hold me. Just when Yamato's face was pale and he was about to give up, Luo Lin's broken shout suddenly blasted from his ears. Pull it from the abyss of despair back to reality. Oh, Yamato responded subconsciously. The lotus arm opened and hugged Luo Lin's body tightly, as if he wanted to integrate himself into Luo Lin, and hugged him with all his strength. The sharp sword groan of ding sounded. That was the sound of the collision between the blade of the first supreme great knife ghost Toru and the black sword Kiyoshue. Advertisement, damn it, once again blocked the old man's sword, UB********D. The proud speed of the assassination was once again blocked by Luo Lin, and the samurai old star couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. I said, old guy, are you a brain? I have said it many times. No matter how fast you are, it is useless. Your sword has completely exposed your position. Obviously. Luo Lin smiled relaxedly and said to kill someone. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A-hole, my sword is my martial arts. How can it be your eyes? Stop talking nonsense. The old samurai star retorted with excited emotions. Backquote, so you are just a half-hearted swordsman. You have lived on a dog after so long, and you haven't grown at all. Don't say it is me, even if you are far behind the Hawkeye. Luo Lin smiled sarcastically at the corner of his mouth. A-hole kid. Under Luo Lin's verbal offensive, the samurai old star was out of balance. Fencing. An end to. Add bookmarks for easy reading. BSP. The rules and regulations between attacks are also lost. How could Luo Lin, who had been staring for a long time, let go of such a great opportunity? A sword stabbed out. In the soft sound of pouch, scarlet blood splashed all over. The blade of the black sword Akumi pierced the body of the samurai old star. The same as 36 years ago, it is still his right shoulder. What? The pain struck. The old samurai star couldn't help yelling and hurriedly drew back. The old face is full of hideous colors, and at the same time it is more horrified and unbelievable. He never imagined that he would regress every time. In the previous Washung event, he had at least fought Luo Lin back and forth for a long time. However, this time it turned out to be. Within 3 or 2 moves, he was almost hit hard. Hei Dao Kiyoshui's blade pierced the nerve in his arm. The terrifying sword intent raged further, destroying almost all the muscles of his right arm. Now he can't even hold the knife. Mr. Luo Lin is amazing. The Yamato girl who clung to Luo Lin like an octopus murmured in shock. Advertisement. Although she couldn't see the specific process of the battle between Luo Lin and the samurai old star. But just like that, the old samurai star was seriously injured and defeated. This is something that even her can clearly see. It's okay, but this old guy is too stupid. Luo Lin waved his hand modestly. Damn boy. Stimulated by Luo Lin's taunting, the old samurai star once again went mad, and was about to kill him again with his left hand intact knife. Enough, Ganda, come back soon. Ferdinand, the 5 old star in a dark blue suit, gave a sigh of relief. Don't forget that your mood as a swordsman is affected by the enemy's mere words. This is not the usual you. The old star in a bald black suit also reminded him aloud. In front of this B********D, your sword has been suppressed by nature, but you are the strongest assassin in the world. Don't be brought into his rhythm. The curly-haired noble veteran star also spoke. Bystanders are clear, the authorities are fans. Under the reminder of his colleagues, the old samurai star, who was close to running away, also calmed down. Silently walked to the old star in the dark blue suit. That's good. This time we are 4-1. Don't make the fatal mistake of being broken 1 by 136 years ago. Ferdinand, the old star in the dark blue suit, said in a deep voice. The right hand rested on the bloody shoulder of the samurai old star. The clear light with inexplicable power spread out from the palm of the layer. Next moment, strange things happen. The blood that should have flowed from the wound was reversed at this moment. Not only that, under Yamato's shocking gaze, the warrior Old Star's hideous wound pierced by Luo Lin's black sword Chu Shui, he recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. What is this? What kind of ability? Chapter 623. Time is the respect. The ability to look back in time. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. This time it is 4:1, and it is absolutely not allowed to reproduce the gaffe like 36 years ago. The 5-star Ferdinand in the dark blue suit spoke firmly. The time between talking. The mysterious clear light spreading from his palm wrapped the entire right arm of the samurai Old Star. What the hell is going on? When he saw the arm of the old samurai star that was previously severely injured by Luo Lin with the black sword Chushui, recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, Yamato couldn't help crying in surprise. In addition to Yamato, the 5 old stars and Luo Lin in the field are not too surprised for this picture. Mr. Luo Lin, is that some kind of restored devil fruit ability? This is really troublesome. Yamato looked eager and nervous. Finally, it severely damaged the opponent's top combat power. However, the other party recovered in just a few seconds. I don't care how to fight it. How strong is Luo Lin? With the help of the opponent's ability to recover, he can only be consumed. Don't be afraid, big and little girl, don't care. What kind of ability has its limits after all? Compared to Yamato's nervousness and anxiety, Luo Lin, who knows the details of the 5 old stars, is still calm and confident. The old man does have limits, don't you have them too? Just let the old man see who will reach the limit first. Ferdinand, the old star in a dark blue suit, sneered confidently. Okay, I also want to know how many times you can go back in time. Luo Lin grinned. Advertisement. 36 years ago, the Mary Joa incident. Luo Lin killed Mary Joa with one knife. In the end, even though he was defeated, thanks to the blessings of that battle, he also had a basic understanding of the abilities of the 5 old stars and Yim. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This is also where Luo Lin is still calm in the face of the siege of the 5 old stars. 36 years ago. Regarding Luo Lin's sudden attack, the 5 old stars didn't take it seriously, so they didn't send out all of them. The first one to set out and encounter Luo Lin was the old blonde star. With everyone's fruit, the phantom beast, the angel form can do him, and the strength is indeed at the general level. It's just that in the face of Luo Lintu's new ability, the Superman's ability to crush fruits, the golden old star also suffered a big loss and was almost crushed on the spot. Just like the day of the Weisung event, if it weren't for the old samurai star with the superhuman speed fruit, he arrived in time and saved him. The blonde old star William was completely defeated and crushed by Luo Lin 36 years ago. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Among the 5 highest powers in the world, the golden old star William and the great swordsman warrior old star are the real top combat power in the world, and their strength is the level of the 4 emperors of course. As for the other 3 in terms of absolute combat power, they almost meant it. For example, the dark blue suit veteran Ferdinand is a domineering and physical master, but he is far behind Karp. Even Zephyr is inferior, but he is the head of the 5 elder stars who deserves it. Not only because of his mind, but also because of his abilities. The strongest support ability Superman's ability to backtrack fruit. Time is respect, space is king. Advertisement. Time and space are enough to be called the most mysterious and powerful force in the world. With good luck, one small devil fruit can gain the power of time and space. However, it is precisely because the power of these 2 major systems is too strong that weak humans cannot completely control any kind of complete system power. Through the growth of the devil fruit tree, the power of these 2 systems is also divided into many independent individual abilities related to it. So far, Luo Lin has known 5 people with time-related fruit abilities. 5. The fruit of time in the sky and the moon, the fruit of Aeon's retreat, the fruit of the slowness of the silver fox, the ability of the supernova big stomach girl Joelle Bonnie, and the fruit of the current 5 old star Ferdinand's retrospective. The purest of these is the time fruit ability of Tianyushi, which has traveled all the way through time and space since the Great War 800 years ago. The fruit of time in the Tianyu period gave her the power to travel through the long river of time, but she could only go against the current of time, and could only go to the future, not the past. On the contrary, the current dark blue suit veteran Ferdinand's superhuman ability to backtrack fruit can restore people or objects to a specific time point. At first glance, this ability is similar to Ai Yin's superhuman regressive fruit ability, but Ai Yin's regressive fruit can only reverse the state of the object, and cannot be reduced with the injuries of others. With the ability to look back in time, no matter if he suffered multiple injuries before, he can instantly resurrect with full blood. Of course, such a power that can be called against the sky, to use it also needs to meet some specific conditions. The most important point is that the injury of the person being backtracked needs to be within the time domain of the capable person, so that the time of the 2 should be synchronized. In this way, the veteran star Ferdinand in the dark blue suit can backtrack his own time node by adjusting the backtracking of the status of others. The blonde veteran William, who was seriously injured in the Weisung incident, cannot be traced back precisely because he did not meet this condition. The injury of the samurai Old Star at the moment meets this condition. With the strongest backtracking ability of the dark blue suit Old Star Ferdinand, the 5 Old Stars and 4 People 4 can be invincible. Unless they cut off their supporters first. Shu. Philo reminds you. 3 things about reading chapter 624. Space is king. Strength is supreme. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. In a team battle, it is basic common sense to take the lead in solving the opponent's strong assistance. Ferdinand, a dark blue suit veteran star with the strongest support ability back in time, was present. No matter how much Luo Lin injured the other 3 people, he was doing useless work. Unless they can be completely beheaded in one go. Even if the ability to look back in time goes against the sky, it will not have any effect on dead people. It's just that even if it is as strong as Luo Lin, it is impossible to completely dissolve the vitality of the 5 Old Stars in an instant. In this way, it really can only return to another common sense path. Boom! A terrifying aura far surpassing the domineering and domineering overlord of the Warring States period rushed from Luo Lin's body. At the same time, with murderous intent, it was locked on the Old Star Ferdinand in the dark blue suit. Under the dual pressure of Luo Lin's ultimate domineering look and murderous intent, the dark blue suit veteran Ferdinand snorted involuntarily. Invisibly, the power radiating from the heavens and the earth was completely imprisoned, oppressing his body, making it difficult for him to even move. He has his time to go back to the realm. Luo Lin has his own overlord territory. Be careful, he wants to do something with Ferdinand. The face of the Old Star in the bald black suit suddenly turned, and he subconsciously shouted. Although Luo Lin's overlord territory didn't affect him, he was still keenly aware of the clue for the first time and reminded him. Don't worry, I'm still there. The last Old Star with noble curly hair gave a confident grin. B************* D. Roland, don't ignore me. The curly hair of the aristocratic Old Star is like a cold electric burst. The old wrinkled hands began to operate. Next second. Dang 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 is invisible, as if there are several invisible walls of space falling from the sky, blocking Luo Lin's quartet. The space is chaotic at this time. This is exactly the ability possessed by the curly-haired noble veteran star. Advertisement. The capabilities of the space system. Time is respect, space is king. Until now. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The space system in this world can also have 4 people 4. The first is Luo Lin's own space replacement ability. As far as the eye can see, just a thought. At a glance thousands of miles. Secondly, there is 9 Killer Lunuo's door-to-door fruit ability. The third person is the fruit of the operation of the dead Surgeon Trafalgaro. The last person is the space manipulation of the curly-haired noble veteran star. Through the chaotic space, set up one dangerous space trap, which greatly restricts the opponent's actions. If the opponent is too impatient, he will step into a trap and be strangled by the power of space. This ability itself does not have much offensive power. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than. However, it is the best restriction, the ability to control the system. As it is now, in such a chaotic space, even Luo Lin is extremely restricted in his actions. Coupled with Yamato on his back, Luo Lin's superhuman space replacement ability was almost completely restricted. Unable to move freely in this chaotic space. After all, even if his body is tough enough to resist the cutting force of space. But Yamato's thin arms and thin legs are a little sheep that can't resist. I'm extremely sorry, Mr. Luo Lin, I'm fine, so don't worry about me. The pretty face under the Yamato Prajna mask was pale. Obviously knowing that he is now Luo Lin's biggest burden. Thinking of this, Yamato's strength in holding Luo Lin's slender hands was obviously weakened, and he obviously wanted to take the initiative to leave Luo Lin's protection. But at this moment, there was a crisp pop. Luo Lin's right backhand hit Yamato's pretty hip, awakening Yamato, who was in chaos. Advertisement. Mr. Luo Lin, what are you? Feeling the pain coming from somewhere in the body, Yamato's pretty face couldn't help flying up a few shy red clouds. I'm not so weak that I need a little girl to worry about. Everything is as expected. You only need to hug me, little girl, and if you are really scared, close your eyes and sleep. Luo Lin smiled. Looking at Luo Lin's confident and open face, Yamato was stunned for a moment. With Luo Lin's words, Yamato's originally throbbing heart calmed down unconsciously. In the depths of my heart, there was no reason to give birth to great confidence in Luo Lin. If it's this man, it's absolutely fine. Well, I see, Mr. Luo Lin. Yamato nodded heavily. The slender hand hugged Luo Lin tightly again. The whole person posted it, and Ling's steamed buns were almost spread into pancakes. Soothing Yamato's turbulent mood, Luo Lin's gaze fell on the chaotic space in front of him. Then through the chaotic space, he looked at the proud 5 old stars on the periphery, and the corners of his mouth raised a slight arc. Humph. Perceiving the small arc of Luo Lin's mouth, the old samurai star let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction. It's still pretending to this day, I see how long you can pretend. The curly-haired noble old star said coldly. Between the waving of his hands, the fluctuations in the space became more and more intense. Time is the respect, space is the king, but after all, only power is supreme. Luo Lin grinned and punched his right hand. No matter what obstacle it is, just use absolute power to blow it away. Chapter 625. The weakest 5 old stars. Special natural ability. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. It's useless. B************* D Luo Lin. Today you can't escape with your wings. The curly-haired noble old star looked at Luo Lin, who was besieged by space, with a confident and proud expression on his face. While speaking, his hands are as complicated as not printing. As a result, the space around Luo Lin became more and more overlapping, constructing a perfect cage. If I wait for 4 people and 4 to join forces today, you will have no chance. What happened 36 years ago will not happen again. Ferdinand, the old star in a dark blue suit, spoke quietly. Let everything end today. The old star in a bald black suit smiled coldly. For the strength of his team, the 5 old stars have full confidence. Even if it is the 4 emperors, with the abilities of the 4 of them, they can only catch it with one's hands. Although Luo Lin is stronger than the 4 emperors, he is still only one person after all. Space prison. Luo Lin slowly squeezed his right hand into a fist. The expression on his face was still calm and indifferent. There was no wavering at all because of the tacit cooperation of the 5 old stars in the defense. Time ability is respected, space ability can be king. But only strength is eternal. Strength is supreme. The clothes on Luo Lin's body bulged, and there was no wind. Explosive power gathered in his right fist. The bright fist suddenly bloomed. Sublimated to the extreme in an instant. Ding, punched out. Like a shooting star across the night sky, it shines on the earth. The strong boxing power seems to have driven the general trend of the world and blasted all obstacles in the world. The layers of space manipulated by the abilities of the curly-haired noble veteran star shattered under the impact of the turbulent strong fist. It's like dream bubbles one after another, all to nothing. A dark space passage appeared at Luo Lin's feet. At the end of the space passage stood Ferdinand, an old star in a dark blue suit with a look of astonishment. Advertisement. A distance of 100 meters, in an instant. Smash. Luo Lin's palm gleaming with shattered light fell in response, imprinting the old star Ferdinand on his body. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Absolute crushing power bursts. Bright shattering rays of light intertwined each other, covering the solidified body of the old star Ferdinand in the dark blue suit. Cut it into dozens or hundreds of pieces. But the next moment, strange things happened again. The dark blue suit old star Ferdinand, who was touched by Roland's crushing force, was indeed shattered. However, there was not the slightest splash of blood from the wound. Flowing out from his body was a silver-white metallic liquid. This is NNB. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. Luo Lin raised his eyebrows slightly, already knowing the reason. Ha ha ha. B*********** D kid, don't forget the existence of the old man. The old star in the bald black suit laughed wantonly. Finally demonstrated his ability, the natural, unknown metal fruit ability. About the ability of the bald black suit old star. Luo Lin had already learned it 36 years ago. In the devil fruit ability system, metal type abilities, such as Dazbonus's cut fruit, and Golden DT Zoro's golden fruit, belong to the superhuman ability. However, the ability of the bald black suit veteran is an exception at the moment. Even Luo Lin is not clear about the type of metal that the old bald star can transform and manipulate. There is the fluidity of metallic mercury, but it is not exactly. But one thing Luo Lin can be sure of. That is, the body of the old bald star can indeed be metallized. Advertisement. This is why Luo Lin characterizes his ability as a natural element. The bald-headed black suit veteran with this unknown natural ability can barely reach the general level in terms of combat power. It's just that all that is due to his special abilities. The bald old star's domineering and physical skills are unsightly, and it is not as good as the general Huang Ape Pelusalino. Just when Luo Lin recalled the ability of the old bald star. The old star Ferdinand in the dark blue suit shattered under the crushing force in front of him, completely turned into a pool of silver-white liquid. Ha 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 ha, have you seen it? B********* D kid, you haven't forgotten the abilities of the old man. The old star in a bald black suit laughed triumphantly. Okay. Luo Lin nodded calmly, the corner of his mouth raised a teasing arc. What's so funny? Old bald star's expression sank. I'm thinking about the past so many years, you still haven't made any progress. Luo Lin looked disappointed and shook his head gently. Hear the words. The smile on the old face of the bald old star solidified, and then the anger aroused by humiliation emerged. He recalled the unbearable past 36 years ago. The natural ability that he is proud of, the special natural ability that is powerful enough to destroy the country, but it can't play any role in front of Luo Lin. In the one-on-one contest, Luo Lin got close to him and then killed him with a punch. What a humiliation this is. Just thinking about it makes the old face of the bald old star hot, and the raging anger in his heart rises. This time is different. Things like the last time won't happen again. The bald old star suppressed his anger, and drank in a deep voice. All Metal Frenzy. Chapter 626. Lore. Smash the Dragon Fist. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi, All Metal Frenzy. Stimulated by the humiliating memories of the past, the bald-headed black suit old star was furious. Blushing with a thick neck, his hands exuding silver-white metallic luster slammed to the ground. In the next second, an amazing change occurred. The earth melted suddenly, turning into a silver-white metal ocean. This is what makes the bald old star's unique natural ability special. The same as the natural ability, and can also be divided into two categories. The first category is intangible natural elements. For example, the fire of Firefist Ace, the thunder of Anilu, etc. Intangible elements are all created out of thin air. Unleash the power of natural disasters at the cost of your own physical strength. Theoretically, the power of intangible elements can spread indefinitely. In the second category, typical slush fruits such as crocodile are tangible natural elements, and the amount of sand that can be converted by a single body is limited. However, if it is in special terrain, such as desert areas, his ability can also be maximized. The metal nature system of the old bald star is essentially similar to crocodile's rustling ability. However, in this world, there is no home court suitable for him. Because of his ability to change the metal, even if you search the world, you can't find much. Belongs to rare metals. Perhaps it is precisely because of this reason that the particularity of this natural ability is created. This ability does not have a natural home court advantage, but on the other hand, it is everywhere at home. Because it also possesses a special attribute called assimilation. Just like Doflamingo's thread, Katakuri's glutinous fruit ability is awakened. The special metal of the bald old star is naturally awakened by nature. It can be changed at will according to the will of the capable person, assimilating the surrounding environment. As this the awakening of ability. Looking at the unidentified metal ocean with silver-white waves rising under his feet, Yamato couldn't help but once again opened his beautiful eyes in shock. Awakening this old guy is still far away. Luo Lin said casually. Advertisement. Hateful. The bald-headed black suit old star was furious, and the green veins on his head burst out. Don't underestimate people. B************** D kid. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The bald-headed black suit old starburst yelled, and suddenly waved his hands upwards. A dozen or so metallic fluids suddenly rose up against the trend, turning into venomous snakes with huge open mouths in midair, and they bite towards Luo Lin. Facing the violent viper, Luo Lin did not flicker and fell. The world is shaking. The atmosphere is like waves of water. Boom, was another punch of Zhongjong Taihei. A dozen large metal snakes suddenly solidified. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Then it cracked every inch. Extending all the way down, even the metal ocean is exploding into waves of metal. This is just the beginning. The old bald star moved again. The metal ocean is surging like boiling water. After a while, the body size ranges from 5 meters to 20 meters. The strangely shaped metal giant climbed out of the ocean and stood upright. This is where the bald old star's ability to destroy the country with one force is truly powerful. This metal giant soldier after another, even surpassed the cracker soldier in terms of combat power. Both the strength and the power are far beyond the biscuit soldier. It can even change various suitable combat forms. Don't say it is a general national guard, that is. Monsters with a reward of more than 100 million, encounter such a metal giant, and they will capsize. What kind of D*********** D Luo Lin, this time won't be the same as 36 years ago. The old bald star who was guarded by a group of metal giants at the center laughed triumphantly. Hey, it's true. Advertisement. Luo Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. It's fine if you know, but I won't be merciful. The bald old star is proud. Compared with 36 years ago, the shape of these giants is a little better, but it's still far behind. Luo Lin said like a senior, with a tone of teaching juniors. Hear the words. The old bald star, who was only proud of it not long ago, suddenly became annoyed again. However, he didn't wait for his anger to erupt. Next second. The bald old star only felt his eyes gleam. The great crisis warning greeted him. He was close again. The old bald star was shocked and realized this serious problem. But what was going on? The old bald star looked at his trusted partner in confusion. Damn it. D Luo Lin, what the hell did you do? The curly-haired noble veteran star who was responsible for restricting Luo Lin's actions yelled furiously. Because he suddenly discovered that the Luo Lin he was staring at had disappeared without warning. His own spatial ability is the upper class of Luo Lin's ability. However, right now, his upper-level species has been completely placed together. Ganda, Ferdinand, the old star in the dark blue suit who was also aware of the badness, suddenly changed his face and screamed. The speed of the Shu, samurai old star. However, it was still a step slower. The high-pitched roar of the Aang, fierce beast exploded, releasing a domineering ferocious aura. At the same time, there are dense smashing rays of light that light up. Smashing Dragon Fist. Please download the ununderlined version. Chapter 627. The 5 old stars are slapped in the face seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Aang is like a tyrannosaurus roaring from the ancient times, and the sound shook the world. The strongest dragon fist broke out at this moment. Immediately afterwards, there was another shattering light that could not be withstood in space. It perfectly blends with the huge Tyrannosaurus skull, releasing the world's most powerful ferocity, and launching a lure towards the bald-headed black suit old star with a shocked face. All this happened in a flash. When the other 5 old stars reacted, Luo Lin's smashing dragon fist had already been released. He once blasted the strongest creature Kaido with a punch, and defeated Kaido's small half of the body's strong attack, and swallowed the bald black suit old star in an instant. Ah, the deadly threat came, and the bald old star who was already proud of it screamed in horror. In the end, even the screams of the whole person were drowned in the brilliant impact that bloomed afterwards. After a while, the roar that lingered between heaven and earth gradually reduced and returned to calm. The earth is riddled with holes. The outer city of the sacred place Mary Geoise was almost razed. Even the inner wall of Pangu City is full of cracks. If it weren't guarded by some mysterious power, it would probably burst in the aftermath of the impact. Damn it, D. Rollin. The curly-haired noble old star pulled his throat and let out a hoarse roar. In front of him, there is a big gap in space, and all the aftermaths rushing towards him are led into the space. Is it still a step slower? The samurai old star's right hand holding the sword trembled slightly. The neutral blonde old star William's eyes dimmed a little. After all, they are colleagues who have worked together for so many years. Watching him die in front of him, he naturally couldn't remain indifferent. Wrong. The dark blue suit old star Ferdinand's eyes skyrocketed, and he shouted. Not dead yet. The veteran star Ferdinand in the dark blue suit rushed out for the first time. Hear the words. The samurai old star and others were taken aback first. Advertisement. In the next second, they also reacted. Looking at the metal ocean that still exists and has not disappeared, the faces of the 5 old stars are coincidentally happy. Boom, softly rang. A water splash bloomed on the edge of the metal ocean. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A bloody, broken head popped up, dying. Hold on to. The old star in the dark blue suit shouted. Superman's retrospective ability is fully utilized. The misty light shines, making time reverse. It's a pity to be alive. Yamato's beautiful eyes widened, and he sighed with regret. In terms of strength and physical toughness, the bald old star is far less than Kaido, the beast with the name of the strongest creature. But he was lucky to survive Luo Lin's lure. These are all this special. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Credit to the natural ability. It's just lingering. Luo Lin opened his mouth relaxedly, his eyes locked on the 2 5 old stars not far away, and his feet moved slightly. At this moment, an invisible light and shadow flickered. The samurai old star crossed the sword to stop him. Won't let you do whatever you want. The curly-haired aristocratic old star shouted angrily, and the layers of space folds with full abilities descended, completely isolating Luo Lin. It seems to be just 100 meters. But the actual spatial distance among them is uncountable. Such a chaotic and complicated space, not to mention it is necessary to go through, that is, the curly-haired aristocratic old star himself has to spend a lot of effort to untie it. Oh, how good is this? It is obviously a rare opportunity. Yamato said anxiously. Ha ha. In response to this, Luo Lin still didn't have the slightest color of anxiety on his face, but once again raised a ridiculous arc. HMPH, you only have to be proud now, and the 4 of us will not give you any more chances from now on. Advertisement. Looking at the smile at the corner of Luo Lin's mouth, the curly-haired aristocratic old star suddenly became unhappy. Oh, Luo Lin answered calmly and looked up to the sky. Let's play here for about today, I'm leaving now. Luo Lin grinned and said goodbye to the 5 old stars in the space barrier. Okay. The samurai old star and others were all taken aback. Next moment, in their furious eyes, Luo Lin rose up into the sky and rushed straight towards the invisible barrier that was rippling. Hateful. That B*********** D wants to escape. The 5 old stars who sensed Luo Lin's intention suddenly became very angry. Quickly solve this spatial cube. The old samurai star urged. I'm doing it. The curly-haired aristocratic old star should drink profusely. Don't worry. The barrier is the handwriting of Lord Yim, he will never escape. Ferdinand, the old star in the dark blue suit who completed the treatment, spoke confidently. Ahem, Ferdinand is right, he can't escape, the next thing is. The time when the cat catches the mouse, I definitely want him to die. The old bald star who had recovered his life from the edge of death spoke viciously. It's just that the gaze that looked at Luo Lin was obviously cringing, obviously he hadn't walked out of the shadow of Luo Lin's previous lore. Everything is in vain. Little devil Luo Lin, I will eat you today, and Jesus can't save it, I said. The samurai old star shouted confidently and firmly. Oh, is it so? Luo Lin responded indifferently. The time between talking has already come near the barrier of the sky. The right hand stretched out straight, like the sharpest sword in the world. Everything is a sword. Caw caw caw. Under the horrified and dumbfounded gaze of the 5 old stars, the barrier that has withstood the countless shock waves of the warring states period without moving cracked. F chapter 628. Enter the Holy Land, slash the Heavenly Dragon, and leave calmly open black lens bracket seeking subscription close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Today you are doomed to fly, and Jesus can't save you, the old man said. The samurai old star yelled with confidence in the society. The other 3-5 old stars on the side also nodded for granted. Thinking of the source of the power of the barrier in the sky, the 4 people 4 are in their hearts. In their imagination, no one in this world can contend with this force. Luo Lin 36 years ago fell under this force. 36 years later, it will be no exception now. They only need to watch the drama calmly, sit and watch the other person doing useless work, and finally find that everything is in vain after the appearance of anger and depravity. After thinking that Luo Lin's calmness from beginning to end is about to disappear, he can finally feel the feeling of being dominated by fear. The 4 old samurai stars smiled triumphantly in advance with the corners of their mouths. Yet the next second, the unexpected happened again. In the sky, the expression on Luo Lin's face was still calm and calm. Instead, the smiles on their 4 old faces stopped abruptly. In turn, it turned into extreme shock, unbelievable and unbelievable. They saw something that the barrier in the sky was pierced by Luo Lin's hand knife. What's wrong, old guys, keep talking, why don't you tell me anymore? In the sky, Luo Lin's palm steadily penetrated the thin barrier, and his eyes fell on the 5 old stars below, with a teasing smile on the corner of his mouth. Slaps in the face have always been the most interesting. Feeling Luo Lin's playful gaze, the samurai old star 4-person 4 looked stiff. I just felt a fierce pain in my old face. They just let the other party's everything be useless, and they absolutely can't get away. Even though Luo Lindong used practical actions, he slapped them backhand. Their old faces crackled. This is really hateful. But hateful. Advertisement. Compared with the embarrassment of being slapped in the face, they are still shocked the most. 4. Luo Lin did this. Wonderful shock and horror. What exactly is going on? The old star in a bald black suit screamed in shock. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This barrier is the man's handwriting, it is absolutely impossible to be destroyed. Ferdinand, the veteran star in the dark blue suit, yelled, no longer the peace and calmness of the past. His hand, why isn't his body cut off? This is unreasonable. The old samurai star stared with horrified old eyes. Is he really strong enough to be able to compete with that power? 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Is it contending? The curly-haired aristocratic old star unconsciously gave birth to an infinite chill in his heart. It's too strong. Lord Luo Lin's strength is beyond the ordinary, so I tried my best to promote equal cooperation between the 2 sides, it's just, alas. Staying neutral, the blonde veteran star William, who was watching the battle, sighed helplessly. Then, old guys, come here first today, and you can look forward to it next time. Luo Lin grinned. The palm of his right hand penetrated the barrier, and then he slammed a fist. Boom, was impacted by a certain special force bursting out of Luo Lin's arm. The cracks on the special barrier became more and more dense, and then shattered like a mirror, exploding a hole. The space inside and outside the world is reconnected. Gone. Luo Lin smiled slightly, carrying Yamato step by step out of the gap and disappearing into the night sky. Haiyuan calendar 152 years, December 12th, night. The hero Luo Lin enters the Holy Land Mary Joa, cuts the dragon, beats the 5 old stars, and leaves calmly. Advertisement. Damn it, how can I let you leave so easily? If it spreads out, where is our face? The space barrier of the curly-haired noble old star was untied, and the samurai old star who had recovered his freedom roared and was about to pursue it. At this moment, Walala, a violent wind blew up. The old blonde star William, who was always watching the battle, moved. The 6 wings of the angel behind him spread out and blocked the 4-5 old stars. William, what are you doing? Do you want to rebel? Get out of it. The curly-haired noble old star scolded angrily. Let's stop here, if you chase it out, you will really die. The blonde old star William spoke majestically. A-hole. The 4-5 old stars are silent. Although he didn't want to admit it, what the old blonde star said was true. Today, at their home court, with everything ready, they failed to keep Luo Lin, or even hurt him, and in the end they were almost defeated. If it is really a single 1-to-1, the consequences can be imagined. In the end, Luo Lin broke through the barrier of God, leaving a deep psychological shadow on the 5 elder stars. After calming down a little, they no longer have the slightest idea of pursuing them in their hearts. What happened here today must not be spread. Ferdinand, the old star in the dark blue suit, shouted coldly. Okay, absolute. The others nodded and drank. Chapter 629. The Power of Anti-King. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The night is slightly cool. The moonlight is cold, somewhere at an altitude of about 3 kilometers above the ground. The space on a small special island cloud fluctuates slightly. Luo Lin stepped out with the piece on his back and stood on the island cloud. The night wind blew their clothing corners and hunted. Mr. Luo Lin is amazing. Mr. Luo Lin is so handsome. Yamato, who hung on Luo Lin's back, flushed, and cheered excitedly. Yamato, who was previously suppressed by the terrifying abilities of the 5 old stars, once thought that he was going to explain there today. Even if you can escape in the end, it will inevitably have to pay a huge price. However, the final result was the opposite of what she had expected. Even with her burden, Luo Lin still feels relaxed. So calmly escaped from under the eyes of the 5 old stars. During this period, he even almost killed a 5-star on the spot. What an amazing record, and the barrier that Luo Lin broke through in the end. Although Yamato doesn't know what level of defense it is, she can already imagine 1 or 2 from the reactions of the 5 old stars. That barrier must be one of the strongest forces in the world. Sure enough, as Mr. Midian and Pirate King Roger said, Mr. Luo Lin, you are really the most incredible person in the world. Yamato murmured with emotion. Recalling all the previous things, the whole person was immersed in the shocking emotions and couldn't help it. For a while, he even forgot to get off Luo Lin. To this, Luo Lin didn't say anything. Because at this moment, he is also in deep thought, his eyes are deep and quiet. Advertisement. This trip to the Holy Land Mary Joa, in Yamato, in the eyes of the opponents of the 5 old stars. Luo Lin was so calm from beginning to end, relaxed and freehand. However, only Luo Lin himself knew that this was not easy, and the physical consumption was second, and the biggest burden was also the consumption of computing power. From the moment I stepped into Mary Joa. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lin's ability to perceive danger precursors is to feel the threat in the dark. The dividing line is that road. If you cross that road, the danger will double. That's why Luo Lin always kept the battlefield outside the demarcation line. The subsequent battle with Wu Lao Xing was a hidden crisis step by step. Even the blonde old star William remained neutral because of the suppression of the undead blood. At the same time, facing the 5-star team with control, support, and strong attack, namely 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. It was better than Luo Lin and felt the pressure. On the surface, Luo Lin severely injured the old samurai star within a few strokes. After that, he almost killed the old bald star. Everything is so easy. However, if you want to do this, the amount of calculation behind this is so huge that people can imagine. In this battle, the most important thing is rhythm. Maintain your own fighting rhythm and disrupt the opponent's rhythm. For this reason, he has always insisted that he is able to do it. Luo Lin even used trash talk to affect the mood of the samurai old star. It was the first to disrupt the opponent's rhythm and took the lead. After the other party hadn't reacted, he set a space trap that even the curly-haired noble veteran hadn't noticed, and got a chance to kill. Although the bald-headed black suit veteran escaped by abilities, but at that time, in order to help his partners, the rhythm of the defense of the 5 veterans was already in chaos. Advertisement. That was also the best time for Luo Lin to get away. Once you miss it, wait for the 5 old stars to react, and then imagine how it is now, unharmed and calmly taking Yamato to get out. The possibility is almost zero. Compared with the battle with the 5 old stars, who was finally regarded as an absolute defense barrier by the 5 old stars, Luo Lin did not worry too much from the beginning to the end. Luo Lin knew the strength of that barrier. It has withstood dozens of hundreds of shock waves from the Great Buddha in the Warring States period without moving, and the degree of firmness can be imagined. Such a thing beyond common sense. In Luo Lin's expectation, there should be only the guy among the flowers. The strong defense possessed by this barrier must be the same as the thing that suppressed him for more than 30 years. If so, that would be great. After all, these 36 years of slumber, from the passive ability of the system, gave Luo Lin an interesting specific ability, the power of anti-king. If it's just such a barrier, it's natural. Mr. Luo Lin, what shall we do next? Here is still very close to the Holy Land, if it is discovered. Big and Weak spoke, her pretty face worrisome. Don't worry, wait a minute. Luo Lin spoke calmly. The sky is high and the birds fly. Until now, without the barriers of that barrier, he wants to leave, and no one in this world can stop him. But now he still wants to wait and see. What will the 5 old stars do to the warring states who forcibly break into Mary Joa? If anything really happened, Luo Lin would definitely kill him back with a carbine at all costs. After all, no matter what, the warring states was exhausted by him this time. How could he just watch his brother suffer? Chapter 630. The Warring States period and the 5 old stars. Retire as Marshal of the Navy. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The cold moon blossoms are like flowing water, shining on the battlefield of the Holy Land Mary Joa outer city, a mess. The old people who represent the highest power in the world on the bright side looked gloomy and said nothing. The invisible barrier in the sky is gradually dissipating. The plan to siege Luo Lin failed, and this barrier naturally no longer needs to exist. At the same time, near the main gate of Mary Joa, the Sengoku incarnation of the Great Buddha suddenly raised its head. Seeing the light that gradually disappeared into the sky, his face was first taken aback, and then he breathed. Really, it's troublesome all day long. The Warring States period complained in a low voice, lifting the form of the Great Buddha. After a short break, Warring States took a deep breath, a firm look appeared on his face. Luo Lin can just leave like this, but he still can't. Now that he has made this choice, he has already made the consciousness of accepting the price. The soles of the feet of the Warring States period slammed on the ground and rushed to the center of the battlefield at full speed. About half a minute later, the Warring States came to this pitted and messy battlefield. Not far ahead, the 5 elder stars did not say a word, their expressions condensed. The invisible aura that radiated from the whole body seemed to freeze the air. Warring states, the old samurai star said in a deep voice. Humph. The old bald star sneered. They were slapped in the face by Luo Lin, played a trick, and even almost died. At this moment, they can't find the target to vent their anger. At this moment, the warring states took the initiative to send it to the door, and they were the most welcome. Sengoku, do you guys know what you did? The noble curly-haired old star yelled and asked. The Navy headquarters received an alert and learned that there were intruders in the Holy Land, and we are here to help. The warring states replied neither humble nor arrogant. Aid is nice, but I don't know who is here to help. The old bald star sneered. Advertisement. I also want to know about this question, who the 5 old stars were fighting with before and how did they turn out? Warring states asked seriously. You, listening to the knowing question of the Sengoku period, samurai. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. If you don't get angry, you will go crazy. Stop. Ferdinand, the veteran star in a dark blue suit, stopped. The deep gaze fell on the warring states with a strong threat and oppression. Warring states, the person we sent to guard the gate earlier should have told you that the Navy is going back. Ferdinand, the old star in a dark blue suit, asked. Yes. Sengoku nodded. Why defy? The 5-year-old star Ferdinand drank with dignity. The Holy Land has been invaded by thieves, and the Navy has the responsibility and obligation to understand the causes and consequences and provide support. How can it be justified by the verbal words of an unknown person? 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. It's a retreat. In case they are controlled by an intruder, they must be confirmed with their own eyes. The warring states period solemnly speaks with justification. The unknown person is the old man's direct subordinate. The old bald star scolded angrily. I haven't seen it. Sengoku's answer remained calm. Calm and powerful, it is impossible to refute. First, Luo Lin was playing with his temper, and Zhengqi was speechless by the warring states. The 5 elder stars were about to blow their lungs with anger. If the 5 elder stars feel that I am not enough to serve as a marshal, I will remove them here, or I can take the initiative to resign as a marshal, and let me deal with it. The warring states period raised his hand and took off the seagull marshal's hat on his head, and said the words that weighed on his heart like a huge boulder. Do not know why. When this sentence was uttered, when the seagull marshal's hat on his head was taken off, a relaxed smile appeared unconsciously on the face that had always been stern in the warring states period. The whole person has unprecedented ease from the inside out, and after many years, I once again felt the impact of freedom. It's like the pleasure of sailing with Luo Lin, Carp, Zephyr and his comrades in the sea before. He has been bound by the name of the so-called marshal for too long. Warring states, do you really think we can't find someone to replace you? Advertisement. The curly-haired noble old star said angrily. The warring states was silent. Since you have said so, then. The old bald star spoke in a cold voice. Before he finished speaking, he was stopped by Ferdinand, an old star in a dark blue suit. We will discuss your resignation as Marshal of the Navy later. Ferdinand, you. The old bald star frowned dissatisfied. Enough. Don't be dazzled by anger. Go back now. Ferdinand, the old star in a dark blue suit, cried out. Ferdinand is right. There is no one who can replace the Marshal of the warring states at the moment. There is nothing wrong with the warring states for today's affairs. The blonde old star William spoke to excuse the warring states period. The old samurai star and the 3 of them all waved their sleeves and left with a look of irritation. Warring states, I will stop here for today, but it is not over yet. Ferdinand, the old star in a dark blue suit, spoke quietly and turned to leave. Don't worry, warring states, I will help you with it. The last blonde old star William cast a kind smile to the warring states period. This abnormal attitude made the warring states even more puzzled and confused. It wasn't until a long while after the blonde old star William left, that he still couldn't recover. Mr. Sengoku. At this moment, a faint voice sounded from the feet of the warring states period, awakening him from his astonishment. There was a soft bang. Like a groundhog broke through the ground. The alternate General Cha Dolphin and the dusty head popped out of the ground. Plus, why are you here? Warring states couldn't help but stared at him again. Mr. Warring States, things are really big. Chapter 631. The Green Pheasant and the Warring States period that are so shocked that they can't be added, seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Navy Headquarters, Marshal's Office. It's okay, there is no danger at all. The warring states, who had returned from the Holy Land, immediately informed people thousands of miles away of the results through a phone worm. Accompanied by people's relieved gasps and slight sobbing, the phone worm hung up. Warring states put away the phone worm and looked outside the door. Come in. With the words of the Marshal Sengoku fell. The General Green Pheasant, who had been waiting outside for a long time, and the T-Dolphin, who was still in shock, pushed in. Have everyone else gone back? Warring states folded his hands, stuck his chin, and asked in a deep voice. Everyone went back and waited for the news. The General Green Pheasant opened his mouth with a smile. Then, why have you not left yet? The warring states period looked at the Green Pheasant. Ah la la, I'm not using my ability to calm down and calm down. The General Green Pheasant spoke seriously. Warring states. Well, I'm also very curious about what happened in the Holy Land before and how handsome Mr. Luo Lin did. The General Green Pheasant confessed. Forget it, add to it, you can talk about it carefully. The Warring States period re-looked at Jiaji. Okay. The T-Dolphins add weight to the head. When even from his encounter with Luo Lin, the celestial Roswad was killed, and then between Luo Lin and the 5 old stars, the series of shocking developments informed the two of the Warring States. After hearing about the shocking events from the witness Kaji, the only two in the scene, the Blue Pheasant and the Warring States period, both opened their mouths unconsciously. The eyes are even more round, and the whole person is occupied by extremely shocking emotions from the inside out. The huge marshal's office fell into absolute silence. It's been a long while. The Gudong, Admiral Green Pheasant's Adam's apple was rolled down with difficulty. Advertisement. Luo. Mr. Luo Lin almost became the 5th star. The voice of the General Green Pheasant increased more than octave. His face was filled with extreme shock, unbelievable and incredible. After all, the name, Wu Lao Xing, represents the highest power in the world. Wu Lao Xing William actually, could it be because of this? Warring States keenly thought of the reason for the abnormality of the blonde Lao Lian. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Only in this way, whether it is recommending Luo Lin to become the supreme power, or in the end, there is a perfect explanation for his partiality. Boom. There was a soft sound. It seemed so clear in the dead marshal's office. Looking at the note that appeared on the desk out of thin air. The General Green Pheasant tilted his head in confusion. T-Dolphin plus 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. He tensed his body in an instant, and waited for it. As for the Marshal Sengoku, he reacted after a moment of astonishment. That B************** D. Warring States laughed and cursed, then picked up the note on the table and opened it. Hey, Warring States, it's been a long time since I saw you, I'm relieved that you are still alive and kicking. Thank you very much today. Don't worry, if you are really locked in Push City, I will definitely break through Push City and get you out smiley humph, thank you so much. Warring States pouted and groaned. But, do you still have time to take care of me right now, you willful and reckless, I can't cure it, someone can cure it. The Warring States period whispered to himself, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously set off a big arc. At the same time, a roof of the Navy headquarters. Roland clapped his hands. Then, let's find a place to rest for the night. Luo Lin smiled to himself. Take one step, and instantly disappear from the same place. 5 minutes later, an island gleaming dreamlike under the moonlight appeared in Luo Lin's eyes. Advertisement. This is the islands of Chambord. After cleaning up the Chambord incident a few months ago, the islands of Chambord now seem much deserted. The number of pirates on the island has dropped drastically. Even the pirates on the island adhere to the principle of low-key behavior and dare not make trouble. Here are the Chambord Islands recorded in the log. So beautiful. The beautiful eyes of Yamato, who was still lying tightly on Luo Lin's back, let out a pleasant cry and sigh of surprise. If you want to play, it's tomorrow. Luo Lin smiled slightly. Take one step. Next second, Luo Lin took Yamato and appeared in the lonely mangrove area number 13 in Chambord Land. This is where Sha Chi's ripping bar is located. Even if the owner of the bar has left, the bar is still not abandoned. It was taken care of by Sha Chi's subordinate intelligence agents as Wei Sung's base in Chambord. Sha Chi's Rip-Up Bar is really a strange name. Will anyone really come to drink with such a name? Yamato commented softly. Aren't we here? Luo Lin said casually. Yamato, speaking of which, little girl, how long will you hang on me? Luo Lin finally reminded helplessly. Ah. Yamato was taken aback. Immediately, he finally reacted. In the voice, the stiff body fell to the ground with magnificent and gorgeous. Chapter 632. After all, what should come is here. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. It was quiet at night. Mangrove area on the 13th of the Chambord Islands. The young girl panicked and screamed on the empty grass. Under Luo Lin's reminder, Yamato finally woke up suddenly. Realized the fact that she still hugged Luo Lin like an octopus until now. It has been nearly a full hour since Mary Joa got away. However, but she was totally unconscious. Still hanging on Luo Lin as before. What a shame this is. It's not a kid anymore. Moreover, even when she was a child, she had never been so closely hugged a man. Sorry, Mr. Luo Lin, I'm really sorry. Yamato repeatedly apologized. The slender hands moved in unison with the slender legs, struggling to get down. However, because of maintaining the same posture for a long time, the muscles of the body are in a state of rigidity and uncontrollable for a while. It's okay. Don't care. Just take your time. Luo Lin smiled and calmed down. After half a minute of struggle, Yamato finally manipulated his stiff hands and feet to get out of Luo Lin's body. As a result, she was unable to stand successfully. She fell to the ground gorgeously, humming non-stop. Luo Lin shook his head helplessly. Turn around and squat down in front of Yamato. It's okay, little girl, Yamato, with your strength, this is not the case. Roland rode. It's okay, it's just a little bit weaker, and you will soon recover. Yamato smiled awkwardly. That's good. Luo Lin smiled and nodded. Jingling bell is at this moment. The doorbell of Luo Lin knocking on the bar behind them rang. A girl wearing a peaked cap pushed out the door. There is also a remote contact phone worm in his hand. Advertisement. Ah, really worthy of Sister Shachi, Luo. Mr. Luo Lin is really here. Shachi's number 7 intelligence agent, the girl Jelina screamed in shock. Yo, good evening, little girl. Luo Lin clapped his hands and got up, smiled and greeted the stunned girl with peaked cap number 7 at the door. Lorlin B**********************************************************************************************************************************FIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIFIF novel.zi. A sound of gritted teeth came from the telegraph. Oh, it's Shachi, what a coincidence. Luo Lin smiled and greeted. My mother has put all his wealth on you this time, don't you plan to say anything now? Thousands of miles away, Weisung headquarters, Shachi gritted her teeth. Ah ha ha, Luo Lin shoved in embarrassment. Ha ha, you're tall, ha ha, you are our leader now, next time you do this kind of thing, please tell me if you can do it again, the heart of my old lady will really not be able to stand it. Shachi spoke full of resentment. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Sorry, next time. Luo Lin said with a rare smile. By the way, Shachi, don't Robin and the others know what happened tonight? Luo Lin asked tentatively. Hey, if you want them to know about your heroic feats, I will go to the Sky Island and talk to them now. Shachi said. Don't, sister. Luo Lin quickly refused. Hey, who is your old man's eldest sister? Shachi was dissatisfied. The little girl. Roll. The bang. Door was violently knocked open by a loud noise. It is not the shampoo place, but Weisung is naturally. Shachi, I heard it, Luo Lin's voice, have you contacted that guy? Carp's voice came from the phone worm. The shock caused Luo Lin to unconsciously move the phone worm farther away. Is it you, Luo Lin? Advertisement. Carp's voice became clearer and clearer, and he had obviously taken the phone worm into his hands. It's here, you can hear it quietly. Luo Lin barked his teeth. Luo Lin, you fellow, what the hell did you do tonight? If it weren't for the Warring States period to contact me, I don't know, I was completely kept in the dark by you. Carp's questioning sounded like thunder. Aga, it really is the Warring States period. Since Carp knows, then ahe. Thinking of this, Luo Lin couldn't help grinning, a rare uneasiness in his heart. The phone worm is on the other side. Carp's bitter thoughts full of resentment are still going on. It's just that Luo Lin went in and out of his left ear and didn't listen at all. It's a matter of sipping a few perfunctory occasionally. In the end, it was almost done, and Luo Lin finally spoke. Okay, I'm really fine, very good, but after all. Carp, you, in the middle of the night, forcibly broke into Shachi's room. If the old boy Lei knew about it, I might have to look for you desperately. I can't help you then. Luo Lin bluntly changed the subject. Roland, do you look down on the old man, but it's Raleigh, and you don't need your help. Carp self-channel. Bang, dang, Shachi, what are you doing with me? You two old guys dare to talk nonsense, my old lady tears your mouth. Shachi said viciously. Puff ha ha ha, sorry. Carp oiled the soles of his feet and ran at the speed of light. Ah ha ha ha, smile, you won't be able to laugh later, I have already told the person on the sixth side of the method of contact, you can ask for more blessing. Shachi threatened. Hey, the smile on Luo Lin's face stopped abruptly. A phone worm on the side of the blue bar rang. Gudong. Luolin's Adam's apple rolled a little harder. Got. After all, what should be here is here. Please download the ununderlined version chapter 633. The hero also has troubles. Luo Lin will panic too. Open black lens bracket subscribe for subscription close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, in the mangrove area on the 13th of the Chambord Island, Shachi's hold-up bar. A faint light illuminates the bar counter. On the side of the bar, a small telephone bug, Bluebrew, kept calling. Mr. Luo Lin, this is your contact. Jelena, the girl with a peaked cap of number 7, fluttered with bright big eyes, and looked curiously at the legendary man in front of her. This was the first time she met the legendary naval hero real person. A little girl like her is naturally the most curious about the legendary hero or something. The image of Luo Lin that she saw with her own eyes satisfies all her illusions about heroes. But there are also things she didn't think of. For example, the joyous interaction between Luo Lin and Shachi, and another naval hero, Carp, that he had heard before, made her know that the hero Luo Lin is not a cold type, but is very approachable. And now, the hero who is drunk alone with a troubled look. It's incredible. Luo Lin, the invincible hero in the world, also has troubles. What on earth is Mr. Hero worrying about in this world? What else is worth worrying about the legendary hero? I want to know. Compared with the gossip fire that burned in the heart of little girl Jelena. The big and little girl at this moment is much quieter. It's just a drink of one cup after another to be shocked. Obviously, I was immersed in the shyness of being together with Luo Lin for a long time. The phone worm on the bar table of blue rang for half a minute. Luo Lin drank the iced rum in the cup. The slamming sound of the wine glass brought the thoughts of the girl in the number 7 peaked cap back to reality. Little girl Jelena, refill me one more cup. Besides, the room inside should not be used now. Luo Lin pointed to the special black room in the bar. Well, I am alone here now. Jelena, a girl with a peaked cap, subconsciously filled Luo Lin and nodded blankly. That's good. Luo Lin got up, held the wine glass in his left hand, and picked up the phone worm in his right hand. A dazzling effort is to enter the house. Yeah, it seems that I can only ask Alice in the future. Jelena, the girl in the number 7 peaked cap, shrugged with regret, and turned to get close to Yamato. The other side. Advertisement. In the little black room. Luo Lin drank half a glass of wine, and finally connected to the phone worm. Father. A cry of anxiety and urgency came first. Originated from the head office candidate, Tautu Gion. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Dad, is it you, Dad? Gion asked anxiously. Ah, it's me, I'm fine. Luo Lin answered calmly. Call. On the other end of the phone worm, Gion exhaled a long breath. And N. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. BSP. It's great, this is really great, it's really great that Dad is fine. Gion was relieved. Between the words, there is a 3.3 for joy, a 3.3 easy and very happy. Daddy, you are really not worrying at all. As your daughter, I am very tired to say. After the fortune and joy, Gion couldn't help but complain bitterly. Ah ha ha, Luo Lin smiled awkwardly again. He really has nothing to say about tonight. Moreover, he was only sneaking in secretly. Hey, Kapu and others who were thousands of miles away shouldn't have known it so quickly. It's all because of the broken mouth of the fellow in the Warring States period. Why didn't you find that the Warring States period had such a big mouth before? Luo Lin thought. Thinking about it, Luo Lin thought of something again. It seemed that Gion was talking from beginning to end, but Ahe didn't respond. Gion, speaking of it, Ahe, isn't she by your side? Luo Lin interrupted Gion's broken thoughts. Sister Crane is here. Gion answered. Then why don't you speak? Advertisement. Luo Lin asked. Sister, he said she didn't want to talk to Dad. Gion wrote. It turned out to be like this, then you pass the phone bug, and I'll talk to her. Luo Lin is not very surprised by this situation. Have encountered it before, so this time I had expected it a long time ago, and prepared a countermeasure. Only this time, things seemed to be wrong. When Luo Lin sincerely admitted his mistakes, apologized, and waited for the rebuke from Ahe, but at the end he heard only a burst of crying. Ahe cried. A strong woman like Ahe actually cried. Weeping like an ordinary weak little woman. This is unbelievable. Listening to Ahe's abnormal cry, Luo Lin was completely stupid. For a while, he was at a loss and didn't know what to do. It's all Dad's fault. Sister E's tears are going to be drained for Dad. Dad, please come back soon. Gion's resentful voice came from the side. Sorry, you are waiting, I will be back now. Luo Lin was also completely panicked right now. After drinking the remaining half a glass of wine, hanging up the phone, the worm went out. Mr. Luo Lin, have you finished contacting? Seeing Luo Lin going out, Jelena asked subconsciously. Okay. Luo Lin nodded. I'm busy now. You have to go out. When I'm away, Miss Jelena, you can take Dahe around the island. Luo Lin ordered. I will handle it. Jelena patted the baby bear. Luo Lin nodded. Go straight out. One step 1,000 miles. Chapter 634. Follow-up to the Holy Land incident. 40 years of promise. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi for 3 days, and it was fleeting in a blink of an eye. At the end of the first half of the Great Route, the islands of Chambord, today is as calm as ever. The pirates still held their tails and acted in a low-key manner. There are no arrogant Tianlong people to travel. Due to the Mary Joa incident 3 days ago, everyone in the Tianlong people is now in danger, shrinking in the holy place, and afraid of going out again in a short time. Except for, dragon people were frightened and hesitated. This time, the Mary Joa incident didn't cause a lot of waves around the world. The reason is naturally the world government's sake. The hero Luo Lin attacked the Holy Land at night and slashed the dragon. Such a rebellious thing should be the best time to obliterate his hero's aura. It's just that in this matter, the 5 old stars also have their own scandals that they want to hide. Except, for fear of implicating the big incident 36 years ago. The 5 old stars do not want the blonde old star William to become Luo Lin's younger brother, and even the matter of inviting him to become the 5 old star is exposed. If this kind of thing is spread, their face will really be lost. The majesty is no longer, and it is completely reduced to the laughingstock of the world. This is the most unbearable thing for the 5 old stars. So even if they suffered a big loss this time, they can only choose to settle down. Smash your teeth and swallow in your belly, just as if nothing happened. Luo Lin is happy to see the results of the 5 old stars and the tolerance of the world government. After all, if this matter was announced, Luo Lin wouldn't care what the civilians thought. Luo Lin only knew that his phone worm might be bombed again. At that time, Zephyr and others on the front line of the Northwest Sea battlefield will also be affected. And those little girls in Weisung. Good guys. He couldn't stand it just because he was tossing about it. If all the little girls were crying and crying by his side, Luo Lin's head would have to explode. Advertisement. But, this time it was really put on one. Mangrove Area number 13 in Shampoo. Luo Lin held his waist with his right hand, grinning against the rising sun. I should have thought that it would be a routine for a strong woman like Ahe to cry like a little girl. I won't believe it again next time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Luo Lin muttered and opened the knock on the door. The crisp bell of jingle bell rang. Inside and outside the room, one pair of big eyes stared at two pairs of small eyes. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Seeing the sudden picture in front of him, Luo Lin couldn't help but widened his eyes in surprise. The other side. On the side of the bar. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Yamato and Yelena in the dress-up game also stopped their actions. After a moment of dead silence, the shrill screams of the girls resounded through the bar. A large strip of colorful dresses and some sparsely clothed things flooded Luo Lin like rain. Half a quarter of an hour later, the chaotic bar returned to its usual calm. Jelena, a girl with a peaked cap, wiped herself on the bar. Yamato, who changed into his original clothes, sat silently, using a prajna mask to cover up his true expression. Ah ha ha, Luo Lin smiled awkwardly. If it's normal, he doesn't mind appreciating it. It's just that I don't have much interest right now. Advertisement. Really, Mr. Luo Lin, why don't you knock on the door when you come in? It took me 3 days. I even set an example to persuade Yamato to change into beautiful clothes. Jelena, the girl in the peaked cap number 7, said bitterly. Sorry, but I didn't expect that you were not in the room, so you changed it here. Don't you guys be afraid of sudden guests coming home. Roland gave a ha-ha. My shop has been out of business for several months. Besides, I have pulled a lot of alarm lines outside. If someone comes, I will receive a reminder. You are the only one, Mr. Luo Lin. I came here without realizing it. It doesn't matter what I said, but Sister Yamato is a very traditional person. Jelena, the girl in the number 7 peaked cap, flashed her big eyes and blushed. This is really difficult. Luo Lin patted his forehead. By the way, little girl Jelena, did the coating boat I asked Shachi to prepare for me a week ago have gone? Luo Lin asked. The boat has already been prepared, but Mr. Luo Lin, the boat is too small, it is too crowded for both people, and there is no control system. What do you want? What kind of boat do you want? Jelena asked puzzledly. Of course to go to Fishman Island. Luo Lin took it for granted. What fish island? Jelena, the girl with peaked cap number 7, was stunned. At the same time, on the other side, Yamato, who was in autism, also suddenly raised his head. The beautiful eyes that were flooded with shame instantly shone brightly, full of joy and expectation. Merman Island, are you going to Fishman Island next? Yamato completely put the previous shame behind him, with a look of excitement and hope. Ah, it's Fishman Island, the promise made 40 years ago is to take a trip. Chapter 635, Hi, really hi, open black lens bracket subscribe for subscription close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi in the number 3 mangrove area of Shampoo. A few months ago, in the Chambord land incident, Charos, the Draco, punched the legendary great pirate Pluto Raleigh. And this triggered a series of chain reactions. The most terrifying of them was the peak duel between Luo Lin and the General Huang Yuan. That battle directly or indirectly wiped out nearly half of the inaccessible area of Shampoo. The number 1 mangrove where the population auction site is located, the number 8 mangrove where human traffickers gather, etc. Among them, the number 3 mangrove owed a huge debt to Luo Lin because of the photo of Diamante, but it was a blessing in disguise and survived. The island owner, who controls the number 3 mangrove tree, is still working hard to settle the debts owed. He is responsible for the coating of small wooden boats today. Master Jelena, everything has been prepared as instructed, please check. The mangrove no. 3 inches island owner, with a wild face is full of flattering smiles. The words were spoken to Jelena, but the small eyes always fell on Luo Lin. Goodbye after a few months. How could he not know the identity of Luo Lin? Being able to be used by legendary heroes is simply a great honor for him. In addition, the most important point is the name of a hero. Even the powerful Don Quixote family in the dark world dare not ask him to settle accounts for Diamante. Fatty, you were lucky today. I was fortunate enough to see Mr. Luo Lin with my own eyes, but you can roll after seeing it. Then it is not something you can know. Jelena, the girl in the number 7 peaked cap, waved her hand. Yes. Hearing this, the fatty mangrove, island owner, on the number 3 mangrove suddenly squatted on the ground in fear, then straightened his body and rolled away numbly. This fat guy. Jelena raised her eyebrows unexpectedly. What a humble person. Yamato sighed softly. Advertisement. In this world, everyone has their own way of living. Luo Lin said calmly. Let's go. After that, Luo Lin should walk to the shore first. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Even though Luo Lin only wanted a general ship, the fatty island owner's advocacy still added a lot of decorations that he considered luxurious. But for Luo Lin, these things are unnecessary. This coated boat was specially prepared for Yamato. If it's just Luo Lin himself, there is no need for a coated boat at all. Just like decades ago, just jump into the sea and sleep, and the Fisherman Island will arrive. Mr. Luo Lin, do you and Yamato really want to use this boat to go to the Fisherman Island? Is too dangerous. Hey, there is. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. 10,000 meters deep sea. Jelena, the girl with a peaked cap of number 7, widened her shocked beautiful eyes, and confirmed for the last time. Any questions? Luo Lin's answer is still calm. I think that if a big man like Mr. Luo Lin wants to go to the Fisherman Island, at least a decent ship that can be seen in the past is needed to be worthy of your identity. Jelena suggested. I'm just an ordinary person who is slightly stronger. Luo Lin waved his hand. Galena. God's meow is only slightly stronger. Ordinary people who are gods and meows. Is there an ordinary person in this sea who can kill the emperor of the sea? Just when the girl with cap number 7 Jelena was still immersed in the world of Tukao, Yamato stepped out of the shadow of shame and stepped on the jelly-like coated boat. The pretty face under the Prajna mask is full of curiosity about the coated boat and expectation of the dream island recorded in the Bible. Mr. Luo Lin, when shall we leave? Advertisement. Yamato urged excitedly. Immediately. Luo Lin responded. Wow. Just as Luo Lin's voice fell, a violent wave suddenly appeared on the calm sea. A huge waterfall broke out of the sea. When the sea water was over, the huge pitch-black snake head beneath it came into the eyes of the girl Jelena. Hi. Sea King class. The number 7 peaked cap girl Jelena's voice increased more than 8 degrees, and her small face was full of panic. Don't be afraid, Jelena. Xiaohei is Mr. Luo Lin's subordinate. This time, it should be here to drive us to Fishman Island. After spending a few days with Luo Lin, Yamato understood Luo Lin's intentions. The Sea Kings are Mr. Luo Lin's subordinates. Go to the Fisherman Island with this super large Sea King. Jelena, the girl in the peaked cap, was stunned again. Previously, she was worried that the boat would not be worthy of Luo Lin's identity, and she never thought that Luo Lin had already prepared a big move. Is there a more shocking stage in this world than sitting on a Sea King and descending on an island? Sure enough, the hero is the hero. Hi, it is really high. Jelena, a girl with a peaked cap of number 7, looked up at Luo Lin on the top of Neptune's head. Woo patted herself with emotion. Let's go. Luo Lin's soles lightly stepped on the black sea snake's head and ordered. Sha-la-la. In response, the black sea snake swallowed the snake letter, bit the coated boat on the shore, and then plunged into the sea and disappeared. Just stay where she was. She was shocked and clapped her hands in a sluggish cap. Jelena. Chapter 636. No fear of the curse of the sea. Yamato. Stunned. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi Deep Sea. This is an unknown land that humans have not yet conquered. Even the Pirate King, Gold Roger, just conquered the sea route. 4. The world of pirates dominated by the sea, the area occupied by the sea is countless times larger than that of the land. There are countless shipwreck treasures hidden in the sea, and it is the world's largest treasure place. At the same time, in those inaccessible deep seas, there are huge monsters that are unimaginable. Humans seem to have become the masters of this world. But if one day, the monsters in the sea unite to attack the islands of mankind, then the destruction of the world will only happen overnight. From ancient times to the present, only the king of the sea, Poseidon, can dominate this deep sea. It happened 800 years ago. 800 years later, there are also now, and there are still 2. Now, inspired by the 40-year agreement, in this era, the king and the king of this sea are about to meet. 3 minutes, 2 kilometers. 2 kilometers under the sea, the surrounding environment is already pitch black, and you can't see your fingers. Under Luo Lin's special orders, the 5-kilometer class black snake gradually slowed down. The blood basin opened slightly, and the coated boat in the mouth was spit out. Then he manipulated the 2 slender tentacles near the chin and weaved them into a cradle, protecting the fragile coated boat in it. This is the deep sea. Oh, what kind of fish is that unique, and there? Yamato on the coated boat, after the initial discomfort, quickly adjusted, and his attention was attracted by the strange creatures around him. Relying on the refined look and domineering, even in the deep sea where he can't see the 5 fingers, Yamato can clearly identify and restore their shape. I have encountered so many creatures in just such a short time. What will happen to the sea under 10,000 meters? Does the 10,000-meter deep Fisherman Island really have blue sky, white clouds, beaches and sunshine? How spectacular is Yangshu and Eve? The Mermaid and Murloc clan on the island, the historical text of the Sea Forest, can be compared to the Ark Noah, the agreed ship of half the size of the island. And whether the legendary ancient weapon Sea King Mermaid Princess Poseidon was born as predicted, and what is the relationship between her and Mr. Luo Lin? Advertisement. Yamato's mouth kept breaking and breaking, repeating all the records in the logbook backwards like a stream, and his emotions became more and more high. The yearning for Merman Island is even stronger. Suddenly, Yamato, who is always happy to observe the marine life with the sight and taste, caught a humanoid creature, and sank into the deep sea motionlessly. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. Yamato subconsciously follows it by seeing and hearing. Under this probe, he was shocked instantly. Because she suddenly discovered that the human figure is a special deep sea fish. It was clearly Luo Lin. It was only then that she finally realized that Lin was not on the coating boat. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Could it be because the little black snake dived too fast before, and Mr. Luo Lin did not react and was taken into the water? How could this kind of thing be possible? That's Mr. Luo Lin. But the sinking figure is absolutely not wrong. Ah. As a capable person, Mr. Luo Lin really drowned. Thinking of this, Dehay's pretty face couldn't help but fade away. Mr. Luo Lin, what's wrong with you? Say something quickly. Yamato was nervous, and shouted uneasily. The eye sockets were red, and there was a layer of mist in front of his eyes, and he was about to cry in a hurry. As Yamato panicked, the sea water suddenly rippled. After a while, a familiar figure appeared in front of Yamato. What's the matter, big and little girl? I just slept for a little while, why should I cry? Luo Lin shook his head helplessly and asked. Mr. Luo Lin. Yamato's voice increased more than octave. Looking at Luo Lin, who was as agile as a fish swimming in the water, Yamato was so shocked that his jaw fell to the ground. In this man, something incredible happened again. Advertisement. After one person couldn't possess two abilities, he once again broke the iron law of devil fruit. Obviously he is capable, but he has not been cursed by the sea. Do not. This is the situation right now. Not to mention that you have not been restrained by the curse of the sea, this is clearly the blessing of the sea. This. Under the control of the emotion called shock, Yamato was already unable to speak any complete words. Fortunately, Luo Lin has mind-reading skills, so he naturally knows why Yamato was surprised. Yamato girl, this is also one of my abilities, don't be too surprised. Luo Lin calmly patted Yamato's shoulder. Instead, a fierce boy plunged into the deep sea again. Xiao He, speed up a little bit. Luo Lin ordered. Sha Lala. The 5,000-meter level black snake responded, and with a flick of its tail, it made violent waves in the sea, causing its huge body to increase rapidly. A quarter of an hour later, Luo Lin and his party came to the 9-kilometer deep sea. The environment here is becoming more and more peculiar. The appearance of the deep sea fish that haunted around is also becoming more and more peculiar. It's just that for now, Yamato obviously doesn't care about observing fish. At this moment, she was still immersed in the subversive impact of the three views brought to her by Luo Lin, unable to extricate herself. In response, Luo Lin just shook his head helplessly. Did not stay too much. First step on the water and plunge into the deep dark Grand Canyon 910 meters deep. Meters. Finally. The sun tears through the darkness and shines on the deep sea. The deep sea has arrived. The Fisherman Island is here. Chapter 637. Arrived at Murloc Island. The horror of the attacker. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The 10,000-meter deep-sea Murloc Island, one of the miraculous creations in the world of pirates, can be called a world-beating good fortune. There are the same sunshine, sand and white clouds as the land. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would believe that this place would be a deep-sea bottom 10,000 meters below. A huge double-layer semicircular bubble film shield surrounds the entire island. Hi. The 10,000-meter Yang Tree Eve is rooted on the periphery of the Fisherman Island, transmitting the sunlight on the ground to the bottom of the sea without loss, making the Fisherman Island have the same day and night on the ground. At the same time, Yangshu Eve also has the function of making air, providing all kinds of infrastructure needed for life for the fishers on the Fisherman Island. It is precisely because of this unique geographical location and the humanistic landscape that can be ranked in the forefront of the world, making the Fisherman Island a holiday destination that people yearn for. I don't know how many sightseeing boats come to this 10,000-meter deep Fisherman Island every year. At the same time, this is also a transit point that pirates who want to go to the New World will definitely go. Not only to fill the coating with air, but also for the beauty of the Mermaid Bay on the Mermaid Island. The Mermaid Cafe also has a mermaid princess who is said to be unparalleled in beauty and not lost to the pirate empress. Ordinary female mermaid. In the auction house the reserve price on the above is to reach a high 70 million Baileys. And there will never be a situation of unsuccessful auctions, which is an irresistible temptation for the pirates who are greedy for money. I don't know how many merman islands will happen every year, there are mermaid missing incidents. However, in recent months, the number of pirates coming to Murloc Island has drastically decreased. The reason for this is that in addition to the follow-up impact of the Weisung incident caused by Luo Lin, there is also the ambition of a certain Murloc group. Luo Lin came to Fishman Island on this trip for the promise made 40 years ago. Compared to the agreement, everything else is trivial and should not be a cause for concern. If he really jumped out without opening his eyes and hit his muzzle, it would be destroyed by turning his hand. But before that, after several decades of revisiting the old place, Luo Lin will naturally take a good swim. Originally, Luo Lin had planned to take Robin, Nami, etc., all the little girls on this deep-sea fisherman island. There are those, young and energetic little girls, and they will surely be a lot more lively. However, considering Thewer, after Fishman Island, Luo Lin also dispelled this idea. Anyway, there will be opportunities in the future, not bad this time. Advertisement. Moreover, Luo Lin was not alone in this trip. Wow, what a beautiful view. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of you under the shining of Yangshu Eve, Yamato couldn't help but be stunned. I'm completely intoxicated by it, and I can't help myself. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Is this the Fisherman Island that is 10,000 meters deep in the sea? It is so magical and spectacular from the outside, what kind of magical scene will be inside the island? Yamato murmured subconsciously. Anyway, I won't be disappointed, let's go and see the sun tree again. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Quote. Luo Lin smiled slightly. Before stepping on the golden beach under the sea, walk towards the 10,000-meter giant tree that connects the seabed and the ground. The treasure tree Adam, the sun tree Eve, plus the most mysterious and unknown tree of devil fruits. These three are the most special and mysterious plants in this pirate world. Leave the tree of devil fruit aside for now. Adam and Eve, these two names are familiar to Luo Lin. In the Western Bible records, these two are the ancestors of mankind. In this pirate world, there must be a special meaning. Eve, the tree of the sun, the source of life, I have seen in the logbook, Mr. Mita and Roger the pirate once. Yamato recalled the conversation between Midian and Roger in the logbook and was about to inform Luo Lin of their conclusion. But don't wait for Yamato to finish. Suddenly, there was a slight vibration from the golden beach of the seabed of dong dong dong, and the sand was fluctuating with the surging of the sea. Mr. Luo Lin, Yamato, who was sitting on the coated boat, stood up suddenly. Advertisement. The beautiful eyes under the prajna mask locked on the sea beasts rushing from the southeast. Lions, orangutans, giraffes, elephants, rhinos and squids, the world under the sea is really amazing. Yamato squinted his eyes slightly, looking at these with an unkind look, disturbing their uninvited guests who were interested in enjoying the scenery. Harmon, are there only these two humans? It's really boring. A member of the new Murloc pirate group, the sea eel Murloc Hammond rides on the sea lion's head, drank presumptuously, and laughed. However, the pride was only a moment. Next second. Hammond the sea eel man realized something was wrong. Turning his head stiffly, his eyes locked on Luo Lin. When he noticed Luo Lin stayed at this time while swimming 10,000 meters under the sea without any defense, the sea eel man Hammond was stupid, as if he had seen the most incredible phenomenon in the world. His eyes were as wide as copper bells, and his mouth was open to the fullest extent, and his whole body was occupied with extreme shock and disbelief. No, it's obviously a human being, why can it be free to move around in the deep sea is unreasonable. The sea eel man screamed in shock. Unblinking his eyes looked at the calm and standing human on the seabed not far away, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged into his heart. After a while, the pupils of Hammond, the conger eel man, opened his eyes suddenly, and the shock on his face was no longer, and instead a thick fear appeared. He recognized Luo Lin's identity. Wait, you are, yes. Chapter 638, Take the Sea King class to the 40-year appointment. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Wait, you are. Looking at Luo Lin on the seabed beach not far away, an inexplicable sense of familiarity came to my heart. After a moment of chaos, Hammond, the sea eel man, came up with the answer. He thought of the source of that mysterious familiarity. In the past month or so, he has seen that face more than once. That face that shocked almost the entire world, even if he lives in the deep sea of 10,000 meters, he knows it well. That is the real human overlord. When he realized this shocking fact, the shock on the face of the conger man gradually faded. Replace it. A terrible fear emerges. Even the light of Yangshu Eve, who was close at hand, couldn't make him feel the slightest warmth. The shadow of fear called death has completely enveloped his whole body. A sharp scream abruptly. You, the overlord of mankind, why are you here? Hammond the conger man screamed uncontrollably. The body regresses involuntarily. He wants to escape. However, he still couldn't escape the shadow area called death. Damn, if you want me to die, even if you are the overlord of mankind, don't think about getting better. Stimulated by the fear of death, Hammond the Murloc's taut heartstrings broke. Fear turned into hysterical madness. Sea beasts, Beihai giant monster, give me all to defeat him. Hammond, a Murloc who had completely lost his mind, gave the order to attack the sea beasts under him. Roar. The 300-meter-sized North Sea giant demon, the giant squid tentacles fisted and waved at will. Advertisement. Suddenly, the sea was surging, and it seemed quite powerful. Sea lions, sea rhinos and so on. The lower sea beasts all obeyed the orders and stepped forward. Ha. Go to death, I must have read it wrong before, you are an ordinary, weak human being, sea beasts, tear him apart. Hammond, the conger man, is proud of his self-deceiving mouth, but his body is honest and can't stop it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. On the other side, the sea beast that had been ordered by Hammond began to show its fangs. Yet the next second, the movements of the sea beasts all stopped. Those scarlet eyes with animal spirits filled with emotions called fear uncontrollably. Hey, you guys, are still stunned for what they are doing is about to kill that human being. And NBS. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. P. Hammond the sea eel man yelled. However, this time, his orders were no longer effective. All the sea beasts opened their eyes in horror, as if they had encountered the most terrifying existence in the world. Immediately afterwards, all the sea beasts, including the giant squid, let out a cry of fear, and then huffed around in a circle as the birds and beasts scattered, fleeing desperately, and disappeared into the depths of the sea in the blink of an eye. "A-hole, are you going to rebel?" Hammond, the Murloc, screamed furiously. In the next moment, he finally knew the reason for the abnormality of the sea beasts. He saw the huge snake head slowly rising from under the beach. That is the overlord of the deep sea, the super-large sea king. He didn't need Luo Lin's orders. The 5,000-meter class black snake and the 100-meter long snake Shinzi swallowed and vomited, and the Murloc Hammond was wrapped in fear until the stiff Murloc Hammond entered his belly. "Let's go. Go directly to Fishman Island." Advertisement. Being disturbed by Hammond, the Murloc, Luo Lin didn't have the interest to play slowly, and as soon as he flashed himself, he fell on top of the 5,000-meter class black snake. The other side. The little black snake consciously grabbed Yamato's coated boat with its tentacles. With a tail swing, it is interesting to the huge bubble island not far away. The other side. The entrance of the Fisherman Island Border Management Office. At the moment when the 5-kilometer level black snake with a hidden figure appeared, the Murloc soldiers near the entrance to the country were aware of its existence. Suddenly, the Fisherman Island Immigration Registration Office fell into extreme chaos, and the alarm sounded into a film. "Ocean Sea King class, hurry up and sound the alarm, the super-large Sea King is coming towards us." What the hell is going on for no reason? Why did the super-large Sea King come here? Now is the time to talk about this, prepare to deal with it quickly, and inform the king and the boss jimping them. The Murloc soldiers at the Immigration Bureau panicked and shouted in horror. "Hey, wait. Look, everyone, there are people on the head of the Neptune class." At this moment, a sharp-eyed Murloc soldier keenly caught something, and his face couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. Under his reminder, more and more Murloc soldiers noticed the existence of the Sea Kings. The emotion called shock spread across the audience instantly. That man is the legendary. Chapter 639. Murloc Island shakes. Neptune's excitement. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi Fishman Island. A magnificent carved dragon palace suspended above the sky. This is the most noble place on Fishman Island. Dragon Palace. The royal ruler of the Fisherman Island that lives in the city, Neptune's lineage. "My lord, the big thing is not good. Master King, there is a major event happening." The minister of the left catfish who manages the civil service and the minister of the right seahorse who manages the military rushed into the palace hall of the Dragon Palace almost at the same time. What kind of emergency happened? Minister left, minister right, wait and talk carefully. The large coelacanth mermaid with lush, fluffy orange-red hair and beard, the Murloc King Neptune speaks majestically. Behind King Neptune, 3 young mermaids followed. They are the 3 princes of Merman Island, Shark Star, Dragon Star and Sun Moon Star. "You minister, this alert, what the hell is going on?" Prince Shark asked anxiously, frowning. "Master Neptune, the 3 princes are Sea Kings. The Sea Kings are coming towards our Fisherman Island." The minister left. The catfish panicked. Hear the words. Neptune and the 3 princes could not help but stare at each other. "Aquaman, the minister of the left, could you make a mistake about Doramifa?" Second Prince Long Xing asked in surprise. "Yes, yeah, in this deep sea, Sea Kings are the most common, but there are dozens of hundreds of people passing by our side every year, there should be nothing to fuss about." The 3 Prince Rollover Star echoed. "It's different, it's really different. According to the news from the Immigration Department, the super-large Sea King is not just passing by, it's coming straight to our Fisherman Island." The minister of the right seahorse said. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The great Prince Shark shook his head decisively. "Left and right. Minister, there must be something hidden in this, the Sea Kings will never attack our Fishman Island." Advertisement. Shark spoke for sure. Yes, because our white star is. The 3 Prince Rollover Stars are dancing, and the reason is that. At the critical moment, the second Prince Long Xing had quick eyes and hands, and quickly covered his mouth, sang Adora Mifa to ease the embarrassment. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. Well, as Shark said, the sea will not come to our Fisherman Island for no reason. Neptune, who also knows the identity of his daughter Bai Xing, also nodded affirmatively. The minister of the right seahorse and the minister of the catfish left were also confused at this moment, looking at each other. Although I don't know the source of confidence of the king and princes, since the king said so, there must be. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Its basis. Report. At this moment, another Murloc soldier hurriedly ran into the palace hall. Soldiers, what's the matter is that the Sea Kings off the island are gone. Minister Hema asked anxiously. No, no. The Murloc soldiers shook their heads. Then you are so anxious to come over and want to report what? The minister left the catfish asked. It's humans are here. The Murloc soldiers reported loudly. Humanity. Left and right. The minister, plus Neptune and the three princes are all confused. The legendary hero of humans is here. That super large Sea King is just the mount of the hero Luo Lin. The Murloc soldier yelled, and informed the high-level Murloc Island leaders of the shocking news from the Immigration Bureau. Advertisement. As the shouts of the Murloc soldiers fell, the huge palace hall fell into absolute silence. After a moment of silence. What did you say? The right minister of the hippocampus and the left minister of the catfish opened their eyes wide, and they jumped 3 feet high together in surprise. The whole person was shocked by the news reported by the Murloc soldiers to the point of indescribable. The legendary hero Luo Lin. Is that the person the queen mentioned? The hero Luo Lin, he is the one of Tiger's boss and mother when they were young. Is he a savior? Shark, Dragon Star, and Car Drifter 3 were also shocked. They are no strangers to the name. Luo Lin. It's not just because of the overwhelming news reports some time ago. As early as more than a decade ago, when they were still a few years old, they had learned this name from their mother more than once. Even 10 years ago, when Princess Otahime was alive, the examples used to persuade the people to believe that humans were also related to Luo Lin's deeds back then. The legendary hero. The hero of the Queen Mother. Dora Mi is chattering. Long Xing danced with his hands. I'm going to see it. I want to see the hero who saved the Queen Mother. The flipper turned 2 somersaults. Father. The big brother shark who has always been mature and stable is also eager at this moment. Luo Lin, my friend, after so many years, you are finally back. Neptune took a deep breath, the light in his eyes was radiant. Left and right. Minister, Shark, prepare the ponytail boat, I will meet it myself. Chapter 640, Super Large Sea King Party. Meet the Twin Kings. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi Fishman Island, border entrance. A flat snake head the size of a hill stood upright. The 5-kilometer level black snake stood quietly and well behaved in front of the main gate of the Fisherman Island. As Snake Shinzi swallowed and vomited, the seawater surged, causing the double-layer bubble film to sway a circle of ripples. With such a terrifying picture, the Murloc soldiers who frightened the entrance had their eyes widened in horror. In the 2 battles, his knees weakened, and his body swayed involuntarily. They have lived in the deep sea of 10,000 meters all year round, and they have dealt with sea kings a lot of times. But like today, it's the first time to have such close encounters with super large sea kings. And this super large sea king was motionless, just staring at them like this, as if thinking about where to start self-help. This is really a test of their heart endurance. Without a big heart, I really can't hold it. Suddenly, there are footsteps. It was clearly in the deep sea, but it was still so clear. Attracted the attention of every Murloc soldier who was scared to the sluggishness in the field. Look, there are people in the Sea King class. A sharp-eyed Murloc soldier put down his hands covering his mouth and exclaimed first. After him, the other Murloc soldiers also noticed the existence of the Sea King's heads. Immediately, the eyes that had been widened because of panic opened further, as if the corners of the eyes were about to split. And many more. That person, I have an impression. That man, I remember it seems to be. He is. The Murloc soldiers at the immigration department recognized the identity of Luo Lin on the head of the little black snake. The faces that were originally occupied by fear are gradually replaced by emotions called shock. He is the human hero in the big event. Hero Rolin. At last. Advertisement. The Murloc soldiers at the immigration department couldn't help shouting in shock and shouting. The whole person froze in place, unable to move, dare not to move. Soldiers, please help us with the entry procedures. Luo Lin had to remind him aloud. When Luo Lin spoke urging, the soldier in charge of today's immigration control suddenly softened his feet and involuntarily thumped and fell to the ground. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In this regard, Luo Lin was also quite helpless. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. No matter how ordinary he behaves, he is kind to others. In the hearts of the world, he is always the most terrifying person above the sea. Existence above the 4 emperors. Such a big man actually came to the Fisherman Island and was closely contacted by a small doorman like them. Fear, horror, surprise and more unspeakable. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The emotions of talking are intertwined. How can they still maintain their composure? La 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 la. Lord Luo Lin, I'm extremely sorry. The Murloc soldier guarding the gate yelled in fear. The formalities, rules and the like were all left behind, and the entrance to the country was open for the first time. Thank you. Luo Lin smiled and nodded. This move once again shocked the Murloc soldiers, so excited that they trembled. After all, this is the greeting and recognition from the king on the top of the sea. This time, it was enough for them to play with their friends around for a lifetime. Xiao He, you can go back now. Luo Lin spoke calmly. Sha-la-la. The 5,000-meter class little black snake Shinzi vomited and responded, and put down the coated boat and Yamato steadily. Gone. Luo Lin waved. Advertisement. Drive the coated boat straight to the Murloc Island. Watching Luo Lin walk away, the 5,000-meter class little black snake flicked its tail and brought up a turbulent dark building. It didn't take a moment to disappear into the depths of the dark sea. But this time little black snake didn't return to his hometown in the windless belt as Luo Lin said. After half a day, the 5,000-meter class black snake came to a relic on the seabed that resembled a broken altar. Circles of strange ripples carried the will of the little black snake to all directions. About a quarter of an hour later, the dark sea suddenly surged violently. It's not just one place, there are changes in all directions. In the darkness, there seemed to be a giant dancing. Hey, specially called us over, what's the matter? The ripples rise again in the sea. Voices that only the super-large sea kings and certain talented humans can understand echo in the sea. Accompanied by the voice, there was also an oversized white sea snake like a white dragon. My side is sleeping comfortably, if nothing happens, I will definitely bite you. A super-large sea king with black and white stripes like zebras all over appeared. Hey, do you have any food? The purple-haired penguin walked on the water with a dull expression, not very clever at first glance. In addition, there are super-large flatfish with convex eyeballs, deep-sea frogs, and sea kings with 100-meter fangs and scales like peacock feathers. 9 super-large sea kings gather, like a group of demons. Everyone, listen to me, that human man is back. He is on the Fisherman Island now, and he should meet with Princess White Star soon. Do you want to go and see together? The 5-kilometer level black snake spoke. What did you say? Nani. Chapter 641. Female version of Luffy. Yamato's. Exaggerated. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi after walking through the turbulent water channel at the entrance of the country for a while. The front suddenly opened up. There was a soft bang. The coating that persisted for a long time in the deep sea of 10,000 meters suddenly broke, and a rainbow was raised in the air. Fishman Island, I'm here. On the boat, Yamato took a deep breath and opened his arms, like a female version of Luffy, and let out a pleasant cry of surprise. Ha ha ha. At the stern, Luo Lin smiled slightly and looked around, with a little nostalgia on his face. After so many years, the island is still fresh and natural as always. And compared to before, it is much quieter now. In the past, the chaotic entry port that was invaded by various pirate ships arbitrarily, today there are only 3 or 2 cats and puppies. The pirates who can escape from the interception of the new Murloc pirate group do have some means. However, in Luo Lin's eyes, it was still a cat or puppy. As long as these cats and puppies can keep their feet safe and keep their tails between them, and Luo Lin doesn't bother to pay attention to them. After a lapse of decades, it is rare to come again. Luo Lin didn't want to be ruined anymore. Mr. Luo Lin, where shall we go to play next? Yamato looked at Luo Lin with excitement and hope. I have seen in Mr. Mita's logbook that this Fisherman Island has many interesting places. The Dragon Palace City where the royal family is located, the Fisherman Cultural Hall that carries the history of the Fisherman Island, by the way, and there are still 2 pieces of historical texts hidden in the place called Sea Forest, one of which is still a red road sign historical text. Yamato said in an ostentatious tone. Historical article, if it is Little Robin, it would be very interesting. Luo Lin thought to himself. Then he shook his head slightly. Heiseisen's historical text is not very attractive to him. As early as 40 years ago, he had already visited it once. Joey Boye's confession is nothing new. Advertisement. The red road sign article has some meaning, but now it is nowhere to be found. Where exactly he went, Luo Lin planned to ask Neptune again later. Seeing Luo Lin's lack of interest and the beautiful eyebrows under the mask slightly frowned. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After a while, Yamato seemed to have thought of something, and the pretty face came alive again. I thought about it. What? 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. I know there is a place where Mr. Luo Lin will be very interested. Yamato smiled mysteriously. Okay. Luo Lin raised his eyebrows slightly. The heaven of men, the mermaid bay where the mermaids play. Yamato grinned. Oh. Luo Lin nodded with interest. Hee, I knew it. Yamato looked clear, and then naturally took Luo Lin's right arm. Then Mr. Luo Lin, it should not be too late. Use your ability to go over and take a look. Yamato urged with a look of expectation. Little girl and big girl, there is a man's heaven, you can join in the fun of a little girl's house, go and play elsewhere. Luo Lin joked. Mr. Luo Lin, you are also a man in Shaw, and there is also a heaven in Shaw. Advertisement. Yamato pretended to have a low voice, a serious way. As a man, Yamato's big muscles are too exaggerated. Luo Lin squinted. Hey, Mr. Luo Lin is. Yamato hurriedly embraced his arms. After a while, Yamato seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of determination flashed across his face. Before Luo Lin could react, he decisively grabbed Luo Lin's big hand. When it comes to men, you shouldn't care about this kind of behavior at all. Look, Mr. Luo Lin, I didn't care at all, so I am a man too. Yamato resisted a certain emotion in his heart and spoke firmly with a trembling voice.
Luo Lin, this little Nizi's brain circuit is really strange.
But it's not bad. No more, I'm afraid of you, after a moment of stalemate. Before the smoke came out of Yamato's head, Luo Lin shook his head with a smile, stopped teasing, and agreed. Really? Hearing this, Yamato's eyes suddenly brightened. If you're ready, let's go. Luo Lin grabbed Yamato's lotus arm with his backhand. Take one step. There were no two people on the boat. In a moment. The Mermaid Bay is here. Filu reminds you. 3 things about reading.
Chapter 642, Yamato was molested. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. The sun is gentle, and the white clouds are continuous. The calm sea occasionally turned up a few waves. The colorful deep sea corals are strewn together. Plus the mermaids with different poses scattered in the bay. This place, which is increasingly set off, seems to be a fairy tale world that only exists in dreams. This is Mermaid Bay, a paradise for men. Everywhere in the magnificent bay, one after another mermaids with graceful appearances stand out, with curving curves that are dizzying. A mermaid with long blue hair reaching to the waist, fair skin, and wearing a sunflower ornament on his head, with black long curly hair and double ponytails, freckles on the face, and a black and white stone snapper mermaid with straight scales on the tail. The place mermaid with long wavy green hair, a flower head and 2 necklaces has a flounder mermaid with long hair in the pink waves of the straight fringe. Rollin and Yamato did not disturb the mermaid girls playing in the bay. Men, just sit quietly on the reef, enjoying the beauty in front of you. Wow, this is the Mermaid Bay, it's really beautiful. Yamato exclaimed, the beautiful eyes under the mask were shining. Mr. Luo Lin, this is a man's heaven. With Mr. Luo Lin's identity and status, there is, handsome, those mermaid ladies should be rushing to surround them. Yamato blinked his beautiful eyes and joked. Hey girl, you are really capable, even I dare to tease. Luo Lin grinned with a gentle arc. Ah, no, I was wrong, and I will never dare anymore. Sensitively aware of the danger, Yamato hurriedly hugged his head and squatted defense. Ha ha, Luo Lin raised his hand and gently dropped it on Yamato's hair. This episode also attracted the attention of the mermaids in the bay. When seeing the 2 humans who did not know when they appeared on the reef, the mermaid girls in the bay unconsciously gathered together and looked curiously. Hey, the 2 little brothers over there, don't you plan to come over and play together, take a picture? The place mermaid with big green waves and long hair boldly invited. Karen, don't, we don't know who they are yet. The other cowardly mermaid girls on the side all opened their mouths worriedly. This is no wonder. Advertisement. After all, every year because of humans, there are endless incidents of young fish missing in the Gulf. In the case of not knowing the details of the other party, it is also good to protect. Sorry, but those 2 humans don't look like bad guys. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The careless place mermaid Kalian apologized. How do you know they don't? Asked Meruo the mermaid with a beautiful face. Intuition. The mermaid Kalian said seriously. The mermaid girls around, Puff Tong, and, Puff Tong, huffed and fell silently into the water. But having said that, they are really different from ordinary humans. They always just sit there and watch, are they afraid to scare us? 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Ishli, a stone snapper mermaid with a few freckles on her face, opened her curiously. Is that right? Or maybe they are still cute and innocent boys. In this case, big sister, I really want to play with them. Kalian, the mermaid, said with a smirk. The other mermaid girls thought about it and nodded subconsciously. Then it's decided, mankind, come and play. The enthusiastic greetings of the mermaid girls resounded over the entire bay. Hey, Mr. Luo Lin, those mermaid ladies seem to be calling us. Yamato asked tentatively. Oh, then you go over. Luo Lin said casually. Am I alone? Yamato pointed at himself. Aren't you going to prove to me that you are a qualified man? Right now, during the test, come on. While Luo Lin was talking, he lay down slowly with his hands resting on the back of his head. Okay, then I will go. Advertisement. Yamato nodded firmly, took his long legs away, and walked toward the bay in a stride. As Yamato approaches, the mermaid girls such as Yizili, Kalian, Mello finally realized that things seemed different from what they had imagined. When looking from a distance, Luo Lin and Yamato on the reef are, the little ones. However, after they got closer, they discovered where the other party was a petite boy, who was clearly, little giant. Like Luo Lin, Yamato is more than 3 meters high, and the pressure on the petite mermaids is naturally not small. Coupled with the bonus of the evil ghost mask, it scared some of the mermaid girls into the water quickly and did not dare to appear. However, they called the people themselves, and if the matter is now, if they escape, it would be too rude. And it will ruin the name of the mermaid cafe. Hey, Mello, Ishili, Sarah, look carefully, this little brother does not seem to be a little brother. The mermaid Kalian looked up and down. Yamato on the shore came to an amazing conclusion. Really, in this case, I'm not afraid of it at all. Even if the whole body was covered with a wide kimono, the mermaid girls still distinguished Yamato's gender from every detail. Miss Mermaid, what can I do if you ask me to come here? Big and deep opening. A crowd of mermaids glanced at each other, and the corners of their eyes curled in a sly arc. Women pretend to be men. It was the first time they encountered this kind of interesting thing. It seems to be worth playing. Accompanied by the sound of water coming out of, wow. Kalian, the daring flounder mermaid, jumped up from the water, went straight up, and hugged Yamato. Yamato. Chapter 643, Naive and Stunned Online. Open black lens bracket subscribe for subscription close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Wow, no, what are you doing? Yamato, who was bold enough by the mermaid girl Kalian, subconsciously let out a girl's exclamation. In just a moment, Yamato reacted again, and quickly changed to a deeper and more majestic voice to ask. Seeing Yamato's funny reaction, the mermaid girls in the water all smiled at each other, and they became more sure of their inner guesses. The masked brother in front of him, his true identity is. Compared with the friends in the water, at this moment, the place mermaid Kalian, who is wrapped around Yamato's waist and hung on his body, feels much more intuitive. Even if the man's large clothing is used to completely cover the original figure, there will be no change in the inner part. Especially now that the mermaid Kalian's head rests on the grandiose. This can't deceive people anyway. Hey, brother, what it's like to wear a mask all day long, take it off quickly and let us see your true face. Kalian the mermaid flounder blinked beautifully, her pretty face with a subtle smile. What silly thing are you talking about? The samurai will never take off the mask. Unconsciously, the innocent and grandiose who had been moped made excuses for excuses. Brother Mask, don't be so unkind, come down and play with us. The stone snapper mermaid Ixaly and the mermaid Mero looked at each other, and they went into battle together. One of them hugged Yamato's arm, and he was about to pull Yamato into the water and play in the water together. Wow. Yamato, who was panicking suddenly, made a sudden pull, and again unconsciously screamed, and his body staggered. However, as the daughter of the strongest creature, Yamato's physical fitness is far beyond ordinary. In a moment, the adjustment stabilized again. I don't like the sea very much. Even if the appearance is a slender lotus arm, after all, it can't change the fact that it can run horses. Advertisement. Pulled by Yamato's strange force. The mermaid Yishili and Mello, who were originally in the water, were directly taken away from the water by her and hung in the air. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. So now it's the turn of the mermaid girls who want the bay to be dumbfounded. After all, they didn't expect that the crappy human woman who pretended to be a man had such amazing power. But, such a funny and powerful same-sex woman, it would be great to be friends. The mermaid Kalian and others thought, the corners of their mouths unconsciously raised an arc, but the next moment. Things happened beyond their expectations. The kindness of the mermaid ladies is accepted in Shashin, but Shaw is about to leave. While Yamato was talking, he put the 3 celebrity fish girls hanging on his body back into the water one by one. Then he stepped on his long legs and fled in a hurry. What an interesting human woman, too. I don't know if I can see you again in the future. There is another person over there, I really want to see you too. Watching Yamato walk away, the enthusiastic mermaid girls were all lost. Hey, Yishili, Kalian, come and gather soon, the rest time has passed, and the next is work time, hurry back to the store, if it is late, Mrs. Shaw Li it will go crazy, but the consequences are very serious. The flounder mermaid greeted, yes, here it is. Mermaid Yi Zili and others responded repeatedly. Advertisement. A group of graceful mermaid girls flocked to the coral hill not far away. At the same time, Yamato escaped the mermaid and returned to the coral reef where Luo Lin was. Really, how can those mermaids behave like this to strangers as soon as they come up? It's so casual. Still unaware that his identity was seen through by the mermaid girls, Yamato was then molested. Ha ha, Luo Lin smiled slightly. What are you laughing at, Mr. Luo Lin? The small face under Yamato's mask bulged slightly. Yama and little girl, you are still far behind. Luo Lin stood up and waved to himself. Yamato was taken aback, and after a while, he hurriedly followed up. Mr. Luo Lin, where to go next? Yamato asked. I think about it, let's go to the coffee shop for a while. I just happen to be a little interested in the profit manager of that coffee shop, but I don't know if she will make a calculation for my enemy. Luo Lin grinned. Yamato, the profit store manager and the enemy are so what is going on? It is totally incomprehensible. Philo reminds you. 3 things about reading. Chapter 644, Sensational Mermaid Cafe. Open black lens bracket subscribe for subscription close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Coral Hill, located to the east of Murloc Island. This is a bustling port town adjacent to the Mermaid Bay. In addition to all kinds of magnificent coral reefs, this place is also famous for mermaids. More than half of the beautiful young fish on Merman Island chose to settle in this coral hill. Among them, the most famous is the Mermaid Cafe opened by Mrs. Shaw Li, which is almost every man's dream place. A famous world traveler once said that if you don't go to this mermaid cafe to go to the fisherman island in the deep sea, it will be a great pity in your life. From this we can see how attractive this cafe with the mermaid signature is. The crisp doorbell of the jingle bell rang. Luo Lin led Yamato and pushed the door straight in. Welcome. The young fish girl who was in charge of waiting by the door had a smile on her face and said welcoming vigorously. There was a ding-dong sound, and the young fish and girls sitting on the resin bubble in the cafe in Ling's cafe turned their heads. Guest, Welcome light. Ouch. Another mermaid girl with double ponytails and black and white fishtail scales screamed. She stumbled and hurried to the door. She accidentally ran into Luo Lin's body and screamed. Ishili, it's true, what the hell are you doing? If Mrs. Xia Li can see it, that's a big deal. The bold mermaid girl Kalian, who had molested Yamato in the Mermaid Bay not long ago, shook her head helplessly with her hands on her hips. Sorry, I'm really sorry. The mermaid girl Yi Zili sincerely apologized. I'm extremely sorry, guest, if there is any offense, please forgive him. Mello, a mermaid girl with long blue hair, also quickly apologized for her partner. Don't care, it's okay. Advertisement. Luo Lin would not care about this kind of trivial matter. The guests are so gentle. The bold mermaid Kalian raised her head. The next second, her big bright eyes suddenly lit up. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Because she saw the shadow hidden behind Luo Lin. It is the interesting human girl that I met in Mermaid Bay not long ago. When they came back earlier, they were still there, discussing, I don't know if there will be any more in the future. I have a chance to see you later. As a result, I didn't think about it, but in just half an hour, they met again. This is simply the guide of fate. It's not just Kalian, but Ishili, Mello and other young fish girls who were also present at the time also recognized Yamato, who was wearing a special dress. Immediately, the pretty faces were full of joy. Feeling the eager eyes from the mermaid girls, Yamato is not too excited. He even seemed to cringe between the movements, clutching the corner of Luo Lin's clothes, trying to hide himself. One was shocked by the excessive enthusiasm of the mermaid girls. Even if she wanted to be a hero man like Mitsuki Mita in her heart, she would still be a girl physically. Affected by the traditional concept of wanakuni, the natural rejection of what happens with other girls is beyond the development of friendship. Okay, little mermaid girls. Luo Lin clapped his hands, the applause was crisp and loud, and it was an instant to attract the attention of a crowd of young fish. I want to meet the manager of this cafe. I wonder if I can bother the little girls to report. Luo Lin smiled. What, Ms. Xia Li, the manager? Advertisement. Of course can. A group of mermaid girls nodded in a daze after realizing it. In the next second, the mermaid girls in the store coincided with an exciting spirit, and then raised their heads, and their eyes fell on Luo Lin's body. The huge coffee shop fell into absolute silence for a moment. When I saw Luo Lin's face, I didn't know how many times I had seen it in the newspapers and appeared in front of me. Kalian, Yishili, Mello, Sarah, etc. All the young fish and girls in the store are petrified. A pair of bright beautiful eyes gradually widened, and her small round mouth opened wide unconsciously. The exquisite and pretty faces were instantly occupied by extreme shock and disbelief. What? Yeah. After a long silence, in the Mermaid Cafe, the girls' screams of joy and excitement came and went one after another. You are. Is this true? You really are. It actually appeared. The legendary hero, Lord Luo Lin. Chapter 645, Cunning. Mrs. Sally. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. You are. Hero Luo Lin. The excited cheers and screams of the young fish girls echoed in the cafe for a long time. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. After the Weisung incident, the name of the hero Luo Lin has spread all over the world. No one knows. Even in this 10,000-meter deep-sea fisherman island, it is no exception. Located in the fisherman island in the deep sea, the newspaper news bird can't fly. However, relying on the pirates and tourists coming and going, all the big news on the sea will be taken to the fisherman island. Among them, the Mermaid Cafe is the most informed. As the most famous place on Fishman Island, Mermaid Cafe welcomes many foreign tourists every day. These tourists are the main way for mermaid girls who stay at home to get news from the outside world. In the past 2 months, all the guests who came to the Mermaid Cafe, the novel stories they brought were all related to the big event and the reappearance of the legendary hero that disappeared decades ago. Although he has not seen him, the fame of the legendary naval hero Luo Lin has long been thunderous. Whether it is a human or a mermaid, the minds of the girls in the Great Beauty are all the same. When every girl dreams back, they have longed for a hero-like man to come to them and walk with them. Exactly. This era, Luo Lin's appearance and the series of feats satisfied all the girls' illusions about heroes. Now, counting the entire sea, there are already countless girls who are looking forward to Luo Lin. The mermaid girls in the field are also in this rank. He looks handsome, strong and standing on top of the world, and he is a decent hero that everyone loves. Just ask how many girls can refuse such an existence. Advertisement. Even if Luo Lin is a human race, these young mermaid girls will not have the slightest concern. In the past month or so, the youngsters in the cafe don't know how many times they talk about heroes. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Imagining when that legendary existence can visit their shop. However, they also know that the imagination is only after all. Such a big person, under normal circumstances, how can they be taken by them? After all, they are just some unreal beautiful fantasy. It should be so, but fate gave them a great surprise. Just today, right now, the hero they long for in their hearts, the big man standing high on the top of the world, turned out to be 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Now before their eyes. Close at hand. At your fingertips. It's like a dream, but it's so real. The mermaid girls near Yishili, Mello and others raised their delicate hands nervously, landed on Luo Lin's body, and gently touched them. After a while, after confirming that the person in front of him is real, he quickly retracted his hand. I'm extremely sorry, Lord Luo Lin. Yi Zili and the mermaid girls were helpless and bowed and apologized, for fear of leaving a bad impression on Luo Lin. It's okay, don't care. Luo Lin had to pacify again. So the screams of the mermaid girls who heard Luo Lin's voice recurred. Little girls, why don't you have to do work day by day? Don't you hurry back to your post? How long do you want the distinguished guests to stand there? Advertisement. Just as the mermaid girls were still immersed in the excitement of seeing the legend and the hero, a majestic female voice suddenly sounded. Listening to the familiar and majestic voice, the mermaid girls in the cafe straightened their waists involuntarily. Yes, Mrs. Sally. A group of mermaid girls responded in unison, and then consciously retreated to both sides. Inside the cafe, wearing an open-necked hoodie, with a hot body, a pretty temperament, and a glamorous, iceberg-like cafe manager, Madame Xia Li was sitting on the resin bubble and slowly flying towards her. Compared with the excitement and joy of ordinary mermaid girls, the slightly older Mrs. Xia Li wanted to be reserved and calmer. But after all, that is just the appearance. Naturally, the movement of the cafe cannot be hidden from the manager Xia Li. Still, back in the room, Xia Li had already heard the hero, Luo Lin, etc. words from the screams of the girls. In this way, how can she not guess the identity of the person who was causing the sensation now? The legendary hero Luo Lin actually came to her shop. What an honor it is. It took a long time for Xia Li to finally suppress the shock and excitement in her heart, in order to appear in front of the clerk girls in this calm posture. However, under this seemingly calm appearance, what is hidden is no less than the fiery heart of any mermaid girl. Mr. Luo Lin, welcome to the shop. Your arrival really makes me look forward to glory. As Mrs. Xia Li spoke, she bowed her body respectfully and saluted. However, I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. In the process of leaning on the resin bubble, Madame Xia Li suddenly staggered, and then she fell into Luo Lin's arms in the enviable eyes of the mermaid girls. Mrs. Xia Li is so cunning. Chapter 646. Top War. Whitebeard and the Future of the Navy. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. Today's mermaid cafe is particularly lively. Early in the morning, there are already an endless stream of customers coming and going in the cafe. There was a long queue outside the door. Almost the aboriginal people of Coral Hill have heard the news. But this time, people are not here to pass the time drinking coffee or to enjoy the caring service of the mermaid. The real cause of this sensation is naturally Luo Lin. This is also natural. After all, the person appearing at the mermaid cafe is Luo Lin. This sea is well deserved of the biggest heavyweight. This opportunity to witness the legendary hero with your own eyes is only once in their lives for ordinary people like them. If you miss it, you will regret it for life. Mr. Luo Lin, this is really incredible. Feeling the hustle and bustle of the outside world, Yamato couldn't help grinning. For the first time, I felt that it was not easy to be a beloved hero. If she was allowed to deal with this level of enthusiasm, she would go crazy. It's okay, Luo Lin asked casually, and calmly took a sip of coffee made by the manager, Mrs. Xia Li. Mr. Luo Lin, if you think it's too noisy outside, I will order people to close the door and thank you. Madame Xia Li said sincerely and seriously. A fish tail swept up and down unconsciously because of excitement or joy, and brushed Luo Lin's calf from time to time. Master Luo Lin, what do you want to know? Mrs. Xia Li, who has always been as cold as an iceberg, has a slightly unnatural expression at this time. With strong strength, gentle temperament, and handsome and flawless face, such a perfect man, even Mrs. Xia, who has a prejudice against humans, is unavoidably touched at this moment. Before the divination, I have one more thing to explain to you. Advertisement. Luo Lin spoke. What's up? Madame Xia Li's pretty face stagnated. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. A few months ago, the incident in Kokoyashi village in the East Daxia Sea was my work. Luo Lin looked at Xia Li's eyes and spoke calmly. Xia Li's whole body froze, and her head seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer in an event that happened in the distant East Daxia Sea, and it would generally not reach the fisherman island. But that time was an exception. Because of the Chiwahai crocodile, coupled with the bad influence of the Kokoyashi village incident, the malfeasance of the Navy made the incident spread throughout the world. Xia Li, who is far away in the tens of thousands of meters deep in the fisherman island, has also heard of it. Even the hopeless brother is still her brother after all. Even if it has been more than 10 years. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. No, they are related to each other, but after hearing the news of Aaron's death, Xia Li couldn't help feeling sad. In other words, I killed your brother along. Luo Lin added explanation. Why? Xia Li raised her hand and covered her red lips. Why are you telling me this? Because this is the hero Luo Lin. It was not Luo Lin who answered Xia Li, but Yamato on the side. After hearing about Luo Lin's dialogue with Xia Li, Yamato also fully realized what Luo Lin meant by saying that he was the enemy of the other party. Mr. Luo Lin is really true. As long as you don't tell this kind of thing, the other party won't know it. Why should it be embarrassing to say it? Yamato couldn't help but complain. But it is precisely this kind of action that is straightforward, dare to act, and never deliberately concealed as the hero. Next, if you want revenge, I am always welcome. Luo Lin spoke lightly. Advertisement. Mrs. Xia Li. Yamato. For a weak woman like her, what a joke about seeking revenge on the legendary hero. At this moment, Madame Xia Li's mood is the same as Yamato who heard this. Compared to Yamato's force, a weak mermaid like Madame Xia Li, the only weapon on his body is beauty. If you really want revenge, you can only change your mind. For example, entangled Luo Lin and disturbed his life. Luo Lin who read Madame Xia Li's inner thoughts. However, if Mrs. Xia Li really wanted to avenge revenge in this way, Luo Lin would not refuse. It wasn't because she was greedy for her body, and it wasn't because of nasty teasing. After all, it is enough for Yamato to tease. What Luo Lin really wanted was to find a big sister who could take care of Bai Xing. And if Wei Sung can open a personal fish cafe, it would be great if you want to come. Master Luo Lin, what do you want to see? Just as Luo Lin was thinking about those somethings, the upset Madame Xia Li shook her head, put her complex thoughts behind her, and focused instead on the crystal divination ball in front of her. That's it, then Miss Lao Shali will help me see the Whitebeard pirates. Roland Road. The Whitebeard pirates. Hearing that, Xia Li and Yamato in the house were both stunned. Mr. Luo Lin, what do you think of the Whitebeard pirates? Yamato asked first. Not only the Whitebeard pirates, but also the navy. I want to know if there will be major events affecting the times between the two parties in the near future. Chapter 647. The top is destined to repeat itself. The end of the era. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. The wings of a tiny butterfly inadvertently instigated are enough to produce unimaginable huge changes. This is the butterfly effect. 48 years ago, Luo Lin came to this world as a traverser. The direction of the pirate world has undergone subtle changes with his arrival. Luo Lin thought that everything would end early with his arrival. However, 36 years ago, Luo Lin's impulsive Mary Joa incident ended everything. Following Luo Lin's deep sleep, the world's automatic correction ability returned everything to its original unfolding. Roger became the king of pirates and opened the era of pirates with his own death. Nothing has changed, except people's memory. This is the power of the correction of the world, or the power of the trajectory of destiny. The butterfly fanned its wings and changed the direction of the wind. In the dark, there is another power that is silently correcting. Now 36 years later, Luo Lin awakened from his deep sleep, and recovered from his loneliness. The direction of the world has once again shifted sharply. The establishment of the new Straw Hat Pirate Group and the premature disintegration of the two Big Four sovereign groups are all changes that can be seen on the bright side. There are other influences under the light. For example, the huge war in the original timeline. The all-out war between the Whitebeard pirates of the Four Emperors and the Navy headquarters. Will now the Wei Sung incident be repeated again? Firefist Ace and Blackbeard Marshal Titch have a fateful encounter. However, in front of Blackbeard who stole the strongest animal dragon ability of the strongest creature, Kaido, even with the help of Marco and others, Ace still failed to leave a Blackbeard. And this is the biggest hidden danger. Now that he knows about Blackbeard's double fruit ability, even if he is impulsive and reckless as Ace, he won't be so stupid to chase the Blackbeard gang by himself. Even if he wanted to go, Whitebeard would stop him this time. Combine the information currently obtained by Luo Lin. Next, the battlefield between Ace and Blackbeard will be in Wano country. There is even the battlefield of the total war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates. Advertisement. Do not. Not only that, Lei Li, Mu Lien and the old members of the Roger Pirates have also embarked on the road to the country of Japan. On the side of Wano country, the recent trend is flat. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The storm is gathering. In the end, there is Luo Lin, who will eventually go for a while. In the near future, Wano country will be the first to have a war. According to this unfolding, in the original plot line, Blackbeard captured Huaquan Ace in exchange for the position of Chihuahai, and the road to the top of the war should not appear again. However, Luo Lin had a feeling. Some things cannot be avoided after all. The next unfolding is a chaos. He is a half-hearted prophet. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. I couldn't see clearly, so Luo Lin wanted to find Xia Li to solve his puzzles. Whitebeard and Navy, I know. Hearing Luo Lin's request, Madame Xia Li nodded solemnly. His sickly pale hands fell on the crystal ball in front of him. The scene fell into a silent and dead silence for a moment. For a long while, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Madame Xia Li's forehead. For a moment, what? With a soft cry, Mrs. Xia Li suddenly opened her eyes, and her delicate and pretty face appeared extremely shocked and shocked. Mrs. Xia Li, what did you see? Yamato asked curiously. War. Madame Sally gasped. The battle for the end of the era is about to happen. Xia Li let out a panicked and tender cry, clutching the corner of Luo Lin's clothes tightly, like the last straw that a drowning traveler grasped. Advertisement. In the end, he even curled up his whole body into Luo Lin's arms, seeking a warm harbor. The battle for the end of the era. Yamato repeated this sentence in a daze. Just listening to these words, he could only feel the waves of the times coming, slapped her like duckweed in the rain. Mr. Luo Lin. Yamato looked at Luo Lin nervously. It's okay. Luo Lin spoke firmly. It was not only to Yamato, but also to comfort Xia Li, who was trembling in her arms. Come here first today. Luo Lin's big hand fell on Xia Li's head. A mysterious power that was enough to calm people's hearts filled Luo Lin's body, making Xia Li in panic gradually calm down. For a long while. Extremely sorry, Lord Luo Lin, please forgive my impoliteness. The settled Madame Xia Li nodded and lifted her head slightly, looking at Luo Lin with a pitiful expression on her face. I want to say thank you. Luo Lin said calmly. Okay, Mrs. Xia Li, get off Mr. Luo Lin first. It's not good to be seen by others like this. Looking at Luo Lin and Madame Xia Li's beauty-loving posture at this moment, Dahi Xiao's face bulged unconsciously, and it seemed a bit savory. While speaking, he also stepped forward and helped Mrs. Xia Li on Luo Lin's body. Well, Mr. Luo Lin, the business here is over, let's go and see elsewhere. Yamato took the initiative to hold Luo Lin's arm, and said urgently, don't be so anxious, little girl, Yamato, someone has already come to pick us up. Luo Lin smiled slightly. Yamato. Just as Yamato was puzzled, the noise on the street outside suddenly became louder. The exclamation of the Murloc residents on the street became a film, and it seemed that something terrible was happening. Chapter 648. All the high-level officials of the Fisherman Island royal family are here to welcome you. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. On the main street of Coral Hill, wow, the aboriginal Murlocs lined up outside the cafe in a shocking uproar. That's the Dragon Palace ship. It can't be wrong, it's definitely a poncho boat for the royal family. Why did it appear here? Hey, look, those are the three princes. Prince Shark, Prince Longxing, and Prince Drifting Star, all are here. Why would the three princes come here in person? Are the princes also for that legend? The ordinary civilians on the street shouted in shock. However, even more shocked fish people are still behind. Hoai. A loud and special whale roar came from the sky. Looking at the tall figure who was riding on the huge whale, the people on the street became petrified again. What appeared on his face was an even more incredible expression than before seeing the three princes. That is Lord Neptune. Master Neptune came here in person. What the hell does the king do? Even the Lord King came in person. It's impossible that a major event related to the fate of our Fisherman Island will happen today. People on the street shouted in surprise. Ha ha ha, this is really lively, Dora Mifa. Seeing the flow of people below that almost blocked the entire street, the second Prince Longxing couldn't help but shook his head and tail. Really worthy of the legendary Mr. Hero. The Queen's brother finally came. The three Prince car flippers turned over happily. Prince Shark, if the people have been gathering on the street, our poncho can't get off. Minister Zuo Catfish reported anxiously. Okay. Shark nodded and turned to look at the crowd below. Everyone, please get away. The loud voice of the Shark Prince echoed in the sky. Advertisement. The Prince Shark, who has always been highly respected and loved by the people, opened his mouth, and the civilians would naturally not resist, and Hulala quickly gave up a large area of open space. Thank you all. Shark said his thanks in a loud voice, then waved his hand, and the royal ponytail hovering in the sky slowly landed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shark Star. Neptune smiled a little, sitting on the little whale. Hoai landed slowly, and finally stayed on the street. Neptune with a golden trident in front, three princes behind, left and right, the two ministers are by. The senior officials of the Kingdom of Fishman Island all arrived at the scene, step by step towards the Mermaid Cafe, and finally stopped near the gate. The commotion in the street, the young fish girls in the Mermaid Cafe. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. It is impossible not to pay attention. When seeing the most noble king and the three princes of Fishman Island standing outside the shop like a line, the faces of the mermaid girls such as Yishili, Mello and others suddenly appeared nervous. Girls, don't be nervous, we just came to see that person this time. Prince Shark spoke with a smile, soothing the nervousness of the mermaids. Mr. Luo Lin, is the legendary hero Mr. Luo Lin still here? Second Prince Longxing asked. What, Master Luo Lin is still here now. Yi Zili and other young fish girls subconsciously nodded and responded. Huh, this is great, I've caught up. The three Prince Rollover Star rejoiced. Then please ask that one out quickly. The right Minister Hema urged. At the same time as the voice of Minister Hema Yu fell, footsteps sounded from the store. Clearly echoed in everyone's ears in the room, shocking the soul. Advertisement. A group of mermaid girls blocking the store door unconsciously lined up on both sides, giving way to a path. Yo, Neptune, long time no see. Luo Lin walked calmly, standing at the door, smiling at his friend a few meters away, the king of the Fisherman Island, the great knight of the sea, Neptune. Oh, Luolin, you are really back, Jaman. Neptune couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart, and laughed happily. Mr. Luo Lin. The three princes, left and right, the minister and more soldiers also bowed and saluted while looking excited. Okay. Luo Lin nodded calmly. Luo Lin, after decades, you are still exactly the same as before. It's really enviable. Neptune King Road. You have become a lot more stable, Neptune. Roland Road. A lot of things really happened. Neptune said, There was a little sadness between the words. Roland was silent. Good day. Let's not talk about those. Let's go back to Dragon Palace City. Luo Lin, I have prepared a grand welcome banquet, and you should also want to see my daughter. Neptune continued. It's a shame that you still remember. Luo Lin chuckled and shook his head. This is natural. Neptune took it for granted. Then go.
16 Do Chapter 649. Mermaid Princess Bakesing. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, symbolizing that the Fisherman Island royal family's Phoenix boat relaunched from Coral Hill Street, gradually drifting away under the excited gaze of the people. On the phoenix-tailed boat, the excited laughter of the girls was endless, and it was so lively. Except for Luo Lin and Yamato. Mrs. Shaw Lee from the Mermaid Cafe and a group of young fish girls were also invited. Since it is a banquet, the girls who are young and energetic naturally need an active atmosphere. Time is in a hurry, and the Dragon Palace City is just preparing the wine and food for the banquet. The song and dance team has never been in place, however, the young fish girls in the Mermaid Cafe are ready-made singing and dancing teams. Moreover, the women who had already met Luo Lin were indeed the best candidates. A quarter of an hour later, a magnificent bubble-floating building appeared in the sight of Luo Lin and his party. There is Dragon Palace City. Looking at the large and luxurious palace built of large coral reefs, shells and other building materials, Yamato couldn't help but marvel at it. Yeah, there is Dragon Palace City. It's my first time to go. I'm so nervous. It's all thanks to Lord Luo Lin. Master Luo Lin, I want to give you a monkey. In the cheers of the girls, the coated ponytail sailed straight to the main gate of Dragon Palace. Luo Lin, we are in Gammon. Neptune was riding on the little whale Hoai, and with a wave of his hand, the entrance of Dragon Palace opened. The various preparations ordered by Neptune immediately before leaving the house were all unfolded. The main hall of the Dragon Palace City Palace was shining brightly in an instant. From the main hall to the entrance, all the seawater is isolated by huge bubbles. Such a move fully demonstrated Neptune's importance to Roland. Advertisement. If it was someone else, even if he was invited to Dragon Palace City, he would never do so. Luo Lin's expression remained as usual, and he jumped down from the Dragon Palace phoenix-tailed ship alongside Yamato, and walked up the stairs leading to the main hall. Along the way, Yamato's eyes were shining brightly, and he was surprised and curious to observe the corners of Dragon Palace. 4. Yamato, everything here is novel. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The Fisherman Island in the 10,000-meter deep sea, the beautiful mermaid in this Dragon Palace City in the air. All kinds of wonders were seen by her from her childhood on the Ghost Island. After a minute-long visit and play, the Dragon Palace City Banquet Hall is here. The graceful singing and dancing of young fish girls such as Hishili, Mello, and Kalian who entered first has already begun. Roland and Yamato are carried on the huge flounder, wandering slowly. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. BR, greater than the spacious air bubble film is filled with various melons and fruits. The female manager of the Mermaid Cafe, Mrs. Shaw Lee, was personally accompanied and poured wine for Luo Lin. Yamato was like a curious baby, lying on the soft bubble, staring at the small fish outside, marveling again and again. Oh, Luo Lin, let's go another one. Neptune on the little whale on the side raised his glass happily and drank it in one go. After 3 rounds of drinking, Neptune's expression gradually became blurred, and the memory of the past in his mind gradually recovered, as if it was back to the years of 40 years ago. It was a really nostalgic time. The first human being accepted in the history of Murloc Island. It still feels incredible to think about it now. The first human being accepted on Murloc Island. But Luo Lin was originally an incredible existence. Luo Lin, what happened back then? Where have you been? After the remembrance, Neptune straightened up and asked solemnly. Just slept. Luo Lin said lightly. Sleep, advertisement. Neptune was stunned. It's been a long sleep, but I won't sleep anymore. I won't let tragedies happen again. Let everything end in this era, whether it's the era of the great pirate started by Roger or the world government. Luo Lin stretched his waist and spoke quietly. There's a strong confidence and domineering between the words. Yamato's slender hand holding the wineglass also trembled suddenly. Ogaemon, Neptune, who was sluggish for a moment, suddenly laughed out loud. As expected of brother Luo Lin, he is still as aggressive as before. Carol Star, we're back, Lord Father. The 3 princes flipped over to somersault. Father, tell us anything that is happy, duo Limey. The second prince Dragon Star swings his fishtail and swims quickly. Longsheng, rollover star, is the white star here? Neptune asked happily, for Bai Sheng, it's behind. Longsheng grinned. Father, the voice of the great Prince Shark sounded. Master Father, the last thing that sounded was a timid and weak girl's voice. Oh, here comes the legendary mermaid princess. Looking at the huge mermaid princess Bai Sheng not far away, Yamato instantly stood up, exhilarating and crying again and again. Chapter 650. Luo Lin and Bai Sheng. The Resonance of the King and the King. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Brother, is it really okay for me to leave the hard-shell tower? Axe. Master Van Dyken's axe will fly over, and I will be killed. A soft and weak girl whispered from the entrance of the banquet hall, nearby. Then, the joyous singing and dancing in the grand banquet hall suddenly stopped. What turned out to be a surprise uproar in the film. That's Princess, our Princess White Star of Fishman Island. It's really Princess White Star. Since the incident 8 years ago, Princess White Star has never been to Mermaid Bay again. I thought something had happened. It's great, it's really great, Princess White Star has grown up safely, and it's really big and beautiful. The young fish and girls who live in the Mermaid Bay and Coral Hill uttered intoxicating voices. The mermaid Princess Bigmom is far beyond the average mermaid girl in size, and is a real adult mermaid. But in terms of age, the 14-year-old Bigmom is the youngest sister here. More than 8 years ago, when Princess Odahime was still alive, she ran around for the future of Murloc Island. At that time, the White Star, who was only 6 years old, and the older 3 princes, also followed the mother Queen Odahime. After going back and forth, the White Star and the princes are also familiar with the residents of the entire Murloc Island, and there is no gap between the so-called royal family and the common people. And because of the cute appearance of the young White Star, it is deeply loved by the people of Fishman Island and is very popular. The young fish girls in the field have also played with the young Bigmom in Mermaid Bay, and they are very fond of cute Bigmom. However, because of the major accident 8 years ago, everything changed. Princess Odahime died. Princess Bigmom also lives in Dragon Palace for some reason, and has never appeared in 8 years. Advertisement after 8 years, I saw the lovely Princess Bigmom again. Seeing Bigmom grow up healthily, the mermaid girls who treat Bigmom as their sisters are very happy. Wow. Listening to the unanimous sound of everyone in the banquet hall, Bigmom's beautiful eyes suddenly circled. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. For the first time in 8 years, I have seen so many people. How can I be timid, even if I want to escape? White Star. Always by my sister's side, the big prince shark hugs Bigmom's finger. Brother, no, I want to go back to rest. Bigmom was crying, and he wanted to cry, to add bookmarks for easy reading. Bigmom, it's okay, you don't need to be afraid at all. Look carefully, they are all the sisters of Mermaid Bay you have seen before. Shark comforted. Hearing this, Bigmom took a closer look, and after seeing the previous silhouettes and shadows from the grown-up mermaid girls, the inner anxiety was finally reduced a little. And Bigmom, don't you really want to see the person that the Queen Mother used to mention to us from time to time, the hero of the Mother Queen, our uncle? The great Prince Shark follows his advice. Mother and queen of the large population, brother. Bigmom lowered his head, his left and right index fingers circled, his pretty face was curious and struggling. Well then, I want to see you. Bigmom nodded weakly in response. Bigmom is so good, Shark smiled and praised, and took the White Star to swim towards the large flounder vehicle in the center of the banquet hall. 1 minute later, Father, Mr. Luo Lin, Bigmom is here. Shark reported. Advertisement, okay, Neptune nodded kindly. Father, and Bigmom's watery eyes swept across his old father Neptune, and then landed on Luo Lin in the halibut bubble. When you fall, you can't look away anymore. 4 eyes face each other. Bigmom's huge body couldn't help but stop. In the dark, there seemed to be some inexplicable force brushing her body, which was very comfortable. Only for a moment, her inner anxiety about walking out of the hard shell tower, and the fear of death was all dissipated. At the same time, that strange power was a certain homogeneous power that would hide deep in her body, pulled out. It resonated with Roland in the flounder bubble. The seawater around Ling's circle is full of ripples. Father, this is. Perceiving the changes in the seawater, the shark could not help but shrink its pupils. What exactly is going on? Why did Bigmom stop moving suddenly and Mr. Luo Lin? The second Prince Dragon Star and the third Prince Car Roller Star also opened their eyes wide and shocked. Wow. King Neptune waved his hand abruptly, motioning people who wanted to speak to be quiet. This is the resonance between the king and the king. Neptune said with faint emotion. Chapter 651. Bigmom scared to cry? 2 princesses? Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, the 10,000-meter deep-sea fisherman island, the Dragon Palace City Banquet Hall. After a lapse of 800 years, the mermaid princess Neptune White Star reappeared in the world and finally met Luo Lin, the Sea King. This is the meeting between the king and the king. This is the resonance of the power of the Sea King and the power of the Sea King. At the same time, it was also Luo Lin's guidance to the younger generation of Bigmom, who had been in the Neptune power for decades. After all, the current Bigmom is still too young. Coupled with her timid, weak temperament, it is really too difficult for Bigmom to fully awaken and master the power of Neptune Poseidon and become the king of commanding thousands of Neptunes. Now, with the guidance of Senior Luo Lin, everything will become much easier. The silence of the Dragon Palace City Banquet Hall lasted for a long while. At a certain moment, Bigmom's huge body suddenly trembled. As a result, the mysterious power that enveloped the audience suddenly retreated like a tide. Everyone in the banquet hall felt lightened all over, and the sense of depression that enveloped their hearts was gone. How is this going? What happened before? The young mermaid girls such as Yishili, Mello and others were puzzled. This is also the doubt of Bigmom himself, but don't wait, Bigmom asked aloud. Next second. A scrumpy, evil face suddenly appeared in Bai Xing's eyes, causing her body to stagnate again. Wow, the legendary mermaid princess, even the mermaid princess whom Mr. Mission and Pirate King Roger couldn't even meet, was actually seen by me. It's great to be able to follow Mr. Luo Lin. The halibut bubble, Yamato pulled the resin bubble with his whole body. The beautiful eyes under the prajna mask didn't blink, and a fiery line of sight fell on the mermaid princess Bai Xing. Under Yamato's eager gaze, Bai Xing's huge body couldn't help but trembled, embracing his arms in fear. Especially after seeing the evil ghost mask on Yamato's face, Bai Xing's fear sublimated further, and his whole body was frozen, unable to move. After a while, in the banquet hall, there was a sudden crying, which belonged to the White Star. The always cowardly White Star, able to step out of the hard-shell tower boldly and meet so many strange faces is already not easy. Advertisement. After finally reassuring under Luo Lin's power, he was suddenly shocked by Yamato's prajna mask. The courage he had gathered up suddenly collapsed. Tears surged upwards, fluttered in the eye sockets, and finally turned into torrential rain, crying out loud. This scene is comparable to the unusual weather of the New World. Bixing. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sister doesn't cry or cry. Bai Xing is not afraid. Princess White Star. Princess Lord. Princess Bai Xing's sudden cry made the banquet hall suddenly chaotic. The three princes of Shark, Dragon, and Carol Star hurriedly stepped forward to comfort them. The young mermaid girls are also anxiously crying. However, Bai Xing, who was completely frightened, was already feeling very hard at this moment. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. My brother, my father, it's terrible, ghost, it's a ghost. The White Star points to the Yamato on the flounder, crying loudly. Yamato. What's the situation? Why did you suddenly cry and cried, and this mermaid princess is made of water? It's really an exaggerated amount of water. Yamato sighed in a daze. I was stunned by Bai Xing's sudden cry. Miss Yamato, mask, it was your mask that scared Princess White Star. Madame Xia Li repeatedly reminded. I heard Yi Shili and others say that Miss Yamato doesn't take off the mask easily, but in this case, please make an exception, please. Mrs. Xia asked sincerely. Mask, Yamato tilted his head and immediately reacted. Sorry, it was my fault. While Yamato was speaking, he took off his mask without hesitation. So this time it was Mrs. Xia Li's turn to be stunned. From the conversation between Yi Shili and the mermaid girls, Mrs. Xia Li also learned that Yamato never took off the mask. Advertisement. However, what Mrs. Sally didn't know was that the handsome words of samurai never took off their masks were just for Yamato to ridicule at the time in order to get out of trouble. But right now, none of these are important. Don't cry, Bixing, look, brothers are there, all the evil spirits are gone, Doramifa. The second prince Longxing circled the White Star. With the brothers here, the evil spirits will never get close to the White Star. Red rolls over. The three prince rollover stars repeatedly turned somersaults. Bai Xing, look carefully, there are no evil spirits, only beautiful young ladies. Looking at Yamato, who showed his true femininity, Shark, who had always treated Yamato as a man, couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Princess White Star, I'm really sorry to be scared. On the flounder, Yamato wrapped his body with a resin bubble, swam to the front of Shiraido, and comforted him helplessly. Really, looking at the pretty young lady, Yamato, Bai Xing finally stopped crying, only sobbing slightly, looking weakly at Yamato. Princess White Star, I really didn't mean it, please forgive me. Yamato put his hands together and apologized sincerely. It's nothing, I'm too timid. Bai Xing is not a stubborn princess who is unreasonable. If the misunderstanding is cleared, I won't care about it at all. Seeing Yamato's sincere apology, he felt a little sad inside. It's not right, it's my cause. Yamato waved his hands again and again. It was my fault. Bai Xing insisted weakly. The two princesses of Ghost Island and Fishman Island confessed their mistakes openly, and the scene was once very harmonious. However, at this moment, things happened suddenly. A double-sided giant axe printed with roses suddenly passed through the bubble water curtain covering the Dragon Palace. Rotating, heading straight towards the banquet hall, to be exact, flying towards the White Star. Be careful, Yamato yelled, blocking in front of Bai Xing for the first time. Chapter 652. Thunder 4 trigrams. Open black lens bracket. Customize all orders. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi in the 10,000-meter submarine volcano area that is dark all year round. A faint light flickered. That is the light from the giant lantern fish. Mianzu, the bald sea monster walking with the light, saw his footsteps staggering, was stumbled by the rocks on the seafloor, and suddenly vented to the lantern sea monster unhappy. See you in Mianzu. At this moment, the tattered ship held by the big bald sea monster sent a low bass. The Flying Dutchman, the pirate ship of the legendary great pirate Van Daken. There are many legends left in various sea areas. Even after death, it turned into a legend of a ghost ship, wandering in the deep sea. And this Flying Dutchman at this time will naturally not be a ghost ship. Its current owner is exactly the descendant of that, the great pirate, Van Daken Ix. A murloc who ate the fruit of Superman's target. See you in Mianjin, haven't you answered yet? Bai Xing's reply. Van Daken Ix continued to ask in a low voice. Well, not yet, Captain Deacon. The bald sea monster replied stupidly, it's been 9 years. Bai Xing hasn't come to find me who loves me, it must be that. The hateful Neptune who caused trouble. He shut Bai Xing in that hard-shell tower to prevent us from being in love with each other. Yes, and then 1 or 2 years later, the White Star will be regarded as a political victim and will marry those human nobles. No. Forgive, absolutely not. Forgive, Bai Xing can only belong to me, only I can be worthy of such a noble her, so if you can't be together anyway, then I have to ask you to die. Oh, Bai Xing? Ha 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 ha. Today is still the usual rose axe, and convey my love to Bai Xing. Van Daken laughed wildly, holding a double-sided axe with a rose pattern in both hands, and threw it in a direction that was running counter to Dragon Palace. However, it didn't take long for the double-sided rose axe to turn upside down again, and flew straight to the hard-shell tower of Dragon Palace City where the mermaid princess Bai Xing was located towards the target it was targeting. This is Van Daken's Devil Fruit ability, Superman's target fruit. Advertisement: it can firmly lock the person whose palm has been touched. As long as that imprint is not washed off, this lock-in will last a lifetime. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ah, I'm comfortable. See Mianjin, let's play on the street next. The B***** D Hody seems to be planning something to discuss cooperation with the uncle. I have to see if he is enough. Van Daken Ix grinned. At the same time, the Dragon Palace City Banquet Hall. The mermaid princess Bakesing of the Fisherman Island and the queen daughter of the Ghost Island, the two sides, you come and me, and the atmosphere is harmonious. And to add bookmarks for easy reading, NBSP. The smile on Luo Lin's face on the back of the flounder paused slightly, and he saw something in the outside sky through the water curtain. It was a double-sided great axe from the deep sea. 2 bright red blood roses were printed on both sides of the face of the axe. Such a giant axe is already very difficult for ordinary people to wield. However, at this moment, it has spanned an unknown number of nautical miles, and rushed straight in the direction of Dragon Palace City, and the coming was menacing. It is unreasonable for the axe thrown under the weight of the deep sea of 10,000 meters to fly such a long distance. With strength alone, even Luo Lin might not be able to do it. But if it is relying on the absolute power of the devil fruit, it is not difficult to understand. Luo Lin, who knows the plot, naturally does not know the origin of this double-sided giant axe. Superman is a person with the ability to target the fruit, Van Daken Ix. 8 years ago, when Princess Odahime was assassinated and killed, he took advantage of the chaos and used his right hand to mark Bai Xing's body. As long as you mark the target in advance, even the ends of the world can be hit. This is the absoluteness of this ability. Advertisement. Under the mark of the target's fruit ability, the rotating rose great axe finally arrived at Dragon Palace City. Neither the tough special bubble coating nor the seawater can stop it. The giant rose axe flew straight towards the banquet hall, or to be precise, flew towards the White Star. When the rose giant axe appeared in the banquet hall, Yamato's look and feel captured a trace of danger, and his face was suddenly serious. Be careful, Yamato yelled, blocking in front of Bai Xing for the first time, and at the same time drew out the wolf-toothed stick attached to his waist. Yamato lord. Seeing the flying rose giant axe and Yamato standing in front of him, Bai Xing couldn't help but pale in shock. A pair of big watery eyes filled with tears again, and the embankment was about to burst again. Hateful. Vanda Decken that be*******, D. It's really bullying. The Shark Trio 3, who also recognized the source of the giant axe, roared with anger on their faces, their eyes cracking. Thunder. 4 trigrams. Yamato screamed again, and the power of the slender lotus arm suddenly exploded, and he touched the wolf-fanged big stick and the double-faced giant axe in his hand. It exploded with a bang. Immediately afterwards, with the sound of kaka, a series of horizontal and vertical cracks appeared on the double-sided giant axe. Eventually it burst apart. Chapter 653, Poor White Star. Yamato is angry. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Amidst the loud sound of boom, the double-sided giant axe made by Jingtai burst under Yamato's thunder 4 trigrams. Countless fragments were scattered with a strong shockwave. Not waiting how far it spread, it stopped abruptly with Luo Lin's wave of hand. The banquet hall returned to calm. However, people's minds have been unable to calm for a long time. Awesome. Red dump truck. Miss Yamato is so strong. Dora am I. It really deserves to be the girl next to Mr. Luo Lin. Looking at the scene of Yamato's powerfully smashing the giant axe, the 3 of Shark, Dragon, and Flip Star were all staring in shock. It's really amazing, Miss Yamato. The young fish girls who were in a panic were also amazed and gradually relieved. Master Yamato, thank you very much for saving my life. Bai Xing endured fear and tears, and thanked Yamato. No, listening to the beautiful words of everyone around him, Yamato scratched his head in embarrassment. It's really not a big deal, Bai Xing, you can just call me Yamato. It always feels weird to add an adult or something. Yamato laughed. However, the next second, the smile on Yamato's face solidified. Because she saw the cracks in the resin bubble that wrapped her body. Her previous powerful blow smashed the axe while also smashing the resin bubble. Ah, I can't swim. Being overwhelmed by the sea, Yamato exhaled in a flustered voice. At this time, Yamato only felt his eyes flash. Next second, she was already back on the back of the flounder. Advertisement, Mr. Luo Lin, thank you. Yamato, who understood the reason, immediately gave Luo Lin a thankful hug. Dahe da. No, Dahe sister, what happened before? The big curious eyes that witnessed Yamato's, crossing, with his own eyes, his face was full of surprise. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This is Mr. Luo Lin's ability. Yamato answered with a smile. Master Luo Lin. Bai Xing glanced at Luo Lin weakly. Speaking of which, Bai Xing, what happened to that axe before and where did it come from? Could it be that there are still assassins in this Dragon Palace city? Yamato frowned slightly. Sister Yamato, that axe is. Bai Xing lowered his head again, turning his index fingers in circles, feeling aggrieved and speechless. Next, let me explain. King Neptune sighed, and NBS. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. P. Even if it is to tell all the causes and consequences, including Bai Xing's deprivation of liberty, the threat of death, and the tragic experience of spending more than 8 years alone in the hard-shell tower. Princess Whitestar. Madame Xia Li looked at Bai Xing affectionately. It's really hateful, that perverted B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Yamato's silver teeth bite, filled with righteous indignation. Yamato, who was restricted to the island of ghosts by Kaido, was able to experience the pain of becoming a caged bird and losing freedom. 4. By Xing's experience, Yamato felt the same, and his anger was already out of his heart. However, King Neptune, are you not the royal family of Fishman Island? Why do you want to allow a criminal who threatens the princess to be there all the time? If you can catch it earlier, wouldn't it be all right? White Star doesn't need to be all day long, I'm afraid. Yamato asked naturally. Advertisement hearing that, Neptune and the three princes of Sharkstar, Dragonstar, and Sunstar could not help but smile bitterly. Miss Yamato, it's not that we don't catch it, it's because we have more than one heart but not enough energy. The three princes roll over the stars. Why? Dahei puzzled. The sea is so vast, Miss Yamato, the second prince shark said. 8 years ago, when Vanda Decken made his first shot against Bai Xing, we had already wanted him on the island, but the cunning Vanda Decken had already escaped from Murloc Island. In the past 8 years, never set foot on Murloc Island again. It is too difficult to find him in this vast sea. Boss Jinping and I once led the Sea King army to follow some clues and expeditions. We were just one step short of it. We still let him slip away. It is really ashamed. Shark sighed helplessly. It's okay, elder brothers. Bai Xing pretended to be strong and spoke, and that poor little appearance became more and more pitiful. It turned out to be so. Wait. Prince Shark, you just said that. Van Daken is not on the island, not even around the island, then the axe. How can it be that the power of that B******* D can be compared with the four emperors shoulder to shoulder? Yamato realized this and his beautiful eyes widened in shock. This is not, that. Vanda Decken's strength can only be regarded as mediocre. The reason why he can find Bai Xing accurately every time depends on his ability, the ability of Superman to target fruit. Shark replied. So that's it, Superman's target fruit is really a tricky ability. Yamato nodded clearly, it was a difficult time for a while. Indeed, as Prince Shark said, the sea is too vast, and it is tens of thousands of times more complicated than the Earth. The intelligence network on the ground is of no use to the deep sea. It is really difficult to find people in the deep sea. If anyone can do it. Yamato turned his head and looked at Luo Lin blankly. Chapter 654. Expose. Odahime's death is the real culprit. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Mr. Luo Lin, are you really willing to do it? Looking at Luo Lin, who was standing up, Yamato couldn't help but smile. Mr. Luo Lin. The Grand Prince Shark looked surprised. Really? Okay. Bother Mr. Luo Lin. But if there is Mr. Luo Lin's help, even if that Vanda Decken X fled to the end of the world, it would be useless. The second Prince Dragonstar and the third Prince Rollover Star are also overjoyed. Luo Lin. Sir, Bai Xing tilted his head cutely and looked at Luo Lin curiously. It's okay, Bai Xing, as long as Mr. Luo Lin takes action, it doesn't matter. What kind of monsters, ghosts and snakes, all will be ashes. Yamato patted the bear with confidence, which was confidence in Luo Lin. Okay. Bai Xing nodded blankly. Rollin. King Neptune looked at Luo Lin with hope in his eyes. Seeing that his beloved daughter has suffered so many years of unfreedom, Neptune is also in anguish. If it can be resolved, then it is naturally better. After many years, I came to Fishman Island again. I wanted to take a leisurely 2 days and think about other things, but those. The clowns who can't wait to come out one after another, it's really irritating, so nothing more. It happened to be solved all at once. Luo Lin spoke calmly and confidently. Sorry, Luo Lin, let you get involved in these troublesome things. Neptune apologized. Do not. Luo Lin shook his head. If you apologize, you don't have to. According to the agreement of the year, Bai Xing's business is also my business. I naturally have to take care of it. In addition, there is another matter. What's the other thing? Neptune asked puzzledly. About the death of little Odahime, Roland Road. Advertisement, Odahime. Hearing Luo Lin talking about Odahime, Neptune, Shark Star, Dragon Star, Roller Star and White Star were all silent in the room. A lot of tears gathered in the eyes of the always sentimental Bai Xing again. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Nipton, you shouldn't forget what I said to you 10 years ago, prophesy. Roland Road. Okay, Neptune nodded. Although it is unbelievable, Luo, your predictive ability is really accurate, just like Sha Li's divination. Neptune said. Mrs. Sha Li. Lord Luo Lin turned out to be a prophet, so why did you ask her for divination? 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, it can also be predicted. Could it be that? Is this specially looking for an excuse to approach her? Mrs. Shaw was suddenly upset and started a series of enriching brain supplements. The other side. Neptune is also caught in fond memories of the past. I didn't expect that I would really end up with that little girl who is nearly 20 years younger than me, Odahime. Having said this, Neptune couldn't help but smile. After a while, endless loneliness appeared on Neptune's old face. I'm really sorry, Luo Lin, I couldn't protect Odahime well. Neptune's eyes were slightly red. Wrong, Luo Lin shook his head. I should say, sorry, Luo Lin, what do you say? The future I saw back then was far more than this. In addition to the things between you and Odahime and the White Star, I also saw the future of Odahime's death 8 years ago. Roland Road. Advertisement, is this real? Neptune couldn't help being shocked. It was my mistake. I thought that as long as I was there, that incident would never happen again, but I didn't expect it to be myself. I knew I would at least remind you that year. Luo Lin smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not right, it's not your fault, Luo Lin. Neptune waved his hands repeatedly. At least for now, I can't let the criminal who killed Odahime go unpunished. Maybe Odahime won't agree with me to avenge her, but I also have my own rules of conduct.
Luo Lin sighed faintly. Roland, but the human pirate who killed Odahime is now. Nipton, do you really think it was the human pirate who killed Odahime? Luo Lin asked rhetorically. Could it be? Neptune's eyes widened suddenly, and a look of shock appeared on his old face. Mr. Luo Lin, Mr. Luo Lin, what do you mean? Could it be that the murderer who killed the mother back then was not a man? The three princes of Shark, Dragon, and Carol are all shocked. Bai Xing, what's wrong with you? Yamato looked at Bai Xing worriedly. Bai Xing pursed his small mouth tightly, and shook his head without saying a word. The cute little face is full of sadness, pain, and struggle. Luo Lin, the future you saw back then, the murderer who killed Odahime, please tell me. Neptune pressed his inner anger and asked sincerely. Hody Jones. Luo Lin said calmly. Chapter 655. Furious. Kill to Murloc Street. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Hody Jones. Neptune's low roar, suppressing the burst of anger, echoed in the banquet hall. At this moment, the sea surged with his anger. Hody Jones, the truth turns out to be like this. The human pirate 8 years ago was just a scapegoat. It was just Hody in order to intensify the relationship between our Murlocs and humans. It's all that. What Hody did. It can't be forgiven, it's really unforgivable. The three princes Shark, Dragon Star and Carol Star were also shocked to the point where Luo Lin revealed the truth. Then there was endless anger in his heart. They didn't have the slightest doubt about the truth revealed by Luo Lin. At this moment, the second prince Wangxing and the third prince are already smoking above their heads. Even the great prince Shark, who has always been mature and stable, has his eyes flushed and his breathing has become heavy. The anger in their hearts has been beyond containment. If it weren't for the last trace of reason in their hearts, it would have exploded long ago. My father, my brothers and adults. Bai Xing clenched his little hand tightly and looked at his father and elder brother worriedly. Bai Xing, don't be afraid, it must be fine. Yamato looked at Bai Xing with pity. Sorry, Luo Lin, it's a rare reunion banquet, I can't accompany it anymore. Neptune said solemnly. Well, you go. Luo Lin nodded calmly. In addition, there is one more thing to ask you. During the time we are out, Bai Xing asks Roland to take care of you. Neptune pleaded. Rest assured. Roland rode. Shark, now gather the Sea King army immediately and follow me to Murloc Street. I want to ask Hody what happened in the past, what the truth was 9 years ago. Odahime is that. The pirate killed or was killed by him. Kill. Advertisement. Neptune, who found the target of venting, regained his former sharpness and ordered the anger in his heart. Yes, father. The great Prince Shark should drink, and take the two king brothers to prepare for the assembly of troops. Master father, Bai Xing also wants to go. Princess Bai Xing spoke weakly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. No, Beixing, you are the safest to stay here. Nip flatly refused. After speaking, don't wait. Bai Xing cried and begged, and left immediately. Tick tick tick, the big teardrops of beans once again confessed that the embankment burst in the big eyes of Beixing. Wow, looking at the crying Bai Xing, Yamato was immediately at a loss. Bai Xing doesn't cry or cry, your father and brothers just went out to do something and will be back soon. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Yamato's lame comforting way. However, it has no effect on the crying Bai Xing. Oh yeah, what can I do, Mr. Luo Lin, you can also say something. Yamato looked at Luo Lin for help. Cry, Cry, let her cry now. Luo Lin said faintly, his eyes deep. When we finish drinking this jar of wine, we will also set off. Murloc Street. This place was supposed to be a shelter for the orphans of Murloc Island. But with the passage of time, especially after the death of the Murloc hero Fisher Tiger, evil quickly breeds and twists here. By now, this place has turned into a dark and lawless place for fish people. Gia, this small pill is really powerful. Just one can double the power of one person. If you eat dozens or even hundreds of pills at a time, how powerful it should be. Advertisement. Bodhidharma, the new Murloc pirate group leader, wearing the helmet of an ancient oriental warrior, like a frog, laughed. The evil drug, the forbidden drug on Murloc Island, can bring out the potential of people several times or even dozens of times. As long as it can be mass-produced, Murloc Island will gain a new life under our strength. The shark-beard Geo embraced his arms and sat on the sofa with a cool appearance, opening his mouth very seriously. It's not good, Captain Horty. Suddenly, a Murloc stared wide-eyed and ran into the door in a panic. What is all the fuss about? Is it because Hammond has news? Das, the new Murloc pirate cadre holding a giant hammer, held the panicked Murloc in his hand. Captain Haughty, it's okay, Neptune Army. The Neptune Army is here. I'm coming, what's to panic about? The self-esteemed Geo said, still no one paid attention to him. Although he was very angry inside, he still had to pretend to be nonchalant on the surface. The leader of the team is King Neptune himself, and there are 3 princes, Shark, Dragon, and Flip Star. They are not simply coming and leaving today, they must be what they want to do. The Murloc pirate group said in horror. Roar. Hody Jones, who had always maintained his composure, showed a strange smile on his face. He grabbed a few poisonous drugs from the jar next to him, stuffed them into his mouth, and swallowed them down. Hody curled up and let out a painful growl. After a while, it returned to normal. At the same time, the muscles of his arms suddenly bulged, and the originally dark eyes turned into a scarlet color at this moment. Little ones, go out to welcome guests. Hody Jones grinned a cruel arc. Chapter 656. Very flat and angry. Liquidate Hody Jones. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. There was a special vibration in the sea water. It was caused by a group of aquatic creatures quickly cutting the sea water. King Neptune, 3 princes, you are here today. What is it for me to do? But I have long since retired from the Sea King's army. Leading a strong Murloc, the former Sea King army soldier Hody Jones grinned, showing his hideous fangs. Tiaka, what does the bones of the Sea King's army taste like when you chew it? On the bottom of the sea, a frog-like cigar Dharma shark drilled out of the hard seabed, and said with a smile. Mew hee hee, Bodhidharma, the boss's order has not been issued yet, and it is still a little peaceful for the time being. Holding 8 red Sakura spears, Icarus, the king squid Murloc, said. Neptune grasped the knuckles of the trident in his hand and turned white, suppressing his inner rage. King Neptune, Prince Shark. A fat blue figure quickly dashed across the water and rushed to Murloc Street. The man who came was the #1 master of Fishman Island. Chiwu Hyhaxia was very peaceful. Not long ago, when I learned that Luo Lin had arrived at Merman Island with a Sea King, Jinping quickly hurried to the border entrance. After arriving, he knew that Luo Lin had been invited to Dragon Palace City. It was on the way from Jinping to Longdong City. But Neptune and the 3 princes led the Sea King army out of the island mightily. Jinping boss. The Grand Prince Shark greeted. Prince Shark, King Neptune, what are you doing? Hody, what did he do? Jinping frowned and asked. Boss Jinping, what you said is really hurtful. What can I do bad things? I am also curious that our Lord King comes to my small place to do what he wants to do. He can't come to send condolences. Hody Jones sneered. Advertisement. Jinpei, you stand aside first. I just want to come and ask Hody Jones today. Neptune said, staring at Hody Jones with his eyes, and said silently, 8 years ago, the shot at Durand Square was made by the human. Are you fired it? Me, Hody. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Gahahaha, it seems to have been exposed. But I am really curious, who told you this news? I don't know if it is not convenient for you to disclose it so that I can get rid of him. Hody Jones said with a smile, but there was a bitter chill like winter in his smile. UB****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** her. Neptune's eyes were red, and his anger was extremely violent. Hody, you really killed Princess Otahime. At this moment, Jinping, who learned the truth, couldn't help but yell, and could no longer contain the anger in his heart. Gaha. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Ha ha ha, Otsuhime is just an idiot who longs for peace and beauty. She wants to live peacefully with humans. Don't laugh off my teeth. A woman like her is a traitor to our Murloc race. This is how we should deal with traitors. Hody Jones laughed wantonly. Hody Jones, I want to kill you, not as a king, but as a husband, to avenge Otahime. Neptune's eyes were red, and his nose became thicker and longer. Ha ha ha, try if you can, Neptune. Hody Jones looked up and laughed. Ticket, it seems that a battle is about to break out today. The Dharma smiled cruelly. Captain Hordy, let them see the power of our new Murloc pirate group. Hammerhead Shark Man throws a bag of red capsules to Hordy. Horty reached out and took it, and together with the bag outside, he stuffed all the red capsule medicine into his mouth and chewed. Advertisement. Boom. Horty Jones felt a dull sound like a drum beat. Just in the blink of an eye, Horty Jones' body shape has expanded more than a circle. The muscles on his arms and thighs are layered on top of each other, like a horned dragon. There is a sense of horror power between the gestures. The medicine is, the evil medicine. The minister right of the seahorse suddenly screamed and recognized what the red capsule that Hootie was eating was. That is the national treasure, poison that has been passed down from generation to generation on their fisherman island, sealed in a jade hand box. Taking this murderous drug can gain several times or even dozens of times the power of terror in a short period of time. But the cost is equally significant, and it consumes the life force of the user. This kind of murderous medicine cannot be used unless it is the time when the fisherman island is truly alive and dead. However, a few years ago, there was a theft in Dragon Palace City, and it was the murder medicine in the jade hand box that was stolen. Sure enough, you did that too, Hootie, even the poison in the jade hand box was stolen. Do you know what you are doing? Minister Zuo Catfish scolded angrily. Ha 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 ha, a group of old things from the kingdom, what do you know? If you don't use this kind of good stuff, if all our soldiers are provided with this kind of medicine, what is the fear of mankind, what admiral, what four emperors, how could it be our opponent? Horty Jones laughed triumphantly. Horty, do you know this? Minister Zuo Catfish was interrupted by Horty before he finished speaking. Nipton, since you took the initiative to bring it to the door today, then we are not welcome. All of you will die here today. From now on, the Murloc Island can rest assured to be under the control of our new Murloc pirates. Horty Jones laughed with scarlet eyes open. Chapter 657. The Promised Ship, Arc Noah, starts. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on HotMTL novel.zi. A vacuum waterway appeared in the Dark Sea. That was a phenomenon caused by Hotty's movement at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Kang. Neptune holds a trident to block horizontally. With a soft sound of Kang, the disappeared Horty Jones appeared and took a step back. On the other hand, Neptune retreated more than tens of meters under the impact of Horty Jones's explosive power. Ha 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 ha, what great knight of the sea is really vulnerable. Horty Jones laughed proudly. Father. The three of Shark, Dragon, and Carol Star all rushed to Neptune nervously. Horty, you are really hopeless, and I won't persuade you anymore. Jinping suppressed his anger and drank in a low voice. Take a step forward with your right foot and sink your waist to complete the fighting posture. Roar, is Shiping boss next? Everyone says that you are the #1 master of Fishman Island, but that is because they are too ignorant and don't know how powerful the murderous drug is. Now I am the real one. The #1 master of the Murloc clan, even you can never win. When Horty Jones spoke halfway, he stopped abruptly. Merman Karate, 5000 watt Junquan. Jinping let out a low growl. The terrifying spiral impact force rushed from his fist. When Horty Jones didn't even realize it, he shot him out. His eyes burst out, his mouth opened wide, and blood sprayed. The power obtained by relying on foreign objects is completely hypocritical. The profound meaning of Murloc karate, have you all forgotten Hootie? Very flat and cold eyebrows. Ahem. Advertisement. Horty Jones crawled out of the ruins of the sea and coughed up a few bites of blood in pain. Where there is hypocrisy and truth in power, I will be injured by you, but I am not strong enough. I want to be stronger and more evil drugs. Horty Jones seemed to be in a state of madness, constantly swallowing massive amounts of poison in the horrified eyes of the Murlocs under him. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. Boom was centered on Horty Jones, and the sea suddenly waved in ripples. His short black hair grew in an instant, and then quickly turned into a gray color, like a twilight old man. The figure doubled in an instant, the flesh beating and swelling like a creature. Since Boss Hootie has taken the lead, we can't fall behind, Titicaca. The members of the new Murloc pirate group led by Horty Jones grinned. Then they grabbed a lot of red capsules from their pockets and swallowed them desperately. In order to gain tremendous power in the short term. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than. Under the stimulus of the evil drug, the combat power of the new Murloc pirate group increased for unknown reasons. Horty Jones was even able to contend head-on with Very Ping for a short time. Under the attack of such a brutal new Murloc pirate group, even the elite of the Sea King army could not resist. For a while, I was forced to regress. The deep sea was stained red with blood. At the same time, Noah, the giant ark with the back of Murloc Street. A wide-striped tiger shark man wrapped in a resin bubble hummed a small tune, wandering freely. Without blinking, he looked at the bloody battlefield not far away. The line of sight under the brim of the hat was full of enthusiasm, excitement, and madness. Fight, fight, fight as much as you want. It's best to lose both sides, and all die. In that case, the Fisherman Island will be the site of this uncle in the future, Bai Xing. Bai Xing can finally reunite with this uncle, so I don't have to suffer anymore. Acacia is suffering, ha ha ha. For those with the ability to target the fruit, Vanda Dakin X laughed wildly and wildly. Advertisement. Hey, Captain Van Dakin, should we take this opportunity to pick up Princess White Star at Fishman Island? The bald sea monster Matsumi suggested. This proposal is really good. It's just that I really don't want to miss the big show in front of me. Van Daken whispered embarrassedly. Captain, having said that, this ship is really big. It's the first time I have seen such a big ship. How many lantern fish can be used to pull it? The bald sea monster Myeonjin exclaimed. This ship, I remember it seems to be the promised ship Ark Noah. Vanda Decken recalled. Agreed, what agreement? The bald sea monster asked. Of course it is the love agreement between me and Bai Xing. Van Daken naturally imagined it. Ah, I thought about it. After a while, Van Daken seemed to have thought of something, and a look of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. Captain, what did you think of? The bald head asked the sea monster in cooperation. So far, my love has not been conveyed to Bai Xing, it must be because my gift is not enough. The precious reason, in that case, let me give Bai Xing the heaviest gift today. Van Daken took off the glove of his right hand and landed on the deck of Ark Noah. Go, Ark Noah, take this uncle's love to Bai Xing's side, this is the future kingdom of me and Bai Xing. Van Daken laughed madly. Target fruit ability, launch. Boom rumble, great undersea earthquake. Philo reminds you, 3 things about reading. Chapter 658, The Ark is coming. The end of Murloc Island. Open black lens bracket subscribe for subscription close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi The blood stained the deep sea. The screams of the Murlocs came one after another. Not only the Sea King army led by Neptune, but also the new Murloc pirates under Hody Jones. Under the stimulus of the murderous drug, the overall strength of the new Murloc pirate group was upgraded to a notch. For a time, he even completely suppressed the well-trained Fisherman Island's first elite unit, the Sea King army. However, the reason why the evil medicine is the evil medicine. It is precisely because of the huge side effects that accompany it. Except for the relatively powerful cadres of the new Murloc pirate group, the ordinary Murloc street can't bear the backlash from the vicious drugs. After the initial strength surge and overdraft, without the use of others, his body is swallowed by the side effects of the murderous medicine. Chichao bleeds and screams and falls to the bottom of the sea. Enough is enough, Hody, look at your men quickly. This is the horror of the murderous medicine. If you continue to take it, their fate will be a lesson for you. Stop making unnecessary resistance and surrender. Very Flat yelled. Gahahaha, Jinping, are you afraid of me now? Hody Jones grinned, showing bloody fangs. They will die only because they are too weak and small, the weak should die, but I am different, I am destined to be the strongest. Hody Jones said arrogantly. Tiaka, Captain Hody, don't talk nonsense with them, just bite them all quickly. Dharma, the cadre of the new Murloc pirate group, grinned and revealed his ferocious fangs. That, Hody Jones smiled coldly and was about to order a general attack. However, at this moment, the sudden change occurred. The sea shook violently. Advertisement. The sea was surging, and the earthquake trembled. Under the horrified gaze of the fish people, the huge bow boat half the size of the Fisherman Island, has been silent for hundreds of years and has even become the decorated Ark Noah on the Fisherman Street, at this moment because some unknown force was activated. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The buildings on Fishman Street were picked up under the shaking, and the fish people in it shouted in panic. Why on earth is it? Who gave Ark Noah power? It's impossible. Neptune's complexion changed drastically in an instant, and he yelled. Father, look at Noah Shang. The second Prince Longxing yelled anxiously. That direction, is it impossible for it to land on the Fisherman Island? The Fisherman Island will be destroyed. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The 3 Prince Carol Star exclaimed. Hody, is this another good thing you did? You are crazy, hurry up and let Noah stop. For the first time, the steadfast Prince Shark lost his temper and roared loudly. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, sigh ha 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 ha. Hody Jones raised his head and laughed, and his scarlet pupils turned strangely. God really helped me, Neptune, today is destined to be the end of your Neptune royal family. From now on, this new Fisherman Island will be king by my lord Hody, the young ones, follow Noah to witness Neptune. Stop the end of the kingship. Hody Jones shouted wantonly. Damn it, the whole army will return to help and guard the Fisherman Island. Neptune roared unwillingly, and led the rest of the Sea King army back to the Fisherman Island. The distance between Murloc Street and Murloc Island is not far. Even if Ark Noah moved slowly, it didn't take long to reach the sky above Murloc Island. The huge bow slowly sank in the direction of Dragon Palace. Wow, advertisement. The thick iron chain first pierced the bubble film of Murloc Island and landed on the ground. Between towing, causing terrible destruction on the land of Murloc Island. On the Murloc Island, whether it is a Murloc or a human, their eyes widened, looking at the slowly falling Noah in fear. The body was shaking uncontrollably because of fear. Why on earth is this? Why? Noah in Murloc Street, why would there be no power on that ship to move? What the hell is the power of something? ... People collapsed and screamed, feeling the end of the day. If Noah is really let down, even if it is a Murloc who can breathe freely in the sea, it will definitely not be able to survive more than half. Not to mention that the humans on the island will inevitably be annihilated. The entire Murloc Island was instantly shrouded in the shadow of extinction. Despair spread rapidly. At the same time, Dragon Palace City. Luo Lin only took Yamato and the mermaid princess Bai Xing to leave Dragon Palace on the back of Shark May Carlo. Ark Noah has already appeared above their heads. Luo Lin raised his head, looking at the falling Ark Noah, his expression cold. Hee hee, I haven't come to you yet, but you took the initiative to send it to the door. Chapter 659. One-handed. Sky. Murloc Island is boiling. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. The extinction disaster has come to the Murloc Island. The shadow from Ark Noana that can cover half of the island is shrouded, making everyone on the island in deep fear. Run away. Noah has fallen. Everyone, go. Flee, but go there. It's dead. The Fisherman Island will become history after today. Woo, Mom, where are you? With the constant approach of Ark Noah, the wailing on Murloc Island continued. Countless people screamed in despair because of fear. Outside Dragon Palace, it's all because of me. On Shark Macarlo's back, the mermaid princess Bai Xing clenched her little hand. Noah must be directed at me. Master Van Daken is angry. It's all because of me. No, absolutely can't let Noah fall on the island. Bai Xing's face was pale. However, at this most critical time, the timid and crying Bai Xing did not cry miraculously. Master Luo Lin, Sister Yamato. Bai Xing looked at Luo Lin and Yamato next to him, his immature little face with a decisive expression, as if he had made a certain determination in his heart. Bai Xing, don't you think? Yamato's eyes widened in shock. Yes. Bai Xing nodded firmly. It's okay. As long as I leave this island, Noah will definitely follow me to leave, so that everyone will be fine. Bai Xing pretended to be strong. He was scared to death in his heart, but there was a smile on his face. White Star. Advertisement. Finally, Luo Lin spoke. Master Luo Lin, is there anything else? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Bai Xing's movements paused slightly. I promised Neptune just now. If I let you go, how can I face your father? Luo Lin spoke calmly. But, what kind of person do you think I am, Bai Xing, as long as you obediently watch it here? Luo Lin grinned confidently. Master Luo Lin. Seeing Luo Lin's confident and flying look, Bai Xing couldn't help but lose consciousness for a while. Bai Xing, that's Mr. Luo Lin. Yamato also smiled brilliantly. Even if, 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. It's big, but it's just a mere boat. 4. Mr. Luo Lin, it's just a piece of cake. In Yamato and White Star, and at the same time, under the gaze of every panicked and desperate resident across the Fisherman Island. Luo Lin stepped up to the sky. Hey, look, there seems to be a person there. A human. He passed towards Noah. Who is that person and what does he want to do? All over the Fisherman Island, people who noticed that Luo Lin appeared were shocked and shouted, that person, that is the hero Luo Lin. The legendary hero is about to take action. Please, human hero, please save our Murloc Island. Advertisement. Please be the hero of our Fisherman Island. In Coral Hill, the Murloc residents who had watched Luo Lin board the Royal Poncho boat recognized Luo Lin's identity, and they shouted and prayed with excitement. In the sky, Luo Lin walked step by step. Finally, he stopped at the last few meters from Ark Noah. Looking up at the Ark Noah half the size of a fisherman island above his head, Luo Lin sighed lightly, and calmly raised his right palm, passing through the bubble wrap and pasting it on Noah's bow. In the next instant of boom, pressure as heavy as a mountain came, causing Luo Lin's steps to be slightly unstable when he stepped on the void. The ripples of the impact spread out, making the sky of the Fisherman Island like a rippled water surface. But fortunately, Luo Lin resisted in the end with one person's power. He held the huge Ark Noah with one hand. This is simply a fabulous picture. In the sky, the ripples of rippling force gradually dissipated. Until then, the people of Murloc Island were shocked to find that the fallen Ark Noah had stopped for the first time. That person is the previous person. He blocked Noah alone. Is this really possible? Suddenly, a Murloc pointed at Luo Lin and yelled. Then more and more people saw the figure under the huge Ark Noah. Compared to the huge Noah, Luo Lin's body of more than 3 meters is also inconspicuous. But it is such a wide disparity in body shape that makes it more contrasting. That person, is he a god? This is no longer something that humans can do. I support Noah with one hand. I would rather believe that that is the god of salvation on our Fisherman Island. All the fish people who noticed this scene cheered like a mountain whistling and a tsunami. At this moment, everything on the Fisherman Island is boiling. Chapter 660. Standing upright like a god. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Ark Noah, which is comparable in size to half a Murloc Island, fell from the sky. The sky of Murloc Island collapsed. The shadow of death haunted everyone on the island instantly. Despair is spreading. But at this moment, in the dark abyss called despair, a light suddenly appeared. Illuminating people in the dark, this light is called hope. The sky on Murloc Island has collapsed now. One person stepped forward. One-handed the sky, the ground. Russian Lynchen. Oh. At this moment, looking at the heroic figure that propped up the sky, the entire Murloc Island was boiling. Hero. He is really a hero. That human has held on to the sky. He is the hero of our Murloc Island. Long live the hero Luo Lin. Master Luo Lin, thank you very much. Around the Fisherman Island, people's cheers came one after another. So amazing. Really amazing, Lord Luo Lin. Bai Xing held her small hand and whispered with excitement. This level is of course, that's Mr. Luo Lin. Yamato smiled slightly. At this moment, outside the Fisherman Island, Jinping, Neptune and other sea kings, the new Murloc pirates led by Horty Jones, and the initiator of Nose Deck Vanda Deck and Ix, the three parties watched Noah gradually fall down with emotion. Advertisement. Everyone in King Neptune's army looked at Noah with canthus eyes, and rushed back crazy. The wives, children, and relatives on that island that is about to be crushed, they don't want to be separated forever. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ha 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 ha. Kids, are you ready? The capture of Murloc Island is today, and from then on, it's the turn of these, easy people in that, dark place. Horty Jones said with a big laugh. See you in Myeongjin. What about this masterpiece? No matter who it is, don't even want to escape. The destruction of Murloc Island is today. On Nose Deck, Van Daken yelled excitedly. Boom, was at this moment, resounding like a crash of giants on this seabed. The shock wave caused the sea to turn up a layer of white waves. After everything was calm, the people outside the island were shocked to find that Noah had stopped miraculously and did not fall anymore. From their angles, they couldn't see Luo Lin who was reaching the bow at this time. And NB. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. What happened? Noah stopped. Noah stopped. After a brief astonishment, everyone in the Sea King's army let out cheers that shook the sky. The three princes of Neptune and Shark are also full of excitement. Now on Murloc Island, there is nothing wrong with this, there is only that man. Haixia said flatly. Luo Lin, thank you very much. Neptune closed his eyes, tears are already streaming down his face, and tears of joy for the surviving Murloc Island. Mr. Luo Lin, you are also the hero of our Fisherman Island. After King Neptune, the three brothers of Shark, Emperor, and Sunstar, Jinping, left and right, the minister and all the Sea Kings all bowed in the direction of Nose Bow. Although they can't see it, they know it. In that place, the figure of a hero held up the sky. Advertisement. Hey hello, Neptune, Jinping, to whom are you bowing to answer me what is going on? At this time, everyone in the new Murloc pirate group led by Horty Jones on Murloc Street, 10,000 in their hearts, opened their eyes. Looking at Noah who stopped suddenly, he was puzzled. Someone supported Noah, how could it be possible to do something like that, but Noah? Even if they eat 1,000 pills, they will definitely not have such a powerful force. Hey, see you in Myeongjin, what the hell is going on now? Even if I remove the ability, Noah should fall. Van Daken on Nose Deck screamed. Just as his voice fell, Ark Noah shook, and then moved again. Captain Deacon, the ship is moving again. The bald sea monster Myeonzu yelled when he saw it. Oh, it's fine if it moved again. It seems that there was a slight malfunction just now, but it doesn't matter, everything is as usual. Van Daken looked up to the sky and laughed. No, right, Captain Deacon, look at it, the ship is moving, but it seems to be rising. The bald sea monster showed a ghostly expression. Van Daken, how is this possible? It's just that no matter how much Van Daken doesn't believe it, it can't change the fact that Luo Lin is carrying Ark Noah at this moment. The nearly burst bubble film that had been oppressed by Ark Noah gradually recovered. In the end, even the chains on Noah left the Murloc Island one by one. It wasn't until this moment that Horty Jones' new Murloc pirate group finally saw the figure walking with Noah on its back, like a god. Humans are humans again, just a human being, how could it be possible to have such a great power? It's impossible. Chapter 661. Shocked. Miraculous existence. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Humans are humans again, but they are just a mere human. How could there be such a powerful force? How could it happen? Horty Jones yelled, almost collapsed. Looking at Luo Lin's godlike posture, his spirit was greatly stimulated beyond the limit. He snatched a bag of poison that he was holding next to him, and recklessly poured it into his mouth. Captain Horty, don't eat any more, it will really die. A Murloc pirate shouted anxiously. Get in the way, get out. Horty slapped a random punch. Like a watermelon bursting, Horty's fist pierced through the head of the Murloc and pirate like a tofu. Horty screamed like a beast on his back, and his body swelled again and again. After a long time, Horty grinned open, feeling the power surging in his body, and his confidence skyrocketed. Ha 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 ha, I am invincible now. Horty Jones yelled arrogantly. While the evil medicine strengthened his body, it also strengthened his arrogance by the way, making him selectively forget the peerless power that Luo Lin was carrying Noah on his back at the moment. In the sky, Luo Lin held the Ark Noah with one hand, ascending to the sky step by step. The pace is steady. There was no wavering at all. At last, the bow of Ark Noah was completely sent out of Murloc Island by Roland for coating. At the same time, Luo Lin kept walking. Take one step forward. Unsuspectingly enter the deep sea range of 10,000 meters. See you in Myeongjin, let's go. On Nose Deck of the Ark, King Van Daken the Ninth's eyes widened in horror, and he was flustered for no reason. Advertisement. Although I don't know what happened, I couldn't see the frightening feet of Luo Lin directly under Ark Noah. But the abnormal unfolding right now, the feeling of pressure, in the dark, pressed him almost out of breath. Since you are here, where do you want to go? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Just as Van Daken retreated and was about to flee, a vague voice suddenly blasted from his ears, making Van Daken IX's expression change drastically. Don't wait for the slightest movement from him. Next moment. The incomparable horror boom came under heavy pressure. That is Luo Lin's territory. The territory of the overlord. Under the pressure of Luo Lin's territory, Van Daken X collapsed on the deck without any resistance. I can't move a finger and a muscle all over my body. Who is who? Van Daken's eyes burst. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. As if to pop out the eye sockets. The double pressure from the body and soul made his brain tremble, and his body was close to the edge of collapse, but he always maintained a clever balance. This is naturally the result of Luo Lin's deliberate control. Regarding this lolicon perverted Murloc B************ D who has coveted his disciple for 8 years, of course, he can't be sent on the road simply. The dimly lit deep sea Murloc Street. King Neptune's Sea King's army and Hody Jones' new Murloc pirate group faced each other hundreds of meters away. The tit for tat, but there is no bloody battle like before. Because at this moment, before their eyes, a miracle is happening. Even if he came to the deep sea unsuspectingly, Luo Lin's footsteps still did not lag behind. Still not in a hurry, he walked towards Murloc Street step by step. Finally, in the eyes of the fish people either shocked, excited, or horrified, Ark Noah was dropped and returned to the original place. Advertisement. The boom rumble. Seabed once again had a big earthquake. That person, what the hell is going on with that person? Toss, the cadre of the new Murloc pirate group, screamed in surprise. He's a Murloc. No, 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 how could there be a powerful person of this level hidden on the Murloc Island? The Sharkman cadre Geo is no longer calm. Then we are not mistaken, he is really human. Icarus screamed in surprise. But, if it's really a human, how could it be? This is a 10,000-meter deep ocean. How can ordinary humans move in the deep ocean unsuspectingly? This is unreasonable. Yes, yeah, how can human beings move freely in the deep sea? Deep ocean is our home court. The people of the new Murloc pirate group were shocked and yelled in horror. In fact, it's not just Hody Jones' new Murloc pirates. Regarding the series of miracles that happened to Luo Lin, everyone in Neptune's Sea King army was also shocked to the point of indescribable. Unbelievable. Father, what is going on? Mr. Luo Lin. Mr. Luo Lin is really too strong. It's just foul. Red rollover. The second Prince Dragon Star and the third Prince Rollover Star screamed in shock. Is this the miraculous person the Queen said? The Prince Shark murmured. Unexpectedly, once again broke the iron rule of the Devil Fruit, the legendary hero, how powerful this is. Shiwu Hai Jinping, who had witnessed the whole process of the big event with his own eyes, was once again shocked by the miracle before him, and his face was full of incredible. This is Luo Lin. Otahime, have you seen our hero from Murloc Island, is back. Chapter 662, Shocking New Murloc Pirate Group. Open black lens bracket subscribe for subscription close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, the 10,000-meter deep-sea fisherman street. The sea floor shook sharply. The undercurrent of horror is raging. The shock ripples visible to the naked eye scattered, making the entire Murloc Street wobbly. It was a horrible phenomenon caused by the return of the giant Ark Noah. For a long time, the shock brought by Noah calmed down. The deep-sea battlefield is still dead. Whether it's Neptune's Sea King army, or the new Murloc pirates led by Hody Jones. Everyone in the room looked at the vague figure in front of Noah unblinkingly, and the emotion called shock occupied their whole body. My father, my brothers and adults. An anxious young girl's voice came from the dim deep sea, breaking the deadly atmosphere of the scene. White Star. Neptune's eyes narrowed. Bakesing, why are you here? The three princes including Shark were also taken aback. After a while, he slapped his head again and reacted. Now that Luo Lin has appeared here, it shouldn't be a surprise that Bai Xing also came here. Jaga, isn't that the mermaid princess? The bones of the delicate princess must also have a different taste. Dharma, the cadre of the new Murloc pirate group, kept saliva, and in the blink of an eye he dived into the solid seabed ground, walking under the ground like a gopher. Looking at the constantly approaching underground passage under the sea, Makaro the shark twisted uncomfortably, instinctively aware that the crisis was approaching. Don't be afraid, little shark. Yamato spoke calmly and confidently, and withdrew the wolf-fanged stick pin to his waist. The dark seabed ground of Kaka cracked. A terrifying frog with an open iron mouth, like a cannonball, bites towards the white star on Macarlo's back. The scarlet eyes are full of madness and cruelty. White Star, Neptune, Prince Shark and others yelled anxiously. Mr. Frog, please don't. Advertisement. Seeing the menacing body Dharma, Bai Xing cowered and closed his eyes, tears flickering in the corners of his eyes. Jaga, you're done, mermaid. However, in the frog, Murloc Dharma who thought he was successful, suddenly a big hand came out and pinched his neck without leaning back. As a result, the figure of the frog, Bodhidharma culling forward suddenly solidified. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Damn it, who are you, drive me. Bodhidharma struggled violently. However, the sudden big hand, like the strongest iron tongs in the world, did not move. Hey, Mr. Luo Lin, just leave it to me. Yamato, who swung his mace, couldn't help complaining. Ha ha ha, sorry. Luo Lin smiled casually. Can. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Evil, you dare to treat this uncle like this and see if I don't crush your hand. Dharma the Murloc roared, lowered his head abruptly, opened his sharp teeth, and bit his vice-like firm hand fiercely. Ka bang. Bodhidharma is proud of his teeth that can be broken, and at this moment he finally met his opponent. The hardness of that hand was beyond the limit of his imagination, causing his teeth to bite for a while, almost breaking apart. On the other hand, Luo Lin's right hand was not damaged at all. This unexpected situation made the crazy Bodhidharma calmer under the effect of the evil drug. Damn, who are you? Dharma screamed. Only with you. The frogs who sit on the well and watch the sky also dream of being able to sit on an equal footing with the strong on the sea. Luo Lin sneered. You are. Bodhidharma suddenly widened his eyes, and finally remembered the identity of this man who made him unconsciously frightened. However, before he screamed, Luo Lin's strength increased slightly. There was only a crisp sound of click. Dharma the frog's eyes were loose, his neck was completely broken. Advertisement. It fell into the ruins of Murloc Street like a rag, and aroused a dull splash of water. Who are you? Hody Jones yelled nervously. King Neptune, Shark Star, Princess White Star has Mr. Luo Lin there, you don't have to worry too much. Junping comforted. Okay, I know. Neptune, Shark and others all nodded. He turned to look at the people of the new Murloc Pirates group who were already in chaos not far away. Hody Jones, what happened 8 years ago, let's end it today. Neptune said coldly. Ha. Neptune, do you really think you are determined to win, with that inexplicable human? This deep ocean is my place. Hody Jones, who was on the verge of collapse, let out a crazy laugh. Roar, isn't it? Just as Hody Jones's voice fell, a faint sarcasm suddenly exploded from his ears. At the same time, everyone in the new Murloc pirate group only felt that their eyes flickered, and the sea was rippling. Next second, the fuzzy figure that was hundreds of meters away has already appeared in front of them. This man is. How is it possible? Why does this man appear here? You are. That monster human. Hody Jones' pupils shrank suddenly, and the image of the person he saw in front of him overlapped with the portrait in the newspaper news. At this moment, after recognizing Luo Lin's identity, the entire new Murloc pirate group trembled because of fear. Chapter 663. Crush the Darkness of Murloc Island. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. There are only a few lights on the 10,000-meter deep ocean. Render this deep sea into a hazy dull color. In an instant, the light and shadow changed, and the sea was surging. Everyone in the new Murloc pirate group only felt their eyes sway. Next second, hundreds of meters away, the fuzzy figure of the cadre who killed them casually had already arrived in front of them. It was clearly seen by their eyes. There is no doubt that the tall man who appeared in front of them was indeed a real human being. A miraculous human being able to move freely in the water like their Murlocs. With further observation, when seeing Luo Lin's highly recognizable face, the Murlocs and pirates in the field unanimously gave birth to an inexplicable and familiar feeling. After a while, they realized the source of the familiarity. They recognized the identity of the miraculous human in front of them. That person, this human being is, could it be that the person in the newspaper failed? A Murloc from the new Murloc pirate group opened wide and yelled unconsciously. It can't be wrong, it's really that monster, why did he end up appearing, we're all over. The other Murloc pirate's pupils shrank suddenly and shouted in despair. The strongest man in the world. Why does such an existence appear here? To be an enemy of such an existence, we are dead. He is a legendary hero above the Emperor of the Sea. For a time, because of Luo Lin's appearance, the entire new Murloc pirate group was shocked at this moment. The false morale that was originally stimulated by the evil drug disappeared. All of them are downcast, their hands and feet are cold, and they are no longer intent on fighting. Kaka. Chewed vigorously. Advertisement. Derived from Hody Jones. Captain Horty. Looking at Hody Jones who gobbled up the poison again. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The people of the new Murloc pirate group are all looking backwards and backwards again and again. Only Hody Jones was left in the same place, still slurping his head and eating the murderous medicine at the cost of overdrafting his life. More. Not enough, I'm still strong. Hody Jones murmured as if lost. He firmly believes that the Murloc is the strongest in the water. At this moment, facing Luo Lin, a human powerhouse, he only feels the abyss of darkness and deep despair. He is not reconciled. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. What? Hody screamed like a beast on his back, and his body swelled again and again. After a long time, Huodi grinned open, feeling the power rushing in his body, and his confidence increased. Ha, I am invincible now. Hody Jones yelled arrogantly. While the murderous medicine strengthened his body, it also strengthened his conceit by the way. Gahahaha, the strongest man of mankind, it is really great. The sea is our home ground for Murlocs. Here you have to hold it for me even if you are a dragon. Hody Jones arrogantly smiled. Solving you here today will be the first step for our new Murloc pirate group to dominate the world. Ha. The corner of Luo Lin's mouth made a slight arc of sarcasm. The others, Jinping, Neptune, Prince Shark, and even the people of the new Murloc Pirates group, also showed ridiculous expressions. Advertisement. The look in Hootie Jones' eyes was like a clown singing a one-man show on stage. Go to hell, Shueishin Group Shark. Hootie Jones, who was extremely excited under the stimulus of the murderous drug, waved his hands violently. In an instant, countless fierce sharks made of seawater bite Luo Lin from all directions. Wow, there was a strange wave in the sea. Those sharks made of seawater, even before they can touch Luo Lin, they will be silently crushed. Under the influence of the terrifying aura that penetrated the soul, Hootie Jones returned to the sanity that had been lost due to the evil drug. Otahime is my younger sister. Luo Lin said quietly. Hootie Jones' eyes widened, and finally couldn't help but yell in horror. However, it was too late. A bright light suddenly lit up in the deep sea. In the next moment, Hootie Jones' hideous body disintegrated. From toe to head, it melts into the deep sea bit by bit. This scene was extremely terrifying. All the fish people present looked at Luo Lin in awe. From beginning to end, Luo Lin didn't even move a finger. Hootie Jones, who was strengthened to the extreme by the evil drug, was enough to be comparable to that of Jinping, and died. The difference in strength is so big that it can be called a great moat. The insurmountable gap is in their feelings at this moment. Luo Lin is no longer a human being, but a god, a real god. Chapter 664. It's over. Visitors from the deep sea. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi 10,000 meters deep sea, the battlefield of Murloc Street. With the appearance of Roland and the demise of the leader Hootie Jones, the rebel new Murloc pirate group no longer have the will to resist. The final result is no more suspenseful. All members of the new Murloc pirate group were arrested. After that, punishment or life imprisonment is not within the scope of Luo Lin's thinking. From beginning to end, Luo Lin only had two goals. One is Hootie Jones, who killed Otahime 8 years ago. The other person is Van Daken, who has entangled the White Star for 8 years. At this moment, the promised ship, Ark Noah. Hoo. The rapid, violent heavy breathing sound like a broken wind box echoed on the deadly deck. Not long ago, as Luo Lin moved away, Van Daken X was finally free from the double death pressure of body and soul. However, he couldn't relax at all. Because he finally knew the identity of the person who suppressed him out of thin air and couldn't move at all, and even sent the Ark Noah he started, to his original place for the first time. Hero Luo Lin. A naval hero in human legends. In recent months, the most famous existence on the sea. The world's strongest person who defeated the alliance of the Sea Emperors with one man. Such a big man has come to them. Murloc Island. He even hit his muzzle so unluckily. What a misfortune this is. But fortunately, there is another person who dances better than him today. Hootie Jones, thank you very much. If you didn't get the attention of that monster human, I would really be dead today. Your death will finally have some effect, he. Van Daken let out a deep laugh. Then, it's time for me to leave too. If that hero remembers it, I really won't be able to leave. Vanda Daken X whispered softly and stood up. See you in Myeonjin, let's go. Van Daken greeted him, and then took a step. Yet the next second, Van Daken noticed something was wrong. He lost control of his body. My body. Vanda Deken's face suddenly paled. The upper body leaned forward unconsciously. Captain Deacon, your body. Advertisement. The bald sea monster Myeonjin saw the sound of terror. It was only then that Van Daken finally realized that his body was disconnected at some point. From the waist position, the wound was smooth as mirror blood, and the intestines were spilled on the ground. What the hell is this? Van Daken's pupils gradually dilated, and he didn't wait. He stopped abruptly when he finished speaking, and completely cut off his voice. The fine lines of Kai light up from the surface of his body. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the blink of an eye, it was turned into countless small pieces, which fell into the depths of the sea with the current. At the same time, Murloc Street. My lord, the blessing of Mr. Taralin, and the detention of Hootie Jones' chaotic party has been basically completed. The blood-stained minister right at the hippocampus came to report with excitement and looked at Luo Lin. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. His eyes were full of fanaticism. Mr. Luo Lin is a well-deserved hero. The minister left the catfish, who has always been harsh, sighed again and again at this moment. Mr. Luo Lin, thanks to you this time. Very flat and sincerely bowed and bowed. Mr. Luo Lin is mighty. Doremi. The hero Luo Lin is domineering. Red rollover. The dragon star and the Carol star are dancing. Master Luo Lin, really handsome. Bai Xing whispered softly. A pair of big watery eyes looked at Luo Lin unblinkingly, and they couldn't help but shine brightly. I mean, Yamato smiled and agreed. Atsuhime is right. Luo Lin, you are the future of our fisherman island. Neptune murmured with emotion. Father. The voice of the great Prince Shark sounded. Shark, what's the matter? Neptune asked. Father, we just found the bald sea monster on Noa Mionzu. The reason for No's sudden activation has probably been determined. Shark spoke solemnly. Advertisement. Could it be that? Vanda Decken B ******** D again. Long Xing raised his eyebrows. This is not good, absolutely can't let. He runs away again. The third prince rollover star anxiously said. Well, Shark Star, Dragon Star, Roller Star, the three of you are right now. Take the lead in carrying out a carpet search, and make sure to capture Van Dodeken and bring it to justice, and return the Fisherman Island to a quiet place. Neptune waved his hand and ordered. King Neptune, I want to come, it shouldn't be necessary anymore. Jinping spoke. Jinping boss. Neptune and others are puzzled. That Noah was sent back by Mr. Luo Lin. Jinping reminded her gently. Neptune and others were taken aback for a moment, then they patted their heads together, and finally reacted. It's true, that's Mr. Luo Lin. Vanda Decken has already dealt with it a long time ago. Bai Xing is finally free. Shark and others all showed relaxed smiles. Really, Luo Lin said it earlier. Neptune complained. You didn't ask again. Luo Lin said calmly. Neptune. Speaking of which, Luo Lin, do you have anything else there? Neptune followed Luo Lin's gaze and saw only the dark deep sea. Father, sir, what is there, what is coming? Chapter 665. Thousands of sea kings come to the kingdom. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. Luo Lin, is there anything over there? Perceiving Luo Lin's gaze, Neptune asked inexplicably. He subconsciously followed Luo Lin's line of sight, but all he saw was a dark deep ocean. King Neptune, what's wrong? Jinping also asked. What happened? Is there anything special in that direction? The second Prince Dragon Star and the third Prince Car Rollover Star were also attracted, curiously probed their brains. Mr. Luo Lin, what are you looking at? Yamato sat on the head of the shark Macarlo, slowly approaching. At this moment, Bai Xing, who was also on the back of the little shark, suddenly screamed nervously. What's wrong, Bai Xing? Yamato, Shark Star and others spoke up one after another. Over there, Sir Father, elder brothers, there seems to be something about to appear over there. Bai Xing points to the deep ocean where he can't see his fingers, and speaks weakly. When the voice of White Star fell, a huge wave suddenly appeared in the deep sea. The water ripples visible to the naked eye quickly swept past from far to near, bringing up a turbulent ocean current. Under the impact of the sea tide, the unsuspecting Sea King's army suddenly swayed from side to side. Even a master like Shiping and Neptune regressed unconsciously. All staff are on alert. Neptune, who stabilized his figure, shouted and ordered. Yet the next second, Neptune knew the helpless fact that no matter how defensive is at the moment, the guard is in vain. Compared with the huge creatures that emerged one by one from the deep sea, their power is too small. If it is right, the whole army will be wiped out in an instant. Hi. Sea King class. No, it's a super large Sea King. Advertisement. This is the second time today. And this number is really exaggerated. Why are there so many super large Sea Kings appearing together? When seeing the huge creatures above the 5-kilometer level, the fighters of the most elite troops on the Fisherman Island panicked. The whole body and mind are emotions of fear from the inside out. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Father King. The brave and eloquent Dragon Palace King was also frightened by the sudden super large Sea King class, Heaven's group, and even said that he was uncomfortable. Don't panic, it's okay, definitely. Neptune took a deep breath and shouted, calming everyone's emotions. It's just that the vibrato between his words shows that his heart is not. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. There are no waves. Luo. Mr. Luo Lin, this. Did you call it here? Yamato's beautiful eyes widened and asked nervously. No, Luo Lin said calmly. Yamato was dumbfounded for a while. I didn't come here by Luo Lin's call, isn't that a big deal, isn't it a bad thing, but, with Mr. Luo Lin, probably, maybe, it should be okay. Thought of this, Yamato's throbbing little heart finally settled down a bit. The sea is surging. A white dragon, of unknown length brushed the side of Yamato and Macarlo the shark. Shocked and unconsciously got goosebumps. As for the small shark Macarlo, he was still motionless, completely froze with fright. 10,000 meters deep in the sea, there is dead silence. The arrogant, white dragon, that swept by his side turned a corner, and finally revealed its true body. Advertisement. This is a huge sea snake comparable in size to a small black snake. A 5,000 meter class white sea snake. This 5,000 meter class white sea snake is like a representative of other sea kings, with its head held high, and a pair of red agate-like eyes staring at Luo Lin unblinkingly. After a long silence, under the horrified gaze of the Sea King army, the white sea snake opened its blood basin. There are special ripples in the sea. That is the white sea snake talking. It's just that Luo Lin and Bai Xing were the only ones who could understand the Neptune-like language. Sure enough, I still can't accept that the owner of the power of the Sea King, in addition to Princess, there are other people, and he is still a human man, which is really absurd. The white sea snake spread its thoughts. Ha. The corner of Luo Lin's mouth raised a slight arc. If you don't accept it, just come and try it. I'll accompany you at any time. Luo Lin smiled and invited. Mr. Luo Lin, who are you talking to? Not far away, Yamato asked with wide eyes, puzzled. Sister Yamato, can't you hear Master Luo Lin talking at Sister White Snake? Bai Xingdao. What? Yamato was shocked again. Next second, the sea is surging again. This time, a pitch black dragon, swept across her body. Little Black. This time, Yamato didn't panic because she recognized the identity of the coming snake. It is the 5-kilometer level black snake that has carried her several times. Chapter 666. The King and Queen. Domineering shocking the beasts. Open black lens bracket subscribe for subscription close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi, Xiao Hei. Listening to Yamato's name for the giant black snake similar in size to the white sea snake, Bai Xing couldn't help being taken aback. Sister Yamato, do you know it? Bai Xing asked puzzledly. Okay. Yamato nodded subconsciously. At the same time. Yes, Lord Princess, I am Xiao Hei, please advise me more in the future. The 5-kilometer little black snake wagged its tail excitedly and greeted Bai Xing. Wow. Listening to the sudden greeting of the little black snake, Bai Xing's body trembled suddenly. Ah, now you have to solve that side first. The little black snake said to himself. The long, flat head suddenly rushed forward, blocking Luo Lin and the white sea snake. Then his head lifted, arching the white sea snake's body back. What are you doing, idiot black? The white sea snake angrily rebuked. I'm saving you, Bai. The little black snake took it for granted. Aha, the white sea snake prolonged the end of doubt like a tsundere girl. Because if you step back, you will be really miserable, and you will be beaten and cry. The little black snake said seriously. What you said I was beaten up and crying just by him. Bai Hai Snake has a set of arrogant and confident 3 lines. Roar. Advertisement. Luo Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, and the curvature of the corners of his mouth widened a little. Boom. For the next second. Even more violent than the waves, the turbulent ultimate overlord domineering burst, and it swept all over the country in an instant. The sound of boom was like Huang Zongdelu's B********* G in the mind of every sea king in the field, making all the sea kings' faces appear shocked and frightened. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. The muscles of the whole body are tense, and he stands in place, motionless. As a representative, the white sea snake is the first rush. Under Luo Lin's domineering impact, which seemed to represent the sea, his brain buzzed, and he couldn't recover for a long time. Look, Xiao Bai, I said long ago, Lord Luo Lin is not an ordinary human being, he is the strongest person in the world. The little black snake sighed. Also, although I don't know where Lord Luo Lin's sea king power comes from, it's not time to struggle with this. Look over there, princess. Our Lord Princess has been waiting for a long time, everyone is here too. Waiting to say hello to the princess. Xiao Hei bitterly persuaded. And, 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP. In this case, let's do as you said, but don't get me wrong, I will never admit that a human man is our king. The white sea snake exhausted the last tsundere and emphasized. Hey, this is fine, then everyone, come and ask Master Princess together. The little black snake greeted. I have been waiting for a long time. The super large Neptune with black and white stripes like zebras all over responded. I cannot wait anymore. The 5,000-meter deep sea frog rubbed its palms. Ah, are you going to have dinner? The silly purple penguin stepped forward stupidly. Then there was a special creature with 100-meter fangs and scales like peacock feathers, a huge flatfish with a radius of 1,000 meters, a full 13 heads of 5-kilometer level overlord sea kings moved together. Behind them there are more large and small. The sea kings follow. Suddenly, advertisement. The sea seemed to boil. Looking at this riot-like scene, everyone in Yamato and the Sea King army couldn't help but change in shock. Bai Xing also embraced his arms, with a trace of fear on his face. However, in the next moment, the trace of fear on Bai Xing's face turned into astonishment and confusion. Because the Sea Kings talked collectively. Princess Lord. Princess Mermaid. I finally saw you again, Princess. It's been 800 years. We have been abiding by our agreement with you. The Sea Kings opened their huge mouths in the abyss to express their joy. What? Bai Xing tilted his head blankly, his face was cute and puzzled. Come on, Bai Xing, say hello to your people. Luo Lin smiled and handed out his right hand to Bai Xing, inviting. Although I don't quite understand the current situation, since it was Master Luo Lin's invitation, then there is no reason to refuse. Bai Xing nodded firmly. The beautiful fish tail swung lightly, leaping up from the back of the shark Macarlo, putting his fingers on Luo Lin's palm. Let's go. Luo Lin grinned. Take the white star step by step to the center of the Neptunes. The waves of the sea are silent. Next moment, in the shocking eyes of people, all the super large sea kings are all bowing their heads together expressing their surrender to their king and queen. P. Chapter 667. Fishman Island Demolition Plan. Open black lens bracket subscribe for subscription close black lens bracket. This content is first published on hotmtl novel.zi. Thousands of sea kings come to the court. Declare surrender to the king and queen of this deep sea. This scene cannot be simply described by the word shock. Unbelievable. Those sea kings are so docile. As this also the power of the hero Luo Lin. Even sea kings can be tamed, really worthy of being a hero. Everyone in the Sea King army screamed unconsciously. This is the legendary ancient weapon Poseidon, isn't it the power of the mermaid princess White Star? It's really spectacular. This power can really subvert the world. Yamato's pretty face was sluggish, and he was already shocked by the scene before his eyes to the point of indescribable. Neptune and others also know the reason. Father, is this the power of the White Star? The Shark Prince looked shocked. Awesome, the legendary mermaid princess is our sister. Dora am I. Long Xing murmured unconsciously. It's not just Baxing. King Neptune sighed softly. I know, this is Luo Lin's power too. Neither I nor Yi Ji didn't want the power in Bai Xing to awaken, but for you. If it is Luo Lin you, it must be no problem. Bai Xing can I can't rest assured of getting your care. Neptune nodded with relief. All the Neptunes are friends of Bai Xing, Red Dumper. The three Prince Rollover Stars danced and screamed with joy. In the next second, he was covered by the big hand of his brother Shark. Shark, let the order go on, and all the things that happen today will not be passed on. Neptune ordered the Majesty. Yes, Father. Shark nodded. The rare Sea Kings came to the prosperous scene in 800 years and lasted for about 5 minutes. Advertisement. Following Bai Xing's order, the Neptunes gathered from all over the sea scattered towards the 4 directions and returned to their nests. Princess Lord. Princess, let's go too. If you need it next time, please call us at any time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Regardless of in which corner of the world, as long as the princess calls, we will be there on call. 13 5-kilometer overlord sea kings, including white sea snakes, deep sea frogs, and purple penguins, make the final farewell. Well, everyone, goodbye. Bai Xing bows and salutes, watching the last super large Neptune. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The class left and disappeared into the dark and deep sea. Afraid? Luo Lin asked. Not afraid. Bai Xing shook his head decisively for the first time in his life, and answered neatly and without any hesitation. What a good boy. Luo Lin smiled slightly. Let's go back. Luo Lin's big hand patted Bai Xing's head lightly. Okay. Bai Xing squinted comfortably and nodded obediently. Rollin. Neptune rode to Wa, the little whale. What's happenin'? Sorry, Luo Lin, I am afraid that the banquet will be another day. Next, I plan to take the children to the sea forest to see Otahime. Neptune apologized. Advertisement. Sea forest, let me take a look together. Rollin rode. Well, if OG knew Luo Lin, you would be happy to see her. Neptune rode. 3 minutes later, the Sea King's army is divided into 2 groups. One part is responsible for imprisoning the remnants of the new Murloc pirates and handling the aftermath of the Murloc Street. The other team followed King Neptune to the northeastern area of Murloc Island, the Forest of the Sea. A quarter of an hour later, Sea Forest is here. Roland sat on the head of the shark Macarlo, and followed Neptune to the King's cemetery in the Sea Forest. Finally stood in front of Otahime's grave. The audience is quiet. Neptune, the 3 brothers of Shark and the Princess Bai Xing were in silence. Sorry, Otahime girl. Seeing Yi Ji's voice and smile on the tombstone, Luo Lin couldn't help being silent. In the past, he always wanted to change all tragedies by his own strength and foresight of the plot. However, it turned out that nothing can be changed. But at least in the future, there can be no more regrets. Otahime, don't worry, this fisherman island will see real sunshine. Luo Lin solemnly promised in his heart. A few months ago, Luo Lin led a 10,000-meter high Sky Island demolition plan. Now, once again, how difficult is the demolition plan of the 10,000-meter deep-sea fisherman island? It is time to put it on the agenda. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 668. Red road signs where this article is going. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, in the northeastern part of Fishman Island, Sea Forest. The warm sunshine passed through the eave of the sun tree, shining without loss in this submarine forest, especially bright and warm. Shu is the closest to Yangshu Eve and the strongest sunlight that makes it a forest-like scenery. A variety of seabed plants and magnificent corals thrive, making it a splendid place. There are countless schools of fish and whales living leisurely here, looking for food, just like a dream. To the east of the forest, in front of the tomb of Princess Otahime, Neptune took his 4 children, silently mourned and prayed. Otahime, have you seen your hero? Your brother Luo Lin has returned. And as you said, our fisherman island is about to take a historic step, and the transformation has begun. The expression on Neptune's old face gradually became excited and excited. Mother and Queen, sorry, I failed to fully comply with the agreement with the Mother and Queen. Bai Xing whispered softly, and a trace of loss appeared on his delicate face. After a while, it returned to glory again. Today's sun is so brilliant, it's like the ground. Is this because of Lord Luo Lin? Mother and Queen, you once said Lord Luo Lin is like the sun. This is true. Bai Xing's pretty face raised a bright smile, which was shining brighter than the sunshine in the sea forest. It's really Mr. Luo Lin. Not far away, Yamato, who quietly listened to Bai Xing's whisper, poked Luo Lin's shoulder and smiled brightly. Luo Lin grinned. Although he has been accustomed to hearing other people's praise, but now Neptune, Bai Xing, and nephew Shark Xing and others praise him one by one to the late Otahime, Luo Lin is rare and somewhat embarrassed. He simply turned around silently and walked towards the depths of the sea forest. Perceiving Luo Lin's departure, Yamato Dang, who has always kept pace, kept up. Mr. Luo Lin, are we going to read the historical text next? Yamato asked. Well, it's all here, let's go check it out. Luo Lin nodded. Okay. Yamato smiled cheerfully. Open the road ahead first. Advertisement. About 3 minutes later. Luo Lin and Yamato came to the deepest part of the sea forest. Pulling aside a dense seaweed. A huge square stone appeared in front of the two of them. It was one of the two historical texts held by Murloc Island. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It records the apology of a man of a boy 800 years ago. Mr. Luo Lin, I know the article on this stone tablet. Yamato's eyes lit up, as if a child was eager to show himself to his parents, he spoke quickly. What's recorded here is a letter of apology from a man named Joey Boye to the mermaid princess at the time, and there, that. Joy Boye has been resurrected. In this era, guess who he is now? Yamato he 1. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Laugh, deliberately sold it off. Immediately, he waited. Luo Lin asked again, and he announced the answer on his own. The Joey boy of this era is, that. Straw Hat Luffy, how surprised is it? Yamato looked forward to it. Oh, it turned out to be Luffy, this is really unexpected. Luo Lin smiled slightly and made an unexpected expression in cooperation with Yamato. It's just that the acting is a little too exaggerated. Come on, what? It turns out that Mr. Luo Lin already knew it. Yamato's lack of interest kicks the gravel under his feet. Ha ha, Luo Lin smiled and walked on. Give it a wave. The large seaweed plants in front of him disappeared. A square pit appeared, indicating that a square thing once existed here. This should be another piece of historical text held by Fishman Island before, the location of the Red Road sign stone. It was there more than 20 years ago. Where has it gone now? Yamato tilted his head in confusion. Advertisement. Let's ask Neptune about this question later. Roland Road. Sure enough, I knew Luo Lin you came here. Speaking of Neptune, Neptune will be there. Just as Luo Lin's voice fell, Neptune appeared with a white star. It's such a beautiful forest, no matter how many times you see it, you won't get tired of it. After 8 years, I came to the sea forest again, and Bai Xing looked around like a curious baby, sighing again and again. Bai Xing, you are here. Yamato stepped forward with joy. Sister Yamato. Bai Xing is also happy to respond. Bai Xing, although the scenery of the sea forest is not bad, the forest on the ground is called a magnificent and magical. Yamato exclaimed. It's really big and big sister, please tell me. Bai Xing, who became a curious baby, asked again and again. Ahem, since Sister Bai Xing has said everything, how can I refuse it? Immediately, Yamato was telling Shiraoshi about the magical islands he had seen from Midian's logbook. Vivid, as if she had been there herself. The other side. Looking at his daughter who got along well with Yamato, Neptune nodded in relief. Turned to Luo Lin's side. Looking at the big pit that Luo Lin had cleared out, the expression on Neptune's face couldn't help but stagnate. Luo Lin, are you calculating the whereabouts of this red road sign? Chapter 669. Murloc Island merged into the territory of Weisung. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Red Hair Shanks. It's really not easy for Roger's little devil. Luo Lin said with emotion. Luo Lin, this. Neptune wanted to say something, but Luo Lin interrupted him when he raised his hand. Needless to say, I will see each other in the near future. Luo Lin waved his hand. He immediately raised his head and looked at Neptune seriously. What's wrong? Neptune's expression froze. Nipton, I promised earlier that I will fulfill Odahime's last wish and let Murloc Island go to the ground. Luo Lin spoke seriously. This matter, don't worry, I have been waiting for so long, and I don't care about this moment and a half. Luo Lin, you have more important things to do. Neptune waved his hand. Indeed, to completely eliminate the contradiction and estrangement between your Murlocs and humans, it is not a matter of overnight. If you migrate to the ground, various attacks may follow. Roland Road. Yes, only this deep sea is our shelter. Neptune smiled bitterly. Nipton, if I say that there is still a pure land on the ground that no one can invade, you Fisherman Island, would you like to relocate? Luo Lin spoke. Luo Lin, what you said, could it be? Neptune, who realized the meaning of Luo Lin's words, suddenly widened his eyes, his expression trembling. The long-standing gap between races can only be reduced by time. Even I can't help but at least. Luo Lin's open palm slowly clenched into a fist, and his body revealed strong self-confidence, full of domineering. Under my protection, no one can move you. So come to Weisung, Neptune. Roland grinned and extended an invitation to Neptune. Advertisement. Call. Neptune's eyes widened, his breathing gradually became heavier. Listening to Luo Lin's invitation, feeling the unspeakable dominance of his body, Neptune only felt that the blood that had cooled down in his body for many years was gradually agitated. Neptune originally thought that he wanted to complete the death of his dead wife Odahime at least even more. Long. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Who ever thought that this day came so quickly? There is no doubt about Luo Lin's promise. He also believed. As long as he is blessed by Weisung City, and under the awe of the name of a hero, the Xiao 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 above the sea will definitely not dare to attack. It is good. Neptune nodded heavily and responded. And NBS. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. P. It's just Luo Lin. Our fisherman island has a population that is not as large as that of a large country on the land, but it is quite a lot. Will your Weisung fortress be unable to put it down? Neptune asked tentatively. What are you thinking about, Neptune? How could I let those cute little mermaid girls live with us big bosses, not to mention young people, those old guys can't hold it anymore. Luo Lin raised his eyebrows. Yes, I didn't think about it well. As long as we have a foothold around Weisung Fortress, it is enough. Neptune patted his head. Nipton, this Murloc Island is the foundation established by your Murloc clan for generations. You probably don't want to abandon it. Luo Lin asked rhetorically. Of course I don't want to. If you just want to go to land, there is no way. Neptune shook his head helplessly. Why not consider relocating the entire Murloc Island to the past? Luo Lin asked with a smile. How is this possible? Advertisement. Neptune was stunned. With me, nothing is impossible. How did you think Gaiacon Island Golden Township came to Alabaston? Luo Lin grinned. This, really okay. Neptune's emotions gradually became agitated. What? Luo Lin nodded. Regardless of, is it the deep sea, the ground or the sky, if you want, I can help you arrange it, but you still have to make a lot of preparations before the Fisherman Island demolition plan is implemented. Okay, I know. Neptune nodded heavily. Such a big event, even Neptune, as the king, can't make a decision with a single word. It needs to be advertised to the residents of the island and solicit the opinions of the people. In addition, the migration of such a large project is also a major test for the coating protection of the Fisherman Island, which requires continuous research. Finally, there is the Whitebeard flag that is now flying over the Fisherman Island. Whitebeard has protected them Murloc Island with his own flag for 20 years, and they have to deal with it properly because of reason. There are so many things to do. Neptune said to himself. Don't worry, Neptune, the demolition expert on my side still needs some time to be in place, so prepare slowly. Luo Lin comforted. Well, thank you very much, Luo Lin. Neptune put his hands on the ground, his forehead hit the ground heavily, and expressed his most sincere gratitude to the friends in front of him. Chapter 670. The following big incident report. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. The life of 10,000 meters in the deep sea is far more comfortable and leisurely than people imagine on land. Especially after the two big Murloc Island tumors of Horty Jones and Van Daken were cleared, the instability of the Murloc Island was gone. Naturally sunny after rain, what awaits the Fisherman Island is a bright future. And the person who brought all this to the Fisherman Island is Luo Lin. Hero Luo Lin, not just a name. Now, for the residents of Murloc Island. Luo Lin is also the hero of their Murloc Island, their Murloc clan. The only human hero in the history of Murloc Island. This was unimaginable before, and even more unbelievable. But now it has become true. That day, Luo Lin walked through the sky, propped up Theoski, of Murloc Island with one hand, and protected the Murloc Island from nose impact and destroyed the figure that looked like a god was already deeply imprinted into the Murloc Island. The mind of every resident. Even in the past few decades, hundreds of years will never be forgotten. At this moment, Luo Lin has already become the #1 star of Murloc Island as a human. Regardless of where does it appear, once recognized, it will inevitably cause a huge sensation. To this, Luo Lin was also helpless. In the end, I had to dispel the idea of leisurely sightseeing on the Fisherman Island, and instead discussed with Neptune and others to study the island's demolition project rules. At the same time, the sea on the ground is not calm. Advertisement. As the Weisung army followed Germa across the Red Land continent, they arrived in the West Sea and the North Sea. Weisung's war against the entire underground dark forces has already begun. It's different from what people expected. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Facing the attack from the Weisung side, each force rarely showed the strongest side. The war just started, it was the cruelest, fierce battle. All kinds of despicable methods are endless. The war started in just a few days. The number of wounded has surged. Fortunately, Luo Lin had prepared in advance. Finally, there were no major casualties. Over time. Under the cooperation of Weisung Fortress and the Navy, the Dark Forces will only lose. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. It is a matter of time. Except for the all-out war in the two seas of the West and the North. The pattern of the four emperors is unbalanced, and the dynamics of all parts of the sea are also endless. The big pirates in the New World are active, big and small, and bloody wars of territorial contention are staged from time to time. Following the Chambord incident, the world's noble Tianlong people were once again sanctioned by justice under the public. The kingdom of Dressrosa has smoke of gunpowder all around. The kingdom of warriors and the country gradually entered the eyes of the world. There is also some shocking secret from the dark world. At this moment, the Great Root, Sungjungdu, Weisung. Sister Shachi, Mr. Luo Lin's contact is here. Alice, a girl in a peaked cap, enters the door happily. Ah, I already know. In the office, Shachi slightly touched her forehead with a headache. Advertisement. Our side is already busy enough. That guy ran to the Fisherman Island by himself, and now he has to arrange such a troublesome thing at this juncture. Really, it is too easy to be the shopkeeper. Shachi complained. Don't say that, Sister Shachi, the power of the Murloc family cannot be underestimated. I believe Mr. Luo Lin must not simply play on the Murloc Island. In order to win the trust of the Murloc family, Mr. Luo Lin must have done us unimaginable effort. The girl Alice nodded seriously, and immediately Alice's conversation turned. And that is Fishman Island, the legendary Mermaid Bay, the Mermaid Cafe, and that, the Mermaid Princess who is rumored to be as beautiful as Hancock's sister. I really want to see it with everyone. Girl Alice said with a look of longing. Shachi. This girl is not saved. I was completely fascinated by that guy. However, the leisure time now may not last long. All right, Alice, you can talk to Shiji about Murloc Island by yourself. Shachi waved. Yes, Sister Shachi. The peaked cap girl Alice turned and left happily. Watching the girl Alice walk away, only then did Shachi press the phone worm in front of her. The radio signal spans thousands of miles and reaches the deep sea for 10,000 meters. Yeah, Shachi, is there any question? Luo Lin's voice came from the phone worm. The person in charge of the Fisherman Island demolition operation is Shiji. This time I am here to report to you, the Lord of Watchang. Chapter 671. No one dares to be an enemy in the world. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi 10,000 meters deep sea, Fishman Island. The Mermaid Bay known as the Dream Heaven. Colorful and magnificent coral reefs can be seen everywhere. The young fish and girls at the very young age walked through it and cheered. Among them, the beautiful mermaid princess Bai Xing is playing in beautiful. This is indeed a rare sight in the world. At this moment, there is only Luo Lin who can enjoy such a beautiful scenery. Master Luo Lin, don't just sit down, I'll have fun together when I've said that. Today is special. All of us will only serve Lord Luo Lin alone. ... The graceful mermaid girls with different looks look forward to Luo Lin on the largest coral reef in the middle of the bay. Mr. Luo Lin, this is the rare rest day you said, and I also said that because you said Mr. Luo Lin. I put on this one in particular. It is rare to change into a large kimono, put on a swimsuit to show off his beauty, be his own big eye, look at Luo Lin with nervousness and expectation. Master Luo Lin, Bai Xing. Bai Xing also wants to play with Master Luo Lin. Bai Xing's hands were crossed in front of him, and he spoke weakly. Right now, Luo Lin gestured towards everyone. Hey, our City Lord seems to be a bit busy right now, is it a bit out of time for my contact? If this is the case, then I will contact you later, just because I have something to go to see Crane, Robin, Wei Wei and the others. Shachi pursed her lips, with dissatisfaction between her words. Ahem. Luo Lin's expression stagnated, and he coughed twice in embarrassment. I didn't know how to explain it for a while. It can't be said that you came at the right time or not. By the way, Shachi, you can decide for yourself what general things you want to report. I trust your judgment. Luo Lin bluntly changed the subject. 4 things. On the other end of the phone worm, Shachi's expression suddenly became serious. Advertisement. The first thing is that the war in the Northwest Daxia Sea has begun, and the situation is a bit abnormal. Shachi said, well, I already know about this matter. The dark forces do have some abnormalities, but Zephyr and the others must be fine. Luo Lin nodded. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. The second thing, Raleigh and the others have already arrived in the country of Wano yesterday. At the same time, the advanced troops of the pirate group and some other rats have also arrived. There will be Zon Sha Kadao. This is really lively, so let Lei Li and the others have a fun. Luo Lin grinned. You are really laid back. Shachi shook her head. Also, 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Okay, what about the third thing? Luo Lin asked, rubbing his chin. The third thing is about Little Monkey and the others. Shachi said, Luffy guys, how about being the special operations team of Weisung? They should have a good reputation for us. Luo Lin asked, well, Xiao Mengqi and the others have repelled a lot of pirates in the past 2 weeks, and they even attacked the dragons for civilians. Shachi said, after a moment of silence. Ha 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 ha. Luo Lin couldn't help laughing out loud. You are still in the mood to laugh. Shachi rolled her eyes. It's just a fight with a Tianlongren, it's not a big deal. Luo Lin waved his hand indifferently. Yes, it's just being wanted by everyone. The world government seems to want to make a fuss about this. Shachi said, advertisement. Let them do it, I will follow. Luo Lin waved his hand and responded domineeringly. Immediately, the front of the conversation turned, and he spoke again. By the way, what was Karp's reaction over there? Kapu, fortunately, the family members are still in a stable mood, but it is just. Catch the beasts and stingers, and give them a day's iron fist of love. Shachi said calmly. Luo Lin, after another moment of silence. Forget it, then, what is the last thing? Luo Lin asked. Finally, Shachi's voice paused. The secret of your immortality has been revealed. Shao-Chi asked quietly. Roland was silent. The original source may be the Northwest battlefield, but I am more inclined to be the world government. Shao-Chi concluded. Really? Luo Lin answered calmly. However, there are huge waves hidden under that calmness. Although it is still limited to the underground world, I am afraid that in the near future, the secrets of your body will be known to the world. As long as you eat your flesh and blood, you will not be old and immortal. This is even more than Roger's great secret treasure. Crazy temptation, this sea is really going to be messed up, what are your plans? Shao-Chi asked. The guy who wants to send death just ask them to come over, I will follow. Luo Lin grinned, showing white teeth. If the whole world is an enemy, then kill it until no one dares to be an enemy. Chapter 672, Enemies all over the world. Open black lens bracket customize all orders close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi the vast and boundless sea, undercurrents raging. Every minute and every second there are events that can affect the direction of the world, pushing this era to violent. With the Shihai and Beihai battlefields as the source, a shocking secret that can shock the entire world is brewing. Driven by a big hand called the world government. This shocking mystery swelled to its limit in the shortest possible time, and finally burst into a crash. The wind of explosion swept the world instantly. As a result, the sea was once again shocked, and even boiling. The immortal body is really fake. Is there really an immortal in this world and it's still the hero Mr. Luo Lin? How can this kind of thing be true? It must be a rumor. The last guy who claimed to be immortal is now completely cold, and the grass on the head of the grave is 2 meters high. Yeah, the 4 emperors and beasts Kaido also claimed to have an immortal body, didn't it turn out to be blown up by our hero, Mr. Luo Lin? The immortal body, something like mythology, doesn't exist at all, it's impossible or impossible. Similar conversations occur all over the world. The topic about the immortality of the hero Luo Lin rose to the level of heated discussion among the people in an instant. Since it's a discussion, some people don't believe it, and naturally some people believe it. And from this, a series of evil thoughts and thoughts were derived. Sure enough, it's true, the immortality of the hero Luo Lin. These rumors are not all rumors. I have seen with my own eyes that those people in Weisung used some kind of red liquid to resurrect the dying people. That must be the blood of hero Luo Lin. In Shihai, the government sent civilians on the Beihai battlefield vowed to spread the news. And this involved more facts about the past. For example, the Navy's miracle of 0 casualties in the Battle of Thousand Sails Island. Advertisement. And earlier, a miracle created by Lieutenant General Luo Lin decades ago. The wave of heated discussion gradually rises. In the end, it was completely out of control. Under the testimony of the witnesses, even people who did not believe in the falsehood were completely speechless. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. These people who look forward to heroes, because the facts are so bizarre, that the myths don't believe them, don't they? No, they just don't dare to believe, they don't want to believe it. Because of the longing, I worship the hero. They are not willing to make this kind of thing happen. Because they know the evil of human nature. In this world, there is nothing to look at directly except the sun and the human heart. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. People's hearts have always been the most unpredictable. Human desires are endless. Under the guidance of great temptation, the evil of human nature will be triggered to the greatest extent. More than 20 years ago, Roger, the king of the pirate, opened the era of the great pirate with all the great secret treasures in this world. Induced the greed in the hearts of not many people. Now, the immortal body of the hero Luo Lin. The possibility of immortality is even more intolerable than the big secret treasure, and it can be actually seen. Who in the world can live without death and let you be magnificent, brilliantly crown the world, and in the end, it is also a pink skull. Let your generation of Tianzhou sit on thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, and in the end will eventually turn into a Lois. Why does the legend of immortality always exist? The fundamental reason is that this is the appeal of people's hearts, and the nobles and emperors who stand on the upper level of the world, sitting on power and countless treasures, are vying to pursue. Advertisement. The charm of immortality is, so. Therefore, the fruit of an operation that can perform an ageless operation can have a sky-high price of 5 billion bergs. Therefore, the pure gold that can gradually grow and maintain youth is a bloody storm once it appears. Now, another possibility of immortality has emerged. The evil of human nature is induced to the greatest extent, and it blooms everywhere. Damn it, if you really are a hero, come and give me your flesh and blood to save my family. Somewhere in the world, a family member of a patient roared grimly. Heroic Luo Lin, come quickly and save us with your flesh and blood, so that you are the real hero. The civilians of a certain town with an outbreak of infectious disease shouted. Hero Luo Lin, if you are really a hero, please give me a bit of flesh and blood for our research. This is a research with trans-age significance and great influence. If results can be achieved, medicine will take a big step, please. For the advancement of mankind, don't hide your personal information. This is a statement published in the newspaper by a respected medical doctor on the sea. At first glance, there is not much wrong. But when I look closely, it is full of words written on it, only the word, cannibal. Following this medical doctor, medical research institutes all over the world are scrambling to issue righteous statements. And it has won strong appeals and support from many civilians around the world. The hero is no longer a hero, but an experimental body that allows them to divide on the operating table. Everything is just beginning. Looking at the sea, there is malice everywhere. This is the enemy of the world. Please download Philo if you see the underlined version. Chapter 673. The world is crazy. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. The sea is changing. The storm caused by the possibility of immortality has just begun. In the face of something more tempting than the big secret treasure, few people can remain unaffected. Even the civilians who were once heroic are brought to the rhythm. Not to mention the nobles and pirates on the sea, the greedy nobles and pirates. After the Weisung incident, the sea was calm, but just over a month later, the sea once again set off an unimaginable huge storm. The waves are rising again. The minister, hurry up, cough cough. Bring back the blood and flesh of that hero to be used as a medicine for this king is saved. In a small country in the West Daxia Sea, there is an old age, and the dim old eyes of the dying king burst out with an addictive light. According to this king's order, even if we use the power of the whole country, no matter what the huge price we pay, we must get that hero Luo Lin's blood to help this king live forever, and this king will be the king of all ages. An ambitious great monarch in Beihai issued a notice to the whole country. Ha 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 ha, I am immortal and immortal. This is really irresistible. The order is passed on, and now I will immediately offer a high price and a large reward in the dark world. What a drop of blood of the underground black market hero Luo Lin has soared to 100 million Baileys. Hurry up and update the reward. I will give 110 million won. Advertisement. Why is someone bidding 1 billion Baileys to buy a finger of the hero Roland? What a joke. This kind of almost death-dealing behavior requires at least 10 billion to be enough. Opening parenthesis. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Compared to directly from the hero's side, it is more likely to be successful from the Navy side. The Navy side must have a stock of hero's blood. Use all the relations of our country, definitely. On this day, the upper rulers of the world are all crazy. Ha 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 ha, the immortal hero. Interesting. It is really interesting. Let this uncle come and try. What is the flesh and blood of the hero Luo Lin? Is there such a magical effect? A great root, a pirate who has offered a reward of over 100 million rants. Little ones, prepare to set off. The flesh and blood of ordinary people is already tired. I don't know if the flesh of heroes will have a taste. Let's try it. The infamous captain of the ogre pirate who was famous for cannibalism laughed. This is also a great opportunity to make a fortune. Just a drop of blood, a hair is 100 million Baileys. Where is such a profitable business in the world? Little ones, prepare to go to that city to have fun. Right. But the captain, that is a hero who even the emperor of the sea can kill. Are you sure we are not going to die? Idiot, who said I'm going to provoke the hero? I'm going to take refuge. As long as I can stay there is always a chance to get the hair strands of the hero Luo Lin. Oh, that's how it is, you really deserve to be the captain. Captain, it's the naval base over there, the hero Luo Lin's words are not in that Wachang, right? Advertisement. Are you an idiot? That's a peerless fierce who killed even the 4 emperors Kaido. If you go directly to the door, you won't die. But, little ones, don't doubt, today we will shoot down that Navy base. Since it is a hero of the Navy, perhaps the blood of hero Luo Lin is stored in that base. Even if it doesn't exist, we can also use a naval base from a base. Hostage. Threaten the Navy deal. The base commander of the 6th branch of the Navy is the Lieutenant General Crane, the old friend of the hero Luo Lin. She must have the blood of the hero Luo Lin. Lieutenant General, his youth is enough to explain everything. The reason why the Lieutenant General he is not old must be because of the hero Luo Lin. She is the best proof of immortality. Even if you can't get the blood of hero Luo Lin, get the next level Lieutenant General he, maybe it will have unexpected effects. Little ones, come on. If we hit this place, we will be developed. On this day, the lower class pirates in the world are also crazy. Philo reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and share. Chapter 674. 5 old stars proud. Lights. Erase the order. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, directly above the red soil mainland. The center of world power, the holy place of Mary Joa. The 4 of the 5 old stars, representing the highest power in the world, gathered again. It's just that compared to the previous frowns every time. This time, the old faces of the 5 old stars are all with wanton, open, cheerful smiles. Cheers to our victory. Ferdinand, the old star in a dark blue suit, raised the goblet in his hand, and the wine in the glass was sloshing, red as blood. Cheers. It's really fun. Finally let us win a round. The old samurai star, the bald old star and the curly-haired old star all smiled and celebrated together. Ha 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 ha. Cool, it's so cool. The impact of the reveal of this secret is even more exaggerated than we thought. The old bald star laughed happily. The thing about pushing the city last time was fooled by the B*****************, and even the Birdman in Morgan's used the pressure of the fishing boat to fight against the generals, but this time is different, this time is our advantage. The corner of Samurai Old Star's mouth opened a huge arc. I knew that, I should have released this card earlier. Now, Luo Lin must have a wonderful expression on that B**********, but it's a pity that I didn't see it. The curly-haired Old Star sneered proudly. This is human nature. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Old Star Ferdinand in the dark blue suit. So far, we have been in a misunderstanding. We don't want to expose the events of the year prematurely and split the Navy. In the final analysis, we are consciously dishonorable, but right now, it seems that there are not a few people who have the same ideas as us. Advertisement. Indeed, human nature is the thing that can't stand the most consideration. We are still human after all, and our ideas are also the ideas of the public. When everyone in the world felt the need for heroes to dedicate themselves to medical research, the incident that year was no big deal. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The 4-5 Old Stars looked at each other and smiled, only to feel that the future is bright. These are just appetizers. At the beginning, the incident 36 years ago, and the humiliation we have suffered over the past few months, we must return them all this time. The Samurai Old Star's eyes are cold. William, I am receiving treatment at Lord Eames' side, and we should be able to fully recover in the near future. By then, the 5 of us will have one mind, and the failure similar to the last time can happen again. The old curly star spoke flatly. Okay. Old bald star nodded. Before William is fully recovered, let's give some more gifts to that B******************* D. Roland, completely knocking down his so-called hero aura. This is really good too. The Samurai Old Star nodded in agreement. But what should I do? I already have an idea about this. Ferdinand, the Old Star in a dark blue suit, nodded. What idea? A few days ago, the problematic newcomer in Weisung City, Straw Hat Luffy just hit the Tianlongren. Before, this is a big event that requires the general to be dispatched. If the people on the Navy side don't want to go, we will send them ourselves. All right. Ferdinand, the Old Star in the dark blue suit, sneered. Monkey Luffy with straw hat, he seems to be that. Carp's grandson. The curly-haired Old Star frowned. How about Carp's grandson anyway? The old guy Carp and the B********* D. Roland wear the same pair of trousers. Sooner or later, they will oppose each other. This time it is his grandson who is packing up. Advertisement. The bald Old Starburst opened his mouth. And in addition to the charge of the Sky Dragon, the Straw Hat Boy is still the son of the dragon, and it is one of the lights that Lord Yim named to put out. Ferdinand, the Old Star in a dark blue suit, spoke quietly. What, the son of the revolutionary dragon? Master Yim personally ordered. Then there is no worry. The other 3-5 Old Stars nodded with shaking expressions. Then, who are you going to send? The Samurai Old Star asked. The words for the candidate are also available. Don't the kid Doflamingo always want to come back? Then this time I will give him a chance to become a Dragonite again. I want to see if there is that arrogant kid. This boldness. The Old Star in the dark blue suit sneered. Doflamingo. Very good. Then do it like this. Call now. The 5 Old Stars all smiled knowingly. Chapter 675. Huang Yuan strikes out. Settle the West Sea in 8 hours. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Navy Headquarters, Malin Foduo. The piercing alarm bell made a loud noise. The red alarm flashes unfixed. Tensions and depressive haze enveloped, making the entire Navy headquarters enter a state of wartime alert. Marshal of the Warring States period, a report came from the base of the 168 branch of the Great Airway, an enemy attack. Report that the Marshal of the Warring States period, the base of the 258 branch in the West Sea was attacked by pirates. Mr. Sengoku, the battle situation of the 6 branches where Lieutenant General Crane is located is urgent. In the headquarters building, the threshold of the Marshal's office was almost broken. One after another, communications Marines continued to rush to report emergency situations all over the world. Since the establishment of the Navy for hundreds of years, this is the first time unprecedented in history the pirates have taken the initiative to attack a naval base on a large scale. Desperate. As the Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku Chang suppressed his anger, kept calm, and gave clear orders in an orderly manner. The coach's style is full. This is about 3 hours later. The General Command deployment is basically complete. Rao is the Warring States period. After completing such a huge workload, there is also a sense of dizziness in his head, and he slumps on the chair and exhales. It really deserves to be Mr. Sengoku. The General Green Pheasant stepped in. The always lazy face is rare and serious at this moment. Kuzan, didn't you say you want to support Xiaohei? Warring States asked. I contacted Gion just now. They probably don't need my help anymore. The General Ching Pheasant said. That's good. Warring States nodded, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Mr. Luo Lin who dealt with the 4 Emperor thieves and the 100 Beast pirates some time ago, the Whitebeard and the Red Hair are not the ones who will take the initiative to pick things up, otherwise, our manpower is really not enough this time. Quote. Advertisement. The General Green Pheasant sighed to himself, and immediately the front of the conversation suddenly changed. Mr. Waring states, what on earth is this about Mr. Luo Lin's secrets? How on earth he lost control and walked away in just a few days is really unusual. This is the charm of being immortal and immortal. The evil that was originally hidden is now fully exploded. Waring states folded his hands against his chin, his eyes darkened under the frog's glasses. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sure enough, the government is pushing them to help them. Don't you know that doing so will also cause a heavy blow to our navy? General Green Pheasant said angrily. Strike, weaken the power of our navy, this may also be their purpose. The warring states opened coldly. Mr. Sengoku, you mean? 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Quote. The General Green Pheasant suddenly widened his eyes, and he already understood the hidden meaning of the warring states' dialect. This era is no longer saved. In that case, what we have to do is to defeat the evil tide of the era with all our strength and welcome the arrival of the new era. The expression of warring states was firm and strong, and he had already made up his mind. Then give it a go, Mr. Sengoku. The General Green Pheasant grinned. Shihai, Weisung Allied Forces Temporary Base Island. The generals of Weisung, headed by the chief instructor Zepha, gathered together, their faces condensed. Damn it, which B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** veteran general smashed the arm of the chair with an angry punch. Unusual. The speed of this spread is absolutely unusual. It must be the world government behind it. Another veteran general spoke affirmatively. The world government is really deceiving people too much. We haven't asked them to settle accounts for the incident 36 years ago. Advertisement. The big deal is to let everything come to light in the world. Everyone will die and the net will be broken. ... More than 20 veterans in the field were filled with indignation. Shut up all. A majestic suffocation emanated from Zepha's mouth, and the audience instantly calmed down. The game with the world government is handed over to Luo Lin. Believe that guy. What we have to do now is to defeat the evil, that's it. Zepha looked resolutely speaking. The clock on the wall of drip runs till 9 o'clock in the morning. A dazzling light from the outside in, illuminating the dim temporary meeting room. Porosalino. Zepha frowned. Countless dazzling photons gathered from all directions, condensing the figure of the general yellow ape. As expected of Master Zepha, in that case, please count me for this task. General Huang Yuan spoke steadily, without the usual trivial meaning between his words. The expression on that wretched old face that has always been careless is even more rare with a hidden anger. Okay. Go, Pelusalino. Zepha nodded in agreement. Oh, the General Huang Yuan shook his fist, and the righteous cloak was hunting behind him. Then, everyone at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. 5. Goodbye. General Huang Yuan smiled and said goodbye. The golden light flashed, and it went away in an instant. In the winter of 152 years in the Haiyuan calendar. The highest combat power of the Navy headquarters General Huang Yuan Pelusalino 8 hours 88 to calm the West Sea. Chapter 676. G6 Crisis. With a smile, Analu's big move bursts seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi Great Root, Naval Branch Base. Bang 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 bang. Boom 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 boom. The glaring tongues of flames on the copper and iron walls of the base were unsteady. The roar of artillery fire continued. On the sea, huge waves formed one after another. Fragments of the pirate ship wrecked. This sudden war started in the early hours of the morning and has lasted for nearly 6 hours. I don't know how many turrets at the base have defeated a pirate ship, but the number of pirate ships on the sea still hasn't decreased. In contrast, 6 hours and 6 hours of high-intensity fighting came down. The copper wall and iron wall of the main gate of the base also received a major blow, and traces of shell bombardment can be seen everywhere, and the defense power has dropped sharply. The scale of this raid on Base 6 was extraordinary. Obviously it was not a temporary intention by the pirates. Behind it, there must be a mysterious pusher dominating everything. Lieutenant General Crane, the 5th wave of shock is coming soon, and the leader this time is offering a reward of 410 million Baileys. A bloody rear admiral yelled and reported. Well, I see, pass my order, the next staffing. Even if the situation is critical, Lieutenant General he is still calm and graceful, and methodically conveys the most appropriate instructions. The Chief Staff Officer of the Navy headquarters is naturally not a mere name. After a while, the admirals in the conference room took orders to retreat. Only then did he exhale, and took a sip from the teacup on the table. Sister he, sure enough, let me go. Thanks to Sister Heshmedicine, my arm is completely fine. Guillaume waved by Nen's right hand and spoke proudly. In the melee a few hours ago, I was always at the forefront of the battlefield. Facing Guillaume, which was besieged by large groups of large pirates, my right arm was not very. If it weren't for his timely treatment with the panacea he had obtained from Luo Lin in time. Even if Guillaume's arm is not used, it will be difficult to restore it to a state of free use. No way. Regarding Guillaume's request, Ahe just shook his head calmly and flatly refused. Sister Crane, look, I'm really okay, thanks to Dads, I am now 100-fold energetic. Guillaume spoke vigorously, full of fighting spirit. Sister Guillaume, if you're afraid that you won't be able to explain to your father. Advertisement. Guion. Ahe nodded and lifted it lightly, interrupting Guion's request. Of course, I know your strength best. The reason why you are not allowed to go out to attack is one of the reasons that this is no longer necessary, and the other is that this 6 needs your strength to deter you. He said in a deep voice, his beautiful eyes gleaming. He was in control. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There is no need for this. What does it mean that Mr. Kuzan will come over for a long time? Guion tilted his head in puzzlement, and suddenly he was cute. You can contact the headquarters, so Kuzan doesn't have to come here. Let's go to other places for support. Ahe spoke calmly. And NBS. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Yeah. The expression on Guion's pretty face became more puzzled. Boom boom boom. And boom 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 is at this moment. Boom 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 boom. The unspeakable horrible roar accompanied by extremely dull thunder suddenly resounded across the sea, deafening. This voice is. Guion's complexion couldn't help changing. Let's go out and have a look. Ahe got up and stepped on the wall of the base first with a moon step. Oh. Meteorite. It's a meteorite. Ha 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 ha. Evil party pirates, accept God's punishment. The city wall. The sea soldiers who were exhausted under the pirates' serial attack all laughed and yelled in excitement. Looking at the meteorite group that suddenly fell from the sky and hit the pirates, each face was filled with extreme shock and excitement. These meteorites are. Seeing the spectacular fireball that defeated the cunning pirate fleet at that moment, Guion couldn't help but widen her eyes. It was surprisingly aware of the identity of the person who helped. Please enjoy this fire festival day. Advertisement. In the sky, the blind swordsman in a large kimono smiled and the sword in his hand slowly returned to its sheath. Then he sat on the floating stone platform and landed in front of Ahe and Guion. I'm a little late, sorry. Smiled and leaned to apologize. No, Mr. Yishao, we are already very grateful for your assistance, but if you come here, is there really no problem in Weisung? Guion waved his hands again and again. No problem, Miss Guion, don't worry. Smile confidently. Then he turned around and looked at the pirates struggling on the sea with white eyes. Leave it to us next. Guion spoke. Don't worry, Guion. Ahe shook his head helplessly. There really is no need to worry, Miss Guion, this time the old man is not here alone. Smiled slightly, and pointed to the dark sky. Obviously it is daytime, but the sky is darker than night. The electric snake wandered around in the thick dark cloud, releasing a devastating aura. This thundercloud, is it, the electric shock kid? Guion subconsciously said. Yahahaha. Suddenly, laughter came from the thick thunder cloud. The golden light was released, and the thunder god, who was surrounded by thunder light, stood on the bow of the golden ship recklessly and with unparalleled power. Weak mortals, who dare to covet the blood of God, will be punished by the god's envoy. Analu, who still didn't change his second nature, laughed. God, it, control, and cut. The terrifying thunder light flooded the world. Everything is invisible. Please download Philo to see the underlined version.